Here we are once again. Floating somewhere between Earth and space, just trying to figure it all out. Got a hell of a lot to talk about here tonight, Space Fam, so I guess we better get right to it. As always, do not forget to buckle up those seatbelts, otherwise you might go floating off into that deep dark void. Never to be seen again. Well, Space Fams, beautiful to see you here on this Tuesday evening. Hell of a lot to talk about here tonight. Before that, though, some quick shout-outs. Moanoa, Morbius, Young Chris, 123 in the YouTube chat. Mozart, a close fourth. Amanda, also here. Fishbone. Chuck L. And B-Cat. McGinn and Amanda, also in the Twitch chat. Like I said, beautiful to see all you folks here tonight. Hell of a lot to talk about. Donald Trump versus the Pope. And the fury over his latest Truth Social post. What else going on? Oh, super typhoon. Heading in towards the island of Guam. U.S. territory under threat. We'll do a quick update on Russia, Ukraine, and then it'll be Iran, and more Iran. Well, I guess if you don't count Lebanon, because of course we'll be talking about whether or not Lebanon will be doing its own civil war, suggested by the United States and Israel. That's right. Peace talks here in the United States. Being held by the actual Secretary of State, little Marco Rubio. I'm afraid it's a ruse. All right, let's start in the United States. Talking about the Epstein files.
Mr. President, I know you want to move past all this intrigue over the Epstein files, but I do want to ask you to clarify something you said this morning. You said this was all a hoax. Has your Attorney General told you this was a hoax? What evidence?
No, it's not the Attorney General. No, I know it's a hoax. It's started by Democrats.
Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein?
I call it the Epstein hoax.
Are people still talking about this guy, this great
The Epstein hoax.
Jeffrey Epstein? Epstein?
I call it the Epstein hoax.
That is unbelievable.
I call it the Epstein hoax.
Unbelievable.
This guy's been talked about for years. I can't believe you're asking a question on Epstein. This guy, this great.
It's all a big hoax. It's perpetrated by the Democrats, and some stupid Republicans and foolish Republicans fall into the net. I call it the Epstein hoax. They're wasting their time with a guy who obviously has some very serious problems, who died 3 or 4 years ago. And I would like to say it like it is. Jeffrey Epstein. Jeffrey Epstein. Jeffrey Epstein. Jeffrey Epstein. Jeffrey Epstein. Jeffrey Epstein.
Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein?
I call it the Epstein hoax.
Are people still talking about this guy, this great
The Epstein hoax.
Jeffrey Epstein? Epstein?
I call it the Epstein hoax.
That is unbelievable.
I call it the
That is unbelievable. Unbelievable. Why are people still talking about this guy? This creep. Very, very nasty. Very nasty Democrat hoax. And subsequent Republicans. Foolish Republicans. Oh, that's the way to start the stream, everybody. A little dance music, Epstein files. Gotta talk about the Epstein files a little bit today. Let's go to I've Had It podcast.
Something's going on with the Epstein files. Pam Bondi fired. They took her portrait, stuck it in the trash can at the DOJ. Todd Blanche is now the acting director of the DOJ. And he is a big problem. He's the one who gave the sweetheart deal to Ghislaine Maxwell. And obviously, Ghislaine Maxwell, more than any.
By the way, I found a sound shot. It's not on my board, and I totally forgot about it. But check out this one. Here's a sweet sound shot from Pam Bondi's testimony.
information that has come for information. There's information that new information, additional information, and again, we will continue.
Information, and so much. We got not just information. We got additional information on top of that. Don't forget that.
Right now.
We got the regular information, and then we got additional information.
To Ghislaine Maxwell. And obviously, Ghislaine Maxwell, more than anybody, probably only first to Trump, knows all of the stuff about Jeffrey Epstein. I would say the second person that knows everything is Donald Trump. And here is Todd Blanche gaslighting and lying on Fox News this very day. Play the clip.
You have the authority to go ahead and release more, do you not? And you have the authority to go to Congress, perhaps?
No, we
Did
have
you
released
just shake his
everything. So
head?
listen, we reviewed 6 million pieces of paper. What we released were anything associated with the Epstein files. So there, we are not sitting on a
6
single piece of
million
paper,
pieces of
nothing that should be released. If we
We released 6 million pieces of paper. I'm fairly certain much of it was digitized. So it's weird to talk about it in that way. Like, we missed the 6 million. You can even imagine how many pieces of paper that you want more paper. Come on,
find something
where are
else
you gonna even put
tomorrow,
it?
we'll release it. I don't anticipate we will. So the misguided assumption that there is more to be released is because we reviewed millions and millions of pages within the department, millions of which had nothing to do with Epstein. So it's not as if we looked at a document and said, you know, we're not going to release that.
That's exactly what you did. That's exactly what you did. It's exactly what you did. You looked at it and you're like, no, this is going to be a huge problem. We're absolutely not going to release it. And any notion if we find something, we'll release it, that you're going to release it. First of all, Pumps, remind me, is this not the lawyer who marched into federal court and took 34 L's for Donald Trump? He hired the biggest loser lawyer to work for him in the government, right?
Yes, it was state court. Not that anybody cares about that but me.
Okay.
But here's the thing about Topical.
That is a good point. Todd Blanche did lose that case for Donald Trump. But you know what? It's not about his record. This is just me. But like most of Trump's attorneys, I'm fairly certain Todd Blanche at one time or another was owed a fuck ton of money by Donald Trump for having represented him in a court of law. And this to me always, from the very beginning of it, felt like, because he didn't even get the original, he didn't even get the AG's job. He only got the deputy AG job. So clearly Trump knew he was incompetent. He's like, deputy AG. Hey, I don't know. We'll see. It's like, there's no way that wasn't some kind of payoff for owed legal fees. It's like, look, Todd, this is going to be huge for you, okay, pal? You're going to be deputy AG, and I'm not going to owe you any more money, but in a way, I'll have paid you much more. In a way, you'll have won. It's like you're winning more than anybody's ever won before.
He uses the word salad legalese of that should be released. And I would just ask, where are all the videos? Jeffrey Epstein's entire house was wired, and every person that ever went in there said there's video cameras everywhere, which you could block out the victim's face. I mean, we are in an age where that can happen.
Exactly, Moanoa. Exactly. Thank you. Thank you very much. I love you, sir. I actually feel like we need that
So I
sound
call
shot.
bullshit on this. He knows they're not going to release the shit that's against Trump. And so my question is, how bad fucking is the stuff they haven't released? Because the stuff they have released is extremely
Seriously.
damaging.
Well, speaking of damaging, somebody might know exactly how bad all of this stuff is. Pumps, you may
what
remember
now?
last week, Melania did an impromptu press conference, right? Where she said the lies must stop, right? So she was married to this man, or in a relationship with this man, for 2 decades, named Paolo Zampali. This guy is cankles deep in the MAGA world. They have a 16-year-old son together. The evidence that I have found goes as follows. Amanda Ungaro came to the United States 30 years ago on the Lolita Express with 30 other models. And she ends up in a relationship with this guy. And let me show you how embedded this man is in MAGA. Here he is with Lil Smokey. Here he is with Peter Thiel. Here he is with Little Marco.
Don't worry about it, Little Marco.
With,
Gentlemen.
Pam Bondi, who now MAGA has discarded. Here's what's really should normally be president-ending scandals. And this just gets buried under all the crap that this man does. So, Pumps, this Sam Pauli, that guy who's doing all those Instagram posts with all of those wackos, he's in a custody battle with this really close friend of Melania's, Amanda Ungaro. And he doesn't want to lose his custody battle. So he calls his friends in the Trump regime and has her detained by ICE. And she says it was a hall with more than 120 people. The floor was wet. There were no windows, 4 days without seeing the sun. I came out infested with lice. So this woman who hung out with Donald Trump and Melania Trump for decades because she's getting a divorce. He just calls Trump and says, hey, I need for you to get her deported. They detain her, send her to one of these horrible concentration camps that was run by the wife of Big Titty Brian. I'm talking about Kristi Noem. And normally this would be presidential ending scandal, that the abuse of power in this. Imagine if Obama, one of his biggest donors, imagine if he had somebody deported like this because they're in a custody battle. And Melania is really terrified of this Amanda Ungaro. And our producers here have researched that she's about to do an interview, a major interview. But of course, the legal bar for her to do that, a lot of stuff has to be vetted. So we're keeping.
Now, here's the thing about that, and I'm not sure if they have. We heard about this, talked about it, I think on Friday. Going into the weekend, it was my understanding that there was going to be some sort of bombshell interview with this woman dropped, and yet it's crickets. And I don't know. I can't say one way or another for sure, but it seems weird that we all hear about this thing. It's going into the weekend, and all of a sudden, you know, like, I feel like we're getting like weird, like Iran war, like, oh, the weekend happens and everything goes dark, and then the next week, what? Ceasefire? No. And I don't know. I honestly don't know what happened, but we were, at least of my understanding of what we were saying on last Friday, was that there was supposed to be an interview that dropped on Sunday. It did not come out. I've been looking for it. Haven't been able to find it. If anybody here has seen it, send it in the Discord or something, because I'd love to find that. But now there seems to be some kind of delay, at least by a few days. Not sure what the holdup is, but I am certainly interested to see all of whatever it was that was in that interview. That I believe the interview already happened, right? I believe it was supposed to air on Sunday on, was it Telsur? It wasn't a U.S. media station. I can't remember who it was, but it didn't. I can't find it. So if anybody does have information on that,
eyes on this,
let me know.
But just to remind you, Angela, here was Melania running interference on this.
Oh, God. Good point. I have no tinfoil hat on right now. And now that you mention it, Twitch chatters paid for a tinfoil hat last stream. So there it is.
Just last week, which we want to keep at the top of the news cycle. Play the clip.
Good afternoon.
Dude. Amanda, I already have multiple tinfoil. You're just building back up. There's just a large backlog of tinfoil hats right now. You've just added to it. There's at least I didn't count, but I was operating under the assumption that I had at least 2 or 3 on deck tinfoil hats from last stream. When everybody lost their freaking minds and started buying tinfoil hats and sunglasses all over the place. So I think we're good for a while. You can never be too careful. Good point, Omega. Good point.
Be best. Linking me with the disgraceful Jeffrey Epstein need to end
The
today.
disgraceful Jeffrey Epstein.
The individuals lying about me are devoid of ethical standards.
Which is rich.
Okay, that's enough. It's incredibly rich that Melania fucking Trump walks to a podium and has the audacity to say that people are devoid of ethical standards. Is that what she said?
Yes.
I mean,
just
my-
like, give me a fucking break, lady. You know, here's the thing, too. My guess is Trump got paid for deporting his friend's ex-wife. There's also rumors that this Zamboli or whatever his name is, introduced Trump and Melania. Here's what I think. I think that this whole press conference about how they met and how devoid of ethical standards these people are comes on the direct heel of this woman getting out of ICE custody. I think.
There you have it. I have news to get us started off tonight. Talking Epstein. That Melania speech was wild. I'm still kind of like, I don't know what the word to use is, but there's something like, I feel like now that that's happened, like there's this void that's not being filled that I need, like, it's this Melania, I need answers. Like, I need answers now. Like, that speech, for me, brought up more questions than answers. And now it's just created a vacuum. Just forcing me to think about the Epstein files more. Mayflower kid. Stuck on the vertical view. That's no good. Morbius with a gifted membership on YouTube. To Yasmin Karasa. Thank you, Morbius. Incredibly generous of you. You can't find it either. That's what I'm saying. Nobody can find it. What is up? What is up with that? All right, before we move on, I need this sound shot real quick. Hold on. Yeah, open this back up. There we go. Hey, I said click. Be an idiot.
I love working for President Trump. It's the greatest honor of a lifetime. And if President Trump chooses to keep me as acting, that's an honor. If he chooses to nominate me, that's an honor. If he chooses to nominate somebody else and I go back to being the DAG, that's an honor. If he chooses to nominate somebody else and asks me to go do something else, I will say, thank you very much. I love you, sir. So I don't have any goals or aspirations beyond that.
Everything is an honor to Todd Blanche. Thank you very much, sir. I love you. Oh my god. There's some real daddy issues going on over there in the over in the Trump White House.
Dad! Daddy can do no wrong.
Daddy, you can do no wrong. You could fire me, and that would be a great honor, and I would say, thank you, sir. I love you. I just need that sound shot. Moanelp reminded me of just how much I need that sound shot. So I have it now, and that's a good thing, I think. What a thing to say. What a thing to say. Thank you, sir. I love you. Actually, I think it was thank you, I love you, sir. I think I may be misquoting Todd. I believe it was thank you, I love you, sir. Which I guess it sounds more respectful that way. So much veneration coming from Todd. It's almost like Todd thinks that Trump is Jesus. No, we're not going there yet. Oh, but it's coming up. Still talking Epstein. Now let's go to Kyle Kalinske to see what the hell's been going on over at the Candace Owens show. I'm sure it's been totally normal. I'm sure everything's been very, very normal.
Where my unstable girlies at?
So, in my opinion, when Trump went after Tucker and Megyn Kelly and Alex Jones and Candace, most of them were relatively diplomatic in their response. Alex Jones, I feel like he was pretty beta in his reaction. Tucker Carlson at first only reacted by his fucking newsletter, right? That was kind of humiliating. I haven't seen anything Megyn Kelly said yet, but Candace was the one who's like, "Oh nah, bitch, it's on now. I'm about to throw down, son. Fuck you, Trump. Fuck you."
I mean,
so here we go. She did a whole ass monologue against Trump. And she hit us with some banger-ass lines. Here we go. Let's jump in.
He couldn't even finish college. Are you aware that your base is comprised of blue-collar workers who never went to college? Many who never so much wanted to go to college, never dreamed it. The farmers, the ranchers, the plumbers, the electricians, the people who work with their hands. You now stick your nose up to all of those people? Do you know who else didn't go to college? Charlie Kirk didn't go to college. Also, those men, many, I would say, a lot of the men and women that you and Pete Hegseth want to send to their deaths in the Middle East, many of them, probably most of them, didn't go to college. And
this is outrageous.
God.
It's unfair.
Let me be perfectly clear here when I say that each and every one of them is infinitely more smart and more capable than you and the people that you surround yourself with in this moment.
Total her. She's not mincing words. She's not trying to split the difference. She's not trying to do the bullshit, Alex Jones.
Oh, no. Oh, no. Candace has truly turned on the Trump. Your administration is filled with a bunch of idiots.
We have a demented, unintelligent person running the United States of America.
You're kind of like a snotty-faced bitch.
Well, you know, I love the old Trump. The old Trump was actually great. It's this new Trump that's the problem, and there's all these problems. But no, she's going out there. Fuck this. She's just getting started. Here we go.
And for clarity, Mr. President, that's not my fault. That's not Megyn Kelly's fault. That's not Tucker Carlson's fault. You made that trade.
Good point, Mono. Good point. Jesus didn't go to college.
I say that.
You chose money above respect. And what
I believe that's in the Bible.
That you chose to do that toward the end of your life. Okay? Because you can't take money and things and stuff with you when you go. Just your soul. And you sold yours for what? Another gilded ballroom? Let me be perfectly clear when I say...
Oh, God. Oh, God. Candace is cooking over here. You know, we're living in the upside down. I'm just like, yo, damn, Candace is just straight up cooking right now. Jesus Christ. Why is she stealing my shtick? Good God. Spagston sending a high five or 100 joules. High five indeed. Thank you, Don.
For what? Another gilded ballroom? Let me be perfectly clear when I say this. Charlie Kirk, he died free. You will most certainly die a slave.
Damn, son. Damn. But by the way, let's just point out, there's nothing more triggering than like,
Omega 5
in your later life, you chose the money.
Candace says, you broke my heart.
Oh, God, it's true. It's true, Omega. Candace's heart is broken. Oh, it's so sad. Oh,
there's nothing
God.
more triggering than like, in your later life, you chose the money as opposed to having us. Candace, See, this is why, like, why would anybody continue?
I love how Kyle wants to get, like, honestly, Kyle goes one step too far for me, where I'm like, I'm not gonna... Don't try to explain to Candace that she's been living in an alternate reality. Have you seen her show, Kyle? Have you seen her show? You can't tell me that, that you can speak to her sensibilities. That's not a good idea. That's not a good use of your time. You know, I know Kyle's got probably a little more time than I do, but I mean, goddamn. I mean, really. You know, use your time for something better, Kyle. There's no way you're gonna convince she'll come to her own conclusions when she comes to them, okay? She's living in her own reality, which she's crafting for herself, irregardless of what's going on with the rest of us. And that's, well, I mean, it's problematic, probably because a lot of people hear it, but, you know, it's a free country.
Was a fraud. His university was a fraud. He stiffed workers for his casinos and hotels. He did tax fraud and insurance fraud and business fraud and was found liable for those things. All this stuff has been out there for so fucking long, and just now, it's like, oh, yeah, it turns out he chose money over integrity. Oh, you don't say. You don't fucking say. But I'm still not done because I saved the best for last here. This is when she goes... this is when she goes hard in the paint. This is the full court press. Here we go.
Let me tell you something, and this is just reality, okay? Going back to just the rules of the jungle, okay? Let all the politicians and advisors around you evaporate for just a moment. Just you and me, ready? People will not fight beside, behind, or for someone who is fundamentally disloyal, okay? If disloyalty and deceit is in your nature, then I highly suggest that you combine it with silence. You can be what you are, but I would advise you do it quietly, Trump. Because MAGA is no longer commanded by you, and you know it. You know it. You belong to the Epstein class. That is your legacy now. People will see your name on buildings, whatever was agreed upon in those boardrooms with Jared Kushner, Trump, Gaza, hotel, whatever you tweeted, so crass. They will see that. You will earn that. And then when they see it, they will think about how many children had to die or be raped by men on islands so that you could stick the Trump name upon a building.
Talking about raping kids and saying,
yo, dude, she just... Candace is out of control. Oh my God. She just told Donald Trump to shut up. I mean, she didn't directly say the words "shut up," but she might as well. She just shut your mouth, okay? If you're gonna be this guy, how about you just stop saying words?
What the fuck is going on? Wow.
Wow. Wow. Oh man. Epstein glass Trump. Shut your mouth, says Candace. Whew. Candace coming in hot over here. Shocking. She really has split from Trump at this point, it would seem. She's still not on our team. She's still got some terrible ideas. But she is causing what I would estimate to be a massive shakeup on her own. Let's not forget, she's got like 6 million subs on YouTube. She's huge. That's just YouTube. I mean, she's got millions on Twitter, I assume Rumble, and wherever else she's streaming at. And people who are in Trump's base are hearing those words from Candace, a woman who they trust.
I mean, this woman is dangerous, ladies and gentlemen.
Well, we're not done talking about the Epstein class. Well, actually, I guess these next two guys aren't really the Epstein class so much as just a couple of creeps. And I am talking about the big shakeup in the House this week as a result of the resignations of Representative Eric Swalwell and Tony Gonzalez. from California and Texas over two separate non-Epstein files related sex scandals.
Talking about Jeffrey Epstein?
Apparently not. CNN yesterday.
Republican Congressman Tony Gonzalez of Texas has just confirmed he plans to retire from Congress. I want to go straight back to CNN's Manu Raju on Capitol Hill. Manu?
Yeah, this has been a scandal that has engulfed this congressman for several weeks in the aftermath of revelations that he had an extramarital affair with his aide. That aide later died by suicide. Initially, Tony Gonzalez had denied having any sort of extramarital affair, but as the allegations were mounting, he admitted to that. Then he decided not to run for re-election, and he indicated repeatedly that he would not resign his seat from the House. But moments after the decision by Eric Swalwell, caught up in a separate sexual misconduct scandal, Gonzalez himself making the decision to resign following Eric Swalwell's decision to resign. Gonzalez himself saying he will step down from Congress, saying on X, saying there's a season for everything and God has a plan for us all. When Congress returns tomorrow, I will file my retirement from office. It has been my privilege to serve the great people of Texas. Now,
Yeah, I wouldn't call what he's been doing serving the great state of Texas. If you ask me, I'd say this is a complete dereliction of his duty. And a misuse of public power in order to pressure a former female staffer to engage in sexually explicit text messages with him while he was married. It's disgusting. He pressured her and pressured her and pressured her, and eventually, I don't know what her, I don't know necessarily the exact surroundings of her taking her own life. But from everything I'm hearing, it sounds like it was connected to all of this. And what this is, for all of us, is an opportunity. An opportunity to replace these two terrible people from... And it's perfect timing right now. We're already talking about the midterms. Primaries are underway. Now we got a couple of new special elections on our hands. The reason for it, of course, terrible, but we must at least recognize what we have here now. We have two open seats in Congress. There will be special elections that are held essentially immediately, since they've both now resigned. One in California, I can't remember which district in California. I know the area of the district of Gonzales, which is like the western corner of Texas. One of these gerrymandered, weird-looking fucking districts. And it happens to be a heavily Latino population, a population which Donald Trump has lost handily in his first year, at least as the polls are saying. So for Tony here, this is a huge opportunity to flip a Republican seat. As for Eric Swalwell, I never liked Eric. And he actually co-sponsored the anti-BDS legislation that makes it illegal to be a government contractor and to be boycotting Israel, or to have to be receiving any government funds in any way for your business, or tax exempt status, or a number of other things that I think are covered under that legislation that make it illegal for you to engage in boycotting of Israel. So sayonara Gonzalez, sayonara Swalwell, you done. Get out of here. All right. Now let's move to one big story that has been taking over the entire internet. And that is really sort of a combined story, in my opinion. It's the feud between Donald Trump and the Pope, and the latest Truth Social post that Trump tweeted on Truth Central depicted from all of any reasonable human as Jesus.
The beginning of the rise of the Antichrist.
This is from 2 nights ago. Donald Trump, Joint Base Andrews.
We don't like a pope that's going to say that it's okay to have a nuclear weapon. We don't want a pope that says crime is okay in our cities. I don't like it. I'm not a big fan of Pope Leo. He's a very liberal person.
A big fan.
And he's a man that doesn't believe in stopping crime. He's a man that doesn't think that we should be toying with a country that wants a nuclear weapon so they can blow up the world. Now, I'm not a fan of.
Not a fan of Pope Leo, says Donald Trump. Now, fascinating. He doesn't seem to understand what the Pope is or does or like any of it. I feel like it should almost be unnecessary for me to have to explain this to everybody, but the Pope is not really in government so much. I mean, technically, does the Pope preside over a tiny area in Rome? Yeah, and that's about as far as his actual jurisdiction goes. I'm fairly certain crime at the Vatican's fairly low. And he has no foreign policy because he's not the leader of a country. He's the Pope. He's not elected by any. It doesn't matter what you want, what Pope you want. No, literally nobody, no human being on the planet aside from the cardinals at the fucking Vatican get to decide who the Pope is. It doesn't matter what you think. There's been a lot of times where I've been like, yeah, not a huge fan of the Pope. Doesn't matter. Nobody cares. Doesn't matter. Nobody cares. I feel it weird that I would have to explain that sort of thing to, Donald Trump, he's been on the planet for a long, he's like, 85 years old or something like that. You'd think he would know how all of that works. But no.
Now to that extraordinary new front that the President of the United States is now taking.
Damn, look at Kate Buldan looking like... Look at, what's her name? I can't think of her name. The Smurfette. Kate Buldan dressed, doing some Smurfette cosplay over here. Although she's missing the little bonnet.
Now to that extraordinary new front that the President of the United States is now taking his fight to, taking on the Pope. And Pope Leo is responding, a statement that no Pope has ever made before, or quite frankly, ever has had to make before. The Pope saying this morning that he has, quote, no fear of the Trump administration after President Trump went after him, as if Pope Leo were just any other politician, saying the pontiff was, quote, weak on crime and terrible for foreign policy.
Very weak on crime.
Here is Pope Leo's message.
That's exactly what
the message of the church, my message, the message of the gospel, blessed are the peacemakers. I do not look at my role as being politician. I don't want to get into a debate with him. I don't think that the message of the gospel is meant to be abused in the way that some people are doing. And I will continue to speak out loudly against war.
CNN's Elena Treen is at the White House for us to start us off. This is quite a way to start a Monday, Elena.
Absolutely. I mean, a remarkable statement and comments you're hearing from Pope Leo XIV this morning. And they come, Kate, in response to the president issuing sharp criticisms against the first American Pope. He had called the Bishop of Rome, quote, weak on crime and terrible for foreign policy, while also claiming that Pope Leo would not have been selected if it was not for the president himself. Now, we later saw Trump double down on comments in person.
He's such a deranged fucking idiot. He wouldn't even be Pope if it wasn't for me. What does he fucking even, what does he even mean by that?
Looney Tunes 9000 just cheered.
What does he even mean by
bits.
that?
Orange circle emoji. The woke is my enemy. He
Orange
is
circle
weak.
emoji.
Also, your favorite president am signing an executive order that has Tinkerbell arrested for life for trying to make Mr. Spaceman expose real identity. It's a secret. Thank you for your attention to this matter. President King Donald Trump.
Wow, wow, wow. Thank you for the bits, Looney Tunes.
Speaking with reporters last night before posting an AI-generated image of himself that essentially portrayed him looking as if he were Christ the healer. But I do want you to take a listen to what we heard the president say last night.
He's a very liberal person, and he's a man that doesn't believe in stopping crime. He's a man that doesn't think that we should be toying with a country that wants a nuclear weapon so they can blow up the world. Now, I'm not a fan of Pope Leo.
I'm not a fan of Pope Leo. Look, just to give you a little context here, we had heard the Pope weigh in. I think initially he was, trying to refrain from criticizing the president or the Trump administration directly, but we have seen him become far more vocal when criticizing the U.S. war with Iran. Last week, he condemned the president's rhetoric specifically after we saw President Trump issue that threat that a whole civilization would die tonight. Now, I want to give you a little context as well. It's very interesting, and what I'm going to be watching for is what the 53 million Americans who are Catholic, who identify as Catholic, I would also say, put that in another number that's known as 20% of the voting public, remains to be seen what their reaction to this will be. Same with, I would note, among those, 53 million Americans, that includes the First Lady Melania Trump, the Vice President J.D. Vance, the Secretary of State Marco Rubio, all of them as well identifying as Catholic. So just a remarkable, I think, war of words that we're seeing between the president and now having Pope Leo the 14th respond this morning.
Yeah, I bet Donald Trump wasn't expecting the Pope to come to hit back at him, not gonna lie. I get the sense that he thought that the Pope would do what many other leaders do, which is just sort of genuflect. But that is not what happened. That is not what happened at all. Pope... And right back at Trump being like, I'm not a politician, okay? Don't talk to me about crime.
War stance and said he did not like him. The Pope this morning said he's not afraid of the Trump administration. And then reportedly, when asked about a Truth Social post, he pushed back saying, quote, "It's ironic. The name of the site itself. Say no more." Let's get to CNN Vatican correspondent Christopher Lamb, who is traveling with the Pope. You were in Algeria. You were on that plane where those extraordinary comments were made. What did you hear?
Well, John, there was extraordinary and very strong comments from Pope Leo. Of course, I was among a group of journalists who traveled with the Pope to Algeria. He came to the back of the plane as his custom, and he was asked about Trump's Truth Social post, that extraordinary broadside against Pope Leo, and he had really a consistent message that was, I'm not a politician, I don't want to get into a back and forth, but I'm going to continue to speak out, and he said, blessed are the peacemakers. Here is some more of what Leo had to say on board the plane.
I have no fear of neither the Trump administration nor speaking out loudly about the message of the gospel. And that's what I believe. I am called to do what the church is called to do. We're not politicians. We're not looking to make foreign policies with the same perspective that we might understand it. But I do believe in the message of the gospel. Blessed are the peacemakers. It's a message that the Lord needs to hear.
Thank you very much for clarifying.
Well, John, Pope Leo has, in recent days, been...
There you have it. Pope Leo Words directly from the Pope. Not afraid of the president. Not going to back down on his message of the gospel and of peace. Honestly, though, like, Donald Trump has had a fucking crazy couple of weeks when it comes to religious celebrations. On Easter, right, last Sunday, he threatened war crimes and then praised Allah on Easter morning. And then this Sunday, which is Orthodox Easter, he starts a fight with the Catholic. I mean, I guess maybe the Orthodox people will be more, but generally speaking, he just seems to be keeping, like, let's not forget the egg roll. He literally called Joe Biden the R word in front of the fucking Easter bunny and a bunch of children. He is starting a feud with the Pope and is posting on Orthodox Easter AI memes of him as Jesus.
This is ridiculous!
Speaking of those AI images, let's go here to France 24 from yesterday.
Truth or Fake gives us Vendetta held by the big board. We're picking up again with Pope Leo, who's had basically that visit to Algeria, which is a papal first, and more African countries on the agenda. But he's also in the news after Donald Trump launched an extraordinary attack on the Pope. His words said on Sunday, the words of the US president. But he also went as far as to share an AI-generated image. This is Trump depicting himself, Donald Trump, as Jesus Christ. Vedika, talk us through it.
That's right, Mark. Well, there's nothing to debunk today on Truth or Fake because this is, in fact, true. The US president went on a late-night rant on his platform, Truth Social, late on Sunday as he returned from Florida to Washington. And in a lengthy post around 3 a.m., he blasted Pope Leo before sharing an AI-generated image depicting himself as Jesus Christ. Now, this image has since been deleted from the platform in the last few hours. But let's go through first what Donald Trump said about the Pope. Now, he started by saying Pope Leo is weak on crime and terrible for foreign policy. He says he likes his brother Louis much better because he is all MAGA. He said, I don't want a pope who thinks it's okay for Iran to have a nuclear weapon. He also said, I don't want a pope who criticizes me as the president of the United States. Now, he also went on to say that the pontiff should be thankful because it was a surprise, allegedly, to Donald Trump that he was elected, that he was voted in to be the pope, and that he was only put there by the church because he was an American. If I wasn't in the White House, Leo wouldn't be in the Vatican. Now, he ended this post by saying Pope Leo should get his act together because it's hurting.
Get his act together. Oh my God, what a psychopath. What a fucking psychopath. I like his brother Louis much better. Well, unfortunately for the president, the popes are elected for life. So he's going to have to wait for Pope Leo to die. I guess he could send JD in there.
Time with my wife.
What a fucking moron. Oh my God. I don't want a pope who criticizes the president of the United States because I'm doing exactly what I was elected in a landslide to do. Setting record low numbers in crime and creating the greatest stock market in history. Pope Leo should love that. Pope Leo should love a high stock market. He really doesn't understand Christianity, does it? What? Why would Pope Leo be celebrating a high stock market? Jesus literally said it would be easier for a rich man to get through the eye of a needle than to get into the kingdom of heaven. Why would Pope be like, yay, yay, high stock market? I can't wait for Pope Leo to come out and be like, actually, I had a lot of bad stuff to say about President Trump, but have you seen the Dow?
The Dow right now.
Oh my God, what a fucking moron. Why isn't Pope Leo more excited about the Dow? Shows you just how much of a nasty Democrat he really is. Communist.
A communist.
Pope Leo.
A communist.
Pope Leo looks a lot healthier than Don. Honestly, you're not wrong. If I had to guess who's going to outlive who, I would have to put my money on Pope Leo. If this was some sort of perverse polymarket bet, I'd have to go with the Pope, I'm afraid. Let's go over to Zeteo, check in with Medi and Prem, see how they're handling this latest tweet.
Can you imagine if Barack Obama or Joe Biden had published something like this? Barack Obama and Joe Biden, who were actual Christians, who went to church. Biden went to church every Sunday. This guy dodged church on Easter to go play golf and then make a post saying, "Open the fucking strait, praise be to Allah."
Oh my God. I even listened to this clip earlier. I almost forgot about this. I cannot believe. Remember last Monday when I was asking, like, why are we doing the egg roll on Monday? This is very weird. This doesn't happen usually. Usually it's on Sunday. The president's there. And we're all on Easter. You know? I was like, why? Why did we delay it to Monday? Some sort of Operation Epstein Fury situation? Like, what's going on here? No. President Trump skipped Easter, postponed the Easter egg roll to be able to go play golf. And I mean, surely he didn't go to church. One would assume you're out there on the golf course for 4 or 5 hours. He's sort of a slow-moving guy too, and you got to move the whole security apparatus around him. That's a half a day, if not longer, event. And for him, that's a whole day. He's like an 85-year-old man. Got to pick one. Golf or church. Apparently he picked golf.
I mean, look, I'll just say very quickly, I'm a spiritual and religious person myself, and I think of, even for those who are not, who are atheist, agnostic, many of them at least carry themselves in such a way that, a lot of their standards is that no matter what higher power is out there, I believe that if I get to the pearly white gates and they see someone that led a life of good faith, of someone who is earnest and sincere, that would be enough. This guy, who purports to be some...
Good point, Ducky. If he had gone to church on Easter Sunday, MAGA would have been on every airwave everywhere. Look at the president, the great Christian.
Kind of Christian. The guy's a tax cheat. He started his presidential campaign with a tape that showed him saying he wants to grab women by their genitalia. He's insulted every community. He looks at working people, your neighbors, with the most disdain and disgust possible. He thinks we're all hogs. The thing is that we are run by a class of pedophilic, rapist, racist, parasitic, bloodthirsty people. And atop that class is this guy whose legacy will be killing children and covering up files related to the most infamous pedophile on the planet.
Are you still talking about Jeffrey
Epstein?
I've never seen you this worked up. I didn't know Donald Trump made you this. I didn't know this image would make you so worked up.
He's just not going to make it through the pearly white gates. That's all I'm saying. He's not going to make it through.
He doesn't need to go through the pearly white gates. In his head, he controls the pearly white gates. He is God. That's the sacrilege and blasphemy at the heart of all of this.
Jesus,
and, look, Trump is Trump. We can't do anything about Trump. But I have to say, living in a country with millions of people who voted for him 3 times, including Christian evangelicals, white. I always add white Christian evangelicals. Black and Latino evangelicals did not vote for him in massive numbers. But white Christian evangelicals who voted for him, they voted for this guy, as you say, the most unchristian of people. Thrice married, adulterer, former casino owner. This is their king.
Yep, he's the most sinful man you could come up with, practically. And the supposed lovers of Christ think Trump is the king. It's very strange. Worshipping him like a god of some kind. Karthik Sweet Killer 696. Gonna need you to not spam all caps in the chat. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Sowena Ing. I don't know how I pronounce that. Good to see you over there on the vertical. All right, let's keep talking about this ridiculous post. Let's see how the talking heads over the Abby Phillips round table had to say.
An uncharacteristic move by President Trump after significant blowback from both the left and the right. He's now deleted this AI-generated post depicting himself as Jesus. But according to him, that isn't the likeness of Jesus, and he's surprised that anyone would think otherwise.
I just heard about it, and I said, how did they come up with that? It's supposed to be me as a doctor making people better.
But tonight, Vice President J.D. Vance had a different explanation. He said Trump is just trying to be funny.
Right. I think the president was posting a joke, and of course he took it down because he recognized that a lot of people weren't understanding his humor in that case.
Father Edward Beck is here with us at the table. Father Beck, is this a funny joke? It seems like most people didn't take it that way.
Well, I think rightly so. What doctor have you ever seen with light rays coming out of his hands to heal someone and rays from heaven coming down blessing him in red and white garments? I mean, the president, I think, is
it's
being
weird.
disingenuous.
I don't know who this fucking weirdo is that's staring at the camera. Who seemingly, I mean, the way he's looking at the camera, it feels like he's mocking this priest or whatever you call him. It's weird. It's weird. It's like they actually don't care about Christianity or any of these supposed mores that they constantly bombard us with. They want to put the 10 Commandments in our schools, but they don't want to listen to the Pope or priests or
That's really
this guy.
weird.
Frankly, by saying he thinks it was a doctor's image he was posting. There's no Red Cross image in the photograph. There's an image of a nurse in a blue uniform, but nothing about the Red Cross. So I just think all of his comments did not follow what everybody else saw. And for J.D. Vance to say it was simply him being humorous, I think, well, which was it? If he was trying to be humorous, most people didn't get it. So basically, we're blaming people for not getting his humor and the liberal media for not getting it. I just think you always put the blame somewhere else, but why not just say, look, I made a mistake. I posted the wrong thing. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have done it. I just think that would be more reasonable.
Because he deleted it, but then lied about it?
That's not who he is. I mean, I think we have to get to the point where we're like, when are the lies enough lies? When do the people of America who support this man say, this is enough lies? Like, quite clearly, everyone who's ever dressed up for Halloween knows if you're a doctor, you put on a white coat and a stethoscope. Like, that's the doctor costume, not the Jesus costume, which is what Donald Trump put himself out being.
Yeah, and in case anybody is struggling with that concept, let's do this real quick. No, he just looks like a doctor. Doesn't look anything like Jesus Christ. Really? Really, you think? Let's put that to the test. Let's put that to the test. Is it a doctor outfit or is it Jesus Christ? Well, let's start off with the image Donald Trump put up of himself. Here it is. Pretty clear what I think most people see him as being Jesus here. Anybody with any understanding of this? I mean, this is fairly clear. All right. All right. Now, maybe Jesus didn't look anything like that. Hold on. Oh, God. Oh, no. That's a straight up Jesus costume. Oh, boy. That looks like a straight up Jesus costume, if you ask me. This literally is like, I mean, wow. If you just switch out Trump's head with Jesus's head, just a fat Jesus. Okay. Yeah. So Trump was just lying or a fucking idiot. I mean, we could start talking about Trump's, clear and precipitous slide into what is obviously dementia. Maybe that's what's going on. Maybe he's just a confused elderly man.
I'm
talk about
staying
that.
in the race.
Putting himself in the place of God, not with God, in the place of God. I think the bigger issue here is that Trump's behavior from the whole week is that he's not mentally fit to be in this position right now. He threatened 90 million people with instantaneous death. He's terrorizing the world. He's ruining the economy. He's basically said we're going to get rid of a 6,000-year-old civilization. And then he went to an ultimate fighting championship game to wave at people,
I'm
right?
a perfectly stable individual.
That this is okay, that America is the good guy in this situation. It's no longer even pretending that we represent freedom and justice or democracy in the world when we have this one man with unquestioned, unchecked power acting however he wants, and then we try and make excuses for it after the fact. It's too much, and we have to stop.
So, Lee is not the only person describing Trump's behavior recently as erratic. And the Times put it all together in a piece that says Trump's erratic behavior and extreme comments revive mental health debate as the former president threatens to wipe out Iran, attacks the Pope. Even some former allies and advisors are questioning whether he's grown increasingly unbalanced, describing him as lunatic and clearly insane. And look, let's pretend that it's not Trump. If someone that you loved who is in a position of power, like a CEO or something, posted something like that, people would be calling and asking, are you okay?
Well, I think what the reason Trump said that is because the person who originally posted it was, I think, February 6th. And he actually said he posted it because Trump is the doctor for the country.
Yeah, that's an interesting claim. Let's dive into that one too, because actually, and I don't know who this fucking weirdo is, Hal Lambert. Point Bridge Capital? What the fuck is Point Bridge? Oh, he's some sort of fucking hedge funder. Why do we need some fucking hedge funder Republican? Like, this guy is a literal Republican ghoul. This guy is basically Epstein class incarnate right here. It's a fucking hedge funder. Previously the director of Credit Suisse and manager at JP Morgan. Founder of a Point Bridge Capital. And a massive Republican donor to Donald Trump and his various schemes. It's fascinating. It's fascinating. He's like, oh, this is just Trump being a doctor. Hold on, where is this fucking tweet? Actually, we're gonna address this later. Somebody else already did the work for me, but here's what I will say about this, is that we are going to see in a later video that there is a fairly this guy, the person who originally posted it, who Donald Trump retweeted, has been posting images like this over and over again, alluding to Trump being Christ. Like over and over again. So that was the intention of the original poster. The original poster wasn't trying to call Donald Trump a doctor. He was trying to call him a healer, as in Jesus the healer. That's what he's not a doctor. He's not wearing a mask or a stethoscope. Let's get past this fucking ghoul real quick.
Confused. I mean, I definitely believe.
Hal, you believe that he was depicting himself as a doctor?
Well, that's what the original post was about. And so Trump retweeted it.
No, I believe, because I don't think Donald Trump knows who Jesus is. Well, so I honestly believe that he was confused. I mean, the fact that people can't call a spade, like, this was sacrilegious. I mean, there were people who gave Barack Obama hell for a tan suit and a selfie stick. And you have somebody out here who's mocking Jesus Christ, and the Republican Party, GOP, they think they're God's only party anyway. They simply can't say our president messed up. And then when Riley Gaines, who I don't agree with on much of nothing, Jason Whitlock, who I don't agree with on absolutely anything, when they had the audacity to come out and chastise the president of the United States, he chastised.
Before we get too far past that point,
you say
nobody should care what Riley Gaines has to say, okay? Riley Gaines is a fucking loser. She is only important to Republicans because she's a loser. And listen, she didn't lose in second place. She tied for fifth. tied for 5th in women's swimming. Okay? She tied for 5th in women's swimming against a trans woman. 4 other cis women beating both of them. She's irrelevant. She's more relevant now than she's ever been for being a loser. Why do Republicans, like, why do they cling to these fucking people? It makes no sense. Riley Gaines would not be important to Republicans if she hadn't lost. They just refuse to talk about how she lost. She had no chance of winning. She was never going to win. And all the other women who beat her are too busy living their fucking lives.
Jason Whitlock, who I don't agree with on absolutely anything, when they had the audacity to come out and chastise the president of the United States, he chastises them back.
But he pulled it down. When you say he won't admit it, he did pull it back down.
But who is in charge of the man who's in charge of the free world? If he can put out things and then be like, whoops, we can't have someone in charge who can do that. He needs to at least have a team around him that can stop him from putting up the wrong
He's the
thing.
president of the United States. He can put whatever he wants up. You're not in charge. You can't tell him what to do.
That's the attitude in the White House.
But that's he can't.
No, go ahead.
Oh, you can't tell him what to do.
I'm confused.
These people are fucking insane. This guy, this fucking weirdo with Hal or whatever his fucking name is, he genuinely sees Donald Trump as a king, not as a democratically elected president. Which is interesting because he was one of Donald Trump's own presidential campaign donors. But he views Trump as a king. He thinks he bought a king. These fucking Republican donor douchebags, these Epstein class fucking creeps, they think they bought a fucking king. No president is immune from criticism from the American people, okay? And in fact, we are the ones who are supposed to hold them accountable, and the people we put in power are supposed to be holding him accountable. And they're not doing it, are they? And this guy wants to be, he can technically tweet whatever he wants, but we all put him there, and at least the people who did put him there, and he is, in fact, accountable to the American people, no matter how much he thinks he isn't, no matter how much of these fucking Republican ghouls think he isn't. He is not a fucking king.
Follow the rich white man.
Oh shit, it wasn't me. Gifted sub and resubscribing with Prime. Over on Twitch, much appreciated. Wasn't me. I think it was you. Pretty sure. Pretty sure.
Though that he stayed up for 13 hours.
Well, I'm just saying, she keeps saying, who's going to stop him from doing this?
Well, I think
Congress is going to stop him.
No. I think. Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry. You've been trying to jump in. It's like double dutch around here. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm just confused as to what the New York Times is identifying as being odd behavior here. I mean, this is precisely how he's behaved for the last 8 years, 10 years. If you ask Republican voters back in the first term, the first thing they tell you they don't like about Donald Trump is the tweets back when it was Twitter. Right. The tweets. You can't count on 15 hands how many times his social media has gotten him in trouble, and yet he can persist in part because this is something
But don't you think on
No, it's not okay. It's just a feature of how he is, and I wish they had a more disciplined comm shops.
I think you're right. Like, look, there's a polling earlier this year. 61% say that Trump doesn't share their values. 64% say he does not have the right temperament to be president. So you're right. Americans see him for who he is. But I think the issue.
Of course he doesn't have the temperament to be president. It's insane. He's a deranged lunatic. And all the people who are like, oh, Joe Biden, oh, Sleepy Joe, he doesn't even know what he's doing right now. Donald Trump didn't even know he was posting a picture of himself as Jesus. What does that tell you about his mental state, huh? You think that guy's operating on all 8 cylinders? However many cylinders his engine started off with, probably two-stroke. Donald Trump's two-stroke brain. Okay, just a reminder to everybody, if you haven't already, Hit that follow button on Twitch, and don't forget to subscribe on YouTube. Hit that bell button. Bell icon and the like button, too. I am going to start the galactic content goal now, since we're a little over an hour into the stream. Engaged. All right, I gotta restart the goals on Twitch. Unfortunately, it looks like somehow these are all off. All right, new subs. 11, I guess, because technically we already got 2. Okay, goals started. We have made some progress already. I would point this out. I don't know exactly how much, but just a reminder, everybody, we still have a galactic deficit to finance, and you could be contributing to both goals simultaneously with your Cash App, your PayPal donations, and your Patreon memberships. All right, let's keep this puppy moving. Staying on this topic, moving to the majority report.
We have some breaking news. Wait, what the heck? Huh. What's that? I'm on my wrong, that's what it is. All right, let me try that again. Donald Trump has responded to criticism that he posted a picture of himself as Jesus healing a man with ostensibly demons from Hades riding in the sky above him, coming towards him.
How dare you call our great troops demons?
Let's just remind you of what the picture looks like. Here it is. This is Donald Trump. He posted on Truth Social. It is getting a lot of criticism.
He deleted
from
it
right-wingers
earlier because it was upsetting to so many Christians. Here he is.
I think everybody will be interested to know that this is not the original tweet. We'll be getting to that in a little bit. But you will be interested to know that this is not the original picture. People are claiming this is a retweet. There was an edit made to this picture before it was posted to Trump's Truth Social.
Okay, so, all right, so there's the image. And, there's a lot of American iconography there, and some type of like soldiers in heaven or coming from
down about. Thank God that this was a DEI-free AI photo, not a black person in sight, just as the founders intended.
I think that was in the prompt.
Okay, yes.
100%.
All right, so let's, do we have an audio or we have a report on?
No audio. He was asked about this. So he ended up deleting this post, and Trump now is like, Jesus, I don't even know who that is.
Jesus who?
Of yourself depicted as Jesus Christ.
Well, it wasn't depicted. It was me. I did post it, and I thought it was me as a doctor. It wasn't depicted. And it had to do with Red Cross as a Red Cross worker, which we support.
Okay, I would like to point out, I know this is probably just Trump struggling to speak properly, but it was a depiction. Regardless of whether it's of Jesus or of him as a doctor, it was in fact a depiction. It's just the definition of the word. Now, of course, as we all know, it's fucking Jesus, and he's either too much of an idiot to know it, or too much of a liar, or too embarrassed to tell us the truth.
And it had to do with Red Cross as a Red Cross worker, which we support. And
Red Cross.
Only the fake news could come up with that one. So I just heard about it, and I said, how did they come up with that? It's supposed to be me as a doctor making people better, and I do make people better. I make people a lot better. As an example, the 11,000, I understand your husband's going through treatment.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
He's going through some very serious cancer treatment, so this goes a long way.
I'm going to touch his forehead later.
I gave you $11,900, right? and I put it in your Venmo account by holding a beam of light. Put it to that picture, and I'll show you what I did. I take the beam of light, and I put it right on your forehead. Here we go. Cut to the picture so people can see. There, that is me putting $11,900.
It's called
right
light
into
therapy.
your brain.
Light therapy. Light therapy.
Yes. Now, if you roll over,
Right in there.
I will put this in your anus, and you will. The light therapy for your anus. All you need is 1 minute of light. Is like.
It disinfects everything. Right.
One beautiful minute.
I'm looking. I look. You can tell I'm a doctor here because look at what I'm doing. I'm taking someone's temperature. Like, what about this?
So he looks. So let's.
Like, honestly, though, like, the first thing I saw when I looked at this is I thought this guy was Jeffrey Epstein. Am I the only person that looked at that and thought it was Jeffrey Epstein? Because that guy be looking like Jeffrey Epstein. And if you look at the thumbnail on the video right now, somebody in the Discord posted a remake of this photo with Jeffrey Epstein instead of this man, this unnamed man getting the Trump healing. A couple of other edits in there. Ghislaine Maxwell instead of this woman. I think that the nurse is supposed to be Melania Trump. The soldier instead is Benjamin Netanyahu, and then instead of American flag, it's a Israeli flag.
Someone's temperature. Like, what about this?
So he looks. So let's. He goes.
You think it looks like
look
Jon
at this photo.
Stewart? Oh my God, it does kind of look like Jon Stewart. Oh God. No, John, you're too soon to die. Please, President
Find
Trump.
an alternative explanation
Save the
for what
Daily
this could
Show.
possibly
I
be.
thought I was
The nurse in the lower right corner.
So I see military guy, blue collar worker, praying lady. Oh, doctor. Oh, yes, it could be that. Could be that.
I thought I was a magician, and I was playing with light orbs, and I smashed one on this guy's forehead. Where did it go? It disappeared.
Jon Stewart thought it looked like Jon Stewart. I haven't seen the latest from John. Also, Icy Zine, thank you for the sweet super chat. Trump Jesus, another proletarian classic.
Help! I'm being repressed!
Put the picture back up. We gotta just come up with a
scrubs. The red thing is the Red Cross thing.
Yes, right. That's how they dress, right?
Right. I was wearing a classic Red Cross robe that all the Red Cross doctors wear.
Classic Red Cross
This
robe.
is where my doctor dresses.
My
all the
doctor's
normal
always
Red
in
Cross
a
robes.
big long robe.
Yes, of course. Yes, I'm a doctor. It's a med bed.
Totally normal.
It is like a med bed.
Yes.
I was looking for that drop, but I can't
Look,
find it.
there's a nurse.
The Red Cross
See
looks
the
like.
nurse in the corner
Totally
there?
normal.
And of course, then there's the wife praying. I'm giving
I don't know why they're praying at me. I'm a doctor.
$11,900. The praying. No, you don't get it, Brian. I heal
very
people,
stupid.
but I do it by giving them money.
Quick, is there anybody in here who has somebody who's dying that we could bring to the press conference?
No, that couldn't possibly be me as Jesus.
And wait a
He's
second.
doctor.
Go back to the picture. I just want to show you all of the viruses
Not Jesus.
that are up above
Definitely
my
not
head
Jesus.
in the form of military, floating military angels of death. Virus.
I'm soaked in blood. I'm
COVID.
soaked in
cancer
blood
soldiers.
after treating all these other patients. That's what the red is.
Who was that woman he brought out, though? It was like, I understand your husband's got cancer?
Remember,
That's somebody he paid for.
Oh.
I think he
Their
paid for
treatment?
their cancer treatment.
he's been doing this kind of regularly.
No, I don't. I don't think he did pay for her cancer treatment. I don't think Sam saw the original video. I think this is a woman Trump has literally never met before. As you will see here, the woman who was standing next to Trump in that photo that they were just looking at is a DoorDasher from DC who got the sweet privileges of going to the cabana at the Oval Office Look at this fucking monstrosity. Why does it look like, why did he decide to turn the fucking White House into one of his golf resorts? This looks so tacky. The Oval Office, you didn't know. If you didn't know, we got a sign. We have a sign now. A golden, beautiful golden sign. They flew her in? Wait, they flew her in? Why? What? Huh?
Nice to see you. Nice to meet you. I have your DoorDash order for you, Mr. President. That's very nice. Look at this. This doesn't look staged, does it?
They're all your favorites.
That's good. These are good.
This doesn't look staged. This doesn't look staged. I missed that. Somehow I missed that. How did I miss that in this watching? Okay. Wow, Bob breaking the news over here. Hold on. Let me find a story that's not paywalled. Okay, hold on. I haven't even read this yet, but we're just going to read this together. This is from the New Republic. When was this published? Yesterday. Today. This morning, 10:30. DoorDash PR guy melts down after lies exposed in White House stunt. The DoorDash driver's true identity and her made-up math have been revealed. The DoorDash driver who took part in a bizarre event at the White House about President Trump's no tax on tips program has testified before Congress in the past, and her numbers don't add up. Sharon Simmons was described as a DoorDash grandma, delivering McDonald's to the White House Monday, and she said that not having to pay taxes on the tip she receives as a driver allowed her to pay for her husband's cancer treatments. But in 3 different interviews on Monday, Simmons presented conflicting numbers on how much she saved from untaxed tips. I figured that I'm probably going to be saving about $3,000 to $4,000, Simmons told Fox News Digital in another interview with Fox America Reports. She said half of her income came from tips, and at the White House, she said she made about $11,000 in tips. That would make her income $22,000. A salary so low that the standard deduction is what helped her not Trump's no tax tips. Yeah. If she's making $20,000 a year, taxes on $3,000 in tips is what? I mean, first off, I don't even know if you'd have to pay taxes on that at that point. You might be below the threshold. But just to play devil's advocate here, or whatever, $11,000, there's no way that you save $3,000 on $11,000 in tips, even if you are, like, I would just point out, she's got to have a ton of deductions as a DoorDash driver, right? So she's already got a bunch of income that's not even going to make it to the, what do you call it, like the final cut, right? Because she's got deductions from all of her expenses. I'm assuming she's counting at least the standard deduction, if not more, right? And there's no way she's paying 30% on $22,000 in income. That is not that is not how the math works. But apparently, it's also completely staged. This makes it obvious the event was staged, as were the mathematically incorrect talking points. A DoorDash communications employee, Julian Fells, seemed to be crashing out as this came to light, claiming on X that while the event was planned between DoorDash and the White House, Simmons is a real DoorDash employee. Oh, yay. She's a real woman. I'm a real boy. She's a real girl, I swear. I swear. I would never lie. Why is my nose growing? Search that Giselle actual person. Wait, what? What am I searching? She doesn't qualify for taxes because of her low income. Right, yeah. She's got a yacht now? Wait, what? Wait, what? Shut up. She did not buy a yacht. Excuse me. I'm sorry. I'm gonna keep going. I'm gonna keep going through this situation. I'm gonna keep looking into the DoorDash grandma. But staying on the Trump Jesus post. Let's go to France 24 English. From 15 hours ago. Let's talk about how the Italian press is reacting to Trump's feud with the Pope.
Now, Pope Leo says he plans to continue speaking out against the war in the Middle East. His comments after Donald Trump's direct attack on the leader of the 1.4 billion member church. Leo also saying, though, that he doesn't want to get into a debate with the president, as he said the Christian message is being abused. That as the Pope himself continues his historic visit to Algeria today. Well, we're going to cross then to Rome to get the view from there, from our correspondent Seema Gupta. Seema, first of all, let's talk about this controversy. I mean, almost a row, I suppose, with Donald Trump. I mean, how is it being seen there?
Well, here in Italy, as you can imagine, across the board, political as well as church leaders really condemning it. And the story, of course, was the top story in all the bulletins and is also featuring in almost all the papers. We have La Repubblica, a left-leaning daily from Rome, talking about Trump and his insult to the Pope, saying the statements that were made are without any precedent. Just the error of the White House, it says, confusing faith with power. And then we have the Milan-based Corriere della Sera also talking about Trump's shocking attack on Pope Leo XIV and the condemnation from politicians, with Miss Melania saying that Trump's words and statements are unacceptable. Then you have the Turin-based Daily putting this juxtaposition of the two images, talking about the schism of Trump.
Damn, dude. The schism. That's a religious reference. To the Great Schism, of course. Yeah, but this is, I mean, goddamn. The Italian press is cooking over here. And they are cooking medium rare Trump.
You have the image of Pope Leo speaking in Algeria, and then the AI image that Donald Trump posted showing himself to be what many have said is a Jesus-like image. The Rome-based daily Messaggero also leading with the insult to Pope Leo. And then finally, you have the Italian Bishops' Conference paper, Avvenire, talking about the gospel with a high voice.
God damn. Italian press coming for Donald Trump after his latest spat with the Pope. Now, it's been fascinating to see how people are reacting to this. Let's go here to YouTube's golden child. The moistest of Charlies. Penguinzo.
Boy, howdy, hooey. What an interesting evening, huh, sports fans? An action-packed late night. Trump started attacking Pope Leo, which sounds like the title to an epic rap battles of history video, Trump versus the Pope, but he actually went in attacking Pope Leo, and then a little while later posted an AI-generated image of him as Jesus Christ healing the sick while being worshipped and having some kind of demon like Baphomet leading the troops above him with the golden lights. This thing looks like something out of fucking Silent Hill. This is a real post Trump made, by the way. Big breaking news. As I was making this video, he deleted the post and he just gave a
Immediately,
little
if not sooner.
speech out of nowhere here. I guess this was such a huge deal. It called for his immediate attention and he was asked about it, and this is his response.
Mr. President, did you post that picture of yourself depicted as Jesus Christ?
Well, it wasn't depicted. It was me. I did post it, and I thought it was me as a doctor, and had to do with Red Cross as a Red Cross worker there, which we support. And only the fake news could come up with that one. So I just heard about it, and I said, how did they come up with that? It's supposed to be me as a doctor making people better, and I do make people better. I make people a lot better.
Oof. So that immediately throws a lot of the cope into the shitter from people that were still doing all they could to defend him, saying it must have been one of his staffers again going rogue, getting a little rambunctious, or no, this is actually a 5D chess move from Trump because he got into this, spat with the Pope. So it wasn't him depicted as Jesus Christ. It was just a little tomfoolery depicting himself as the Pope, not Jesus. And he immediately says, no, you guys are wrong on both those. In fact, I did post it, and I thought I was a doctor.
By the way, I saw some people saying that I should find a video regarding the DoorDash grandma. I can't find any of it. So if all of you have things on DoorDash grandma that you think I should see, post them in stream suggestions. That'll be the best place for me to find it. Because I am fascinated by what's going on with DoorDash grandma. I thought I knew most of it. Like, I thought I understood the situation fairly well. Apparently, not even close. There's times where you are all more on the ball than I am.
That's what I thought. Which no one was saying, because I don't know how anyone could look at that and think that that's a doctor being depicted there. Holy delusion. Is there any human being on the planet that buys that? Yeah, doctors, famously not in scrubs or anything, always in white robes, white and red robes, with glowing
and a red shawl.
Golden hands healing people. They don't use medicine or anything. They use their hands to do that. Glowing gold hands. That's what doctors do. And also having demons
a doctor thing.
Flying above with golden radiant light there. What a fucking dog shit
also
explanation. He didn't even go for what I thought would be the easy layup.
Damn, dude. Charlie is coming for Trump big time over here. Jesus Christ. But seriously, I mean, when you look at this man, do you not see a doctor? I mean, come on. This is not a doctor. Clearly. Come on.
Weasel his way out of this in the eyes of the fucking brain-rotted fungus that still, like, loyally sucks his cock. I thought for sure he would just blame it on a staffer again, like, oh, it looks like he, did this on his own. I had no idea. This is disgusting stuff. This is gross. I would never condone that. He didn't even go for that. He just said, like, yeah, I did post that. Thought I was a doctor with the Red Cross. And of course he had to try the fake news angle, but that's not going to work because even his most loyal cock gobblers got very upset with this. And rightfully so, by the way. So that doesn't exactly fly all that well. Not exactly the greatest move here from old Trump. And this...
Many of them came numerous times. The bankers have all come. Everybody's coming.
Has finally been enough to snap some of the most brainwashed drones out of his spell and realize, oh, this guy is not actually a Christian. Blasphemy, idolatry, sacrilege. The administration has normalized all of this, and Trump doesn't even really hide it either. And he started off rip. He didn't even put his hand on the Bible while being sworn in for some odd reason. Trump also actively talks about how he doesn't think he's going to heaven. He doesn't see...
Wait. What? Does that... First off, I don't think that's ever happened ever in the history of America. Is he even the president right now? He didn't take the oath of office. Not on the Bible. My God. Where are all those Jan
He even put his
Sixers?
hand on the Bible while being sworn in for some.
Oh, that's right. Oh, that's right. That's right. All those guys, they're free. They should be in jail, but they're all free and gobbling Trump big time. Oh, gobbling him so hard.
Trump also actively talks about how he doesn't think he's going to heaven. He doesn't see any chance of him getting into heaven. This is what he says, and he even shills Hawks $60 Bibles that he has signed, and the Bibles range from $60 up to $1,000 because he puts.
No, I didn't see that. But I love this one from Chuck. He had the auto pen take the oath. My God, Chuck. Actually, you deserve one of these. Well played, sir. Well played. Auto pen took the oath.
In the race.
Signature on the Bible. He makes these Bibles for $3 in China and then sells them to the Americans here for $60 to $1,000. Like, I can't believe anyone needed to be shaken awake here that Trump uses the faith as a means of profiting for himself and a means of trying to get people to his side and rally behind his cause. And what's crazy is this comes only 8 days after I just made a video talking about his spiritual advisor, Paula White Cain. How she is also a fraud. She is a televangelist who solely uses Christianity as a means of enriching herself.
Because I'm telling you, there's an anointing of release right now. I want $100,000 to come in. I want $100,000. There are 10 people that could give $10,000. There's 100 people that could give $1,000. Get a check, make it payable to Paula White Ministry. There are people that are watching right now. If you say, I don't have it, give $100. Bring up a sacrificial seed. This isn't for me. This is about kids that will die without you being obedient. This is about kids who are going to be minstrels and instruments.
And I believe that when you honor God on Passover, starting on April 12th at sundown through Good Friday on the 18th and concluding on Easter Sunday, you can receive these 7 supernatural blessings for you and your house. According to Exodus 23, God will assign an angel to you. He'll be an enemy to your enemies. He'll give you prosperity. He'll take sickness away from you. He will give you long life. He'll bring increase in inheritance, and he'll give a special year of blessing. You're not doing this to get something, but you're doing it in honor to God. Realize
She literally just got done telling people that you're gonna get something, and then she's like, "You're not doing this to get something, though. You're gonna get stuff, but don't do it because you're getting stuff, okay? You're gonna get a fuck ton of money from some sort of inheritance somewhere. Who knew? But don't do it because you're going to get it."
doing this to get
that
something,
makes sense, Paula.
but you're doing it in honor to God, realizing what you can receive.
For your special Passover offering of $1,000 or more as the Holy Spirit leads, you will also receive the beautiful 10-inch Waterford Crystal Cross.
This directly spits on the scripture, notably Matthew 21:12, which I mentioned in that video as well, but in case you don't know, that is when Jesus goes into the temple, overturns the merchant tables, those money changers and those selling doves, declaring that his temple is to be a house of worship, but it has been turned into a den of robbers. The lesson being, obviously, that profiting off of the faith, using the word of God as a means of just making money off of it, is bad. It's sinful. And it is exactly what people like Paula White Cain and Trump do openly. And now this vile worm, Paula, has cozied up to Trump, nuzzled in his bosom, and is even trying to plant the seed in the empty MAGA mind, poison-rotted brain that Donald Trump is like Jesus. She had a whole speech comparing him to Jesus.
To say no to President Trump would be saying no to God. And I won't do that.
The truth of it is you're here because of God and because of you. Jesus taught us so many lessons through his death, burial, and resurrection. He showed us great leadership. Great transformation requires great sacrifice. And Mr. President, no one has paid the price like you have paid the price.
What sacrifices has Trump ever made in his entire life? Just name one. I would love to know. Like, he's never sacrificed a fucking thing. Dude's lived in a gilded mansion his entire fucking life. He's never had to sacrifice a goddamn thing. He's never had to live a difficult day in his life. There's never been a day where he thought he was, come on. There's been a time where he's like, oh God, I guess not going to be able to eat today.
It almost cost you your life. You were betrayed and arrested and falsely accused. It's a familiar pattern that our Lord and Savior showed us. But it didn't end there for him, and it didn't end there for you.
She's bouncing on it blasphemy style, and it goes on and on. She continues with this sacrilegious glaze, and she even, with her whole chest, says to say no to Trump would be to say no to God. The whole context of that was that when Trump asked her to, be his spiritual advisor, come aboard the team, part of the crew, part of the ship, she couldn't say no because God had chosen Trump, and saying no to Trump would be like saying no to God, which she will not do. And then has this whole speech, which is only like 9 days ago, about how similar Trump is to Jesus. And now, fast forward to last night, he just openly posts an AI photo of him replacing Jesus healing the sick. Now, something very interesting, the origin of this image ties back to this freak, Nick Adams, who posted this a few months ago.
Okay, and this is where we go. This is where things get started here. All right, I just want you to all look at this image and see if you can't pick out the differences from this, or the original image from the original poster. Some weirdo named Nick Adams who had to post in front of an American flag for some reason. There are some differences. Just keep your eye out for them.
America has been sick for a long time. President Trump is healing this nation. But in this image, Nick Adams has soldiers above Trump. Trump's AI image has a demon leading those soldiers above him. So there's like a distinct change there that Trump has made to it to add this demon throwing up fucking gang signs there. That's very interesting. Now, it is blasphemous when Nick Adams posted it. And Nick Adams actually seems to like this kind of thing, because he also did another one, from what I can see, where he had this: President Trump is healing this nation and its people on a biblical scale. The devil hates this. Hey, Bozo, I don't know if you're actually literate or not, but if you are, I highly recommend reading the Bible, because what you're doing, God hates. In fact, it's a direct wiping of your ass with the first commandment. This is actual textbook idolatry. He is worshiping Trump, not God. And there's so many in the MAGA movement, these fucking mosquitoes, that still are defending this. They clearly worship Trump, not the Lord and Savior, yet they try and pretend that they do through mental gymnastics.
Damn, boys, Charlie, coming for all the creeps and weirdos, licking Donald Trump's disgusting orange feet while he compares himself to Jesus. Yes, Manda, I too am here for the pivot, for the Charlie pivot. He's really, it's just a pivot from content. I don't know I don't think he was ever really like a Trump supporter, if that's the pivot that you mean, but I think it's best, since he's continuing to get older, maybe embrace something a little more serious than Pokemon cards and dildos. Just saying, not that that didn't get him to where he is, but there's nothing wrong with a little progress in life. Nothing wrong with, making a couple of changes.
When I go into the dry cleaner, that dry cleaning place becomes holy.
Yeah. All right, moving on from Penguinzo.
It's supposed to be me as a doctor, making people better.
Hassan Piker.
It's supposed to be me as a doctor, making people better, and I do make people better. I make people a lot better.
This is him replying to the insane post.
Everybody's
that
healthy
he put-
now. Honestly, I'm not sure which one's more ridiculous. The med beds or Trump as Jesus. They're both fictional. They're both basically science fiction. Like, which one's more ridiculous? That we're going to be healed by med beds or Trump as Jesus? Actually, Trump as Jesus, now that I think about it. The med beds are actually somehow more likely than that. Wow. Bar's been lowered
out
again.
there. Someone asked, did you post that picture of yourself depicting as Jesus Christ? I did post it. I thought it was me as a doctor and had to do with the Red Cross. Only fake news could come up with that one. It was so unbelievably bad. It was so sacrilegious and so ridiculous and so closely associated with his commentary on the Pope, which was really funny, that he had to delete it because his own fans were losing their minds. Okay. I mean, this photo, like, I don't personally care, right? I don't care. I don't give a about what the Antichrist posts because I care about what he says. I care about what he does. I care about what he does more than what he says and how he carries himself. And plus, I'm not exactly a religious person, right? But it is really funny that even MAGA was like, what are you doing, sir? I mean, this is like straightforward sacrilege. Like, you are the mother Antichrist, man. This is wild. This looks like he's healing Jeffrey Epstein. He's depicting himself as God healing Jeffrey goddamn Epstein. What are we doing here? Trump's followers on True Social are calling him the Antichrist after his post of an image depicting himself as Jesus. You are mocking Jesus. Mr. President, with all due respect, take this down. You are not Jesus. Even if this wasn't the intention, it's not a good look. Mr. President, I love you and I think you're a Christ-like figure, but please don't depict yourself as Christ. He's literally in the robes too, zero excuse. I mean, we know exactly what it is, man. We know exactly what the was happening here. I personally loved it. I personally thought it was awesome. You know, no one is as disrespectful to Christ and Christianity as the Christ lovers themselves. Okay. I feel like Christ lovers are unbelievably disrespectful to Christ and Christianity, so-called Christ lovers, more than anyone else. Like the average r/atheism guy could not cook up something so heinous. This is just maximum disrespect. I don't know what else to say. If you personally believe in the Bible or if you believe in Christianity, you should take tremendous offense to the way Trump is disrespecting your religion. But of course, so many of these people are unbelievably cooked. And
Hassan's making some very strong points over here. I've noticed he's really going in on the beard right now. Like, he's really growing it. Like, he's not fucking around. Like, Hassan's genuinely growing a beard. I don't know where he's gonna draw the line on the beard, but I mean, that thing is getting bushy. By Christmas time, he's gonna be playing Santa Claus. You know what I mean? Listen, get rid of the black Santa, dancing black Santa, and it's just gonna be Hassan as Santa Claus. And I would also point out the beard is in fact going gray on the sides, right? We can all see it. It's clear as day. I mean, if he continues to embrace this, we will be calling him Santa every Christmas time, right? Like that's coming. And people are going to demand that he wear the Santa outfit himself and do the dances himself. And actually, now that I think about it, I think that that's probably a good... That'll probably be great for everybody for the holidays, you know? Be a way to really bring the joy of the holidays to everybody. It didn't help Charlie Kirk, did it? It didn't... What? Believing in Jesus? Is that what you're referring to? Robert, I assume. All right, we got to keep this puppy moving because we've spent like 2 hours talking about this freaking... Honestly, though, like, this is... The reason why I'm spending as much time on this as I am today is because I genuinely think this is important. Because the fact is, a bunch of Christian nationalists put this man in office. He now genuinely thinks he's Jesus, which is blasphemy. And it's the sort of hypocrisy I think we need to lean into big time, right? And just point it out over and over again that you're fine with the guy who thinks he's Jesus. In fact, you're fine with that guy being the president of the motherfucking United States. All right, back to CNN. More on this Pope feud.
Pope Leo does not.
Nah, we don't need this one. We don't need the France 24.
For the third straight day, President Trump is criticizing the Pope. The president told an Italian newspaper that the pontiff, quote, doesn't understand and shouldn't be talking about war because he has no idea what's happening. Pope Leo has opposed the war with Iran, saying that Jesus rejects war. Meantime, the highest-ranking Catholic in the U.S. government is now weighing in. Vice President J.D. Vance, who's writing a book about finding his faith and Catholicism, said this on Fox News.
We certainly have a good relationship with the Vatican, but we're also going to disagree on substantive questions from time to time. I think that's a totally reasonable thing. I certainly think that in some cases, it would be best for the Vatican to stick to matters of morality, to stick to matters of
I like how he prefaces it with "in some cases," because he knows that the second that the church, like in his, like he wants the Catholic Church that's gonna come out and say gay people are bad, right? He's totally fine with that, right? He wants a Catholic Church to you know, like come out and say that women are second-class citizens who should listen to their husbands. He does not want them to get political on things that he does not like the opinions of the church on. That's why he prefaces it with "on this particular issue." You know, it's very, you know, it's like you can't have your cake and you know, eat it too. You know, JD, you're gonna have to pick. Are you a Catholic or are you not a Catholic? The Pope is telling you something, and as a supposed devout Catholic, you should be listening to him. You know, maybe you should go to church and think on it. You know, get a blessing or something. Maybe take communion or whatever it is. You know, just saying. Maybe do a little, what's it called? You do something bad. You gotta tell the priest about it in those little tinder boxes. I can't think of it. Confessional. Yeah, I think JD should go talk to a priest because he's struggling. He's got some sort of weird, like he thinks he's higher than the Pope. I'm afraid I don't think you're a Catholic. I don't think you're a Catholic, JD, if you're criticizing the Pope. That's not for you to do.
What's going on in the Catholic Church, and let the President of the United States stick to dictating American public policy.
Like, I would actually say that, like, you know, it's not for JD to comment on what the Pope is doing, right, as a Catholic. And in fact, the reverse of that, it happens to actually be true. Not his place to comment on the Pope, but it is the place of the Pope to comment on what's happening in the world and on human suffering.
Let's talk about this with CNN Vatican analyst Katie McGrady. She's also the host of the Katie McGrady Show on SiriusXM's The Catholic Channel. The channel is operated by the Archdiocese of New York. Katie, thank you so much for being with us. What does the Pope decide to speak about when it comes to world affairs? What does he decide? How does he go about deciding what to weigh in on?
It's a great question. He's often obviously well informed. The Holy Father is not some sort of, locked away in a castle, unaware of the world's challenges and problems. He's a very well-connected, well-informed man. But he's not going to make pronouncements on everything. His personal opinion is not going to be announced on every single issue. In the case of this particular kerfuffle, the Holy Father was specifically asked at a press gaggle about President Trump's tweet about ending a civilization if a deal wasn't reached. And he said, obviously that can't stand. He wasn't the only global leader who spoke about that. It was widely condemned. And that was perceived as a punch. The Holy Father speaks about issues that he's asked directly about that obviously directly affect church affairs, but also he is a moral voice in the world. Think back to Pope Francis during the time of COVID, and he prayed for healing. Or think about Pope Benedict and John Paul II during Iraq and Afghanistan. So they will absolutely speak on issues of global affairs, both when asked and when they know they need to be a moral voice of authority, talking about common good, talking about peace. He's not late tweeting. The president is late night tweeting. The Pope is answering questions and praying.
Yeah, it's almost like Donald Trump is like living in a different time. Like he thinks like the Pope and like still commands an army or something. Like it's the job of the current pope is just, you know, to wave at people and say that human suffering is bad. It's basically his whole job. And yet Trump and J.D. Vance are complaining about it to non-Christians, people who literally just don't go to church ever. The only time I've ever seen Donald Trump and J.D. Vance in church was that one... That right as he got elected, right? Like when they went, like, I think it was before or after the inauguration? I can't remember. But like they both went to church together, and then Donald Trump came out and said, that was a nasty, nasty, terrible sermon. Very horrible priest. Very nasty, terrible priest. Never going back to church ever again. If that's what church is about, not into it. Columbia Rican with a sweet, sweet super chat. Good to see you, Columbia Rican. VP Couchfucker already deleted a pope. Talk about a disagreement. Vance has covered himself with so much evil that it deletes holy figures. It's true. It's true.
That's in the Bible. Lock the gates.
Block the gates. Block the gates. Don't let these motherfuckers in. All right. Well, we're definitely making progress on the galactic content goal right now. Not bad. Still got plenty of time to complete it, I think. Yeah, over 2 hours. You know, I think we'll finish up the Pope talk, and then we'll take a quick break after that. To Democracy Now! From 11 hours ago.
I'm Amy Goodman with Juan Gonzalez. We turn now to escalating tensions between the president and the...
Oh yeah, I almost forgot to say it because I was thinking about how much time we had going right now. I'd just like to point out, I'm pretty sure JD, he already killed one, right? He already took out one pope. Oh, God. We're going to have to keep Americans away from Pope Leo, I think.
Gonzalez. We turn now to escalating tensions between the president and the Pope, following President Trump's unprecedented attacks on Pope Leo over the Pope's vocal opposition to war. Last month, Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth publicly prayed for, quote, overwhelming violence against, quote, those who deserve no mercy. During his Palm Sunday address, Pope Leo said Jesus Christ rejects the prayers of those who wage war.
Brothers and sisters, this is our God, Jesus, King of Peace, who rejects war, whom no one can use to justify war. He does not listen to the prayers of those who wage war, but rejects them, saying, even though you make many prayers, I will not listen. Your hands are full of blood.
Your hands are full of blood, the Pope said. On Sunday night, Trump criticized Pope Leo, the first U.S.-born Catholic pontiff, in a lengthy message on Truth Social, calling him weak on crime, terrible for foreign policy. On a flight en route to Algiers to begin a 10-day tour of 4 African countries, Pope Leo said he would not shy away from the message of the gospel.
I don't want to get into a debate with him. I don't think that the message of the gospel is meant to be abused in the way that some people are doing. And I will continue to speak out loudly against war.
President Trump also sparked widespread outrage by posting an AI-generated image of himself as Jesus Christ, laying his hand on a sick or dying man. In the image, Trump's wearing a white robe and red cloak. After being accused of blasphemy by some supporters, Trump deleted the image 12 hours after it was first posted. This was Trump's response when asked by reporters about it.
Mr. President, did you post that picture of yourself depicted as Jesus Christ?
Well, it wasn't depiction. It was me. I did post it, and I thought it was me as a doctor, and had to do with Red Cross as a Red Cross worker there, which we support. And Only the fake news could come up with that one.
We're joined now by Father James Martin, prominent Jesuit priest, editor-at-large of America Magazine, the author of the new book, Work in Progress, Confessions of Busboy, Dishwasher, Caddy, Usher, Factory Worker, Bank Teller, Corporate Tool, and Priest. He has described Trump's attacks on the Pope as unhinged, uncharitable, and unchristian. Welcome to Democracy Now! Father, it's great to have you with us. Can you explain this unprecedented attack by an American president on the Pope?
Well, it's actually hard to explain, but I think what probably happened was on 60 Minutes, there was a special with Cardinals McElroy, Tobin, and Supich, who were very strong against the war. Cardinal McElroy, who was a theologian and a political scientist, called the war unjust. And that seemed to have sparked the outrage from President Trump, who did launch into this personal ad hominem attack against the Holy Father. And then, as you said, followed it up with the tweet of him as Jesus. So it seems to have been, a kind of late night anger that he took out on the Pope, and that, he decided that he wanted to place himself in the role of Jesus. That's how I see it.
Okay, chat, you're all cracking me up today. Also, Columbia Regan, thank you for the sweet super chat. We keeping a tally. Vance took out one Pope, killed Ron Fox because he's just terrible, and also got Viktor Orban defeated after he stumped for him. It's true. Yeah, JD's got an interesting record so far. A lot of L's for him. Killing one Pope. Can't get those peace talks going. Then he got Viktor Orban defeated. Although, I'm not sure it's entirely his fault. Viktor Orban's a terrible guy. But make a strong point. Also, this. I can't help it. Jesus Christ empty. Jesus, it's fucking, that's exactly what it is. I was Dr. Jesus, that's what everybody's saying. Not the real Jesus Christ, just a guy who kind of looks like him, doing things that only Jesus is known to do. Dr. Jesus, MD.
And Father Martin, I wanted to ask you about all these almost unhinged comments in recent weeks of the president. For instance, on Easter Sunday itself, the holiest day of the year for Catholics, him threatening to bomb Iran into the Stone Age. Your reaction to how this is playing out among Catholics around the world?
I couldn't help myself, but I just decided to Google Dr. Jesus, and these are the images that came up. Even Jesus as a doctor wears a fucking doctor scrubs. Yo, this is hilarious to me. And this, I would point out, this is a bunch of, most of this stuff is coming out of right wingers. Redbubble, it's like right wing. What's it called? I can't remember it now because nobody uses it anymore. Pinterest, right? Redbubble is like right winger Pinterest, right? There's actual Pinterest where Jesus actually looks like Jesus. But look at Jesus in actual scrubs. It's fucking hilarious. Oh my God, even all the right wingers online are like, actually, when Jesus is a doctor, he wears scrubs.
Yeah, and I would say Easter is the holiest day of the year for Christians as well. We have to remember, that Jesus comes back after the resurrection. His first words to the disciples are, "Peace be with you," not, vengeance is mine. How is this playing out? Catholics from the progressive side to the traditional side were appalled by the president's attacks on the Pope because they were so mean-spirited, so personal, so outrageous that it is really, kind of an attack on the church, because the Pope is the visible representative of the church. And I think people feel Catholics feel that they are being attacked as well. So
an attack on the church from the supposed Christian nationalists. It's a very strange time we're living in, people. Morbius with a sweet gift to the galactic community. a membership to Smooth Bandito. Enjoyed that, Smooth Bandito. Courtesy of Morbius. Christ said we will strike down the enemy with our warfighters. Okay, seriously, all galactic chats are on fire with the Jesus Trump jokes today. And Jesus said, we will strike down the enemy with our warfighters. Praise be. Charlie Jinmere using that sweet galactic highlighted membership message. I think JD should visit more authoritarians. True dat. True dat, Charlie. Couldn't agree more. All right, we're almost done with Trump Jesus talk. For now. Might come back up later. We'll see. Do you know what's my least favorite habit, like, of my own? Is the fact that I'm always adding videos to my lists, making them longer while the stream is going. Like some sort of sick masochist. I started off with a perfectly reasonable list today, 85 vids. I was like, great job, StreamLord. You really did it. Cut it down to a very achievable amount of videos. And we're already at 105.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
All right, final clip on the Pope and Trump. For now, KGW News Portland. 20 hours ago. On the streets of Portland.
Well, this AI-generated photo appears to show President Trump as a Christ-like figure, and it has many in the church and beyond outraged. It comes after a heated public exchange between the president and the Pope. Over the weekend, President Trump posted a lengthy rant against Pope Leo's pro-peace view of the war in Iran. Catherine Cook spoke with theology professors across the Northwest and local Catholics tonight. Catherine, this conflict a bit unusual.
Yeah, Christine, unusual, bizarre, and as it turns out, a little encouraging. Those professors tell us this back and forth has led to a lot of public support from outside the church, and for many within it, a renewal of faith.
I have at the end of the Trump administration, they're speaking out loudly about the message of the gospel.
Pope Leo XIV showing courage in the wake of a hailstorm of criticism from President Donald Trump. It stems from the pontiff's repeated calls for peace amid the president's threats of escalated violence in Iran as he aims to end the country's involvement with nuclear weapons. Over the weekend, the president took to social media, calling the Pope weak on crime and terrible for foreign policy. He also posted this AI-generated image. It shows what appears to be Trump dressed like Jesus, laying glowing hands on a bedridden man. Trump offered this explanation for the since-deleted image.
I did post it, and I thought it was me as a doctor, and had to do with Red Cross as a Red Cross worker there, which we support. And only the fake news could come up with that one. It's supposed to be me as a doctor, making people better.
It's offensive, but it's almost...
I find that claim from him to be utterly laughable. The more times I hear him talk about it, the Red Cross, which we support. What?
What you talking about?
They have been defunding every single aid agency the United States contributes to since he came to office. We love support. We love humanitarian aid. Everybody's saying it.
Well, first of all, some of the things that I say will be incorrect.
It's supposed to be me as a doctor, making people better.
It's offensive, but it's almost like a joke because it's like, are you really, are you serious?
Portland Catholics heading to Mass Monday night, trying to make sense of the president and Pope's exchange while praying for peace.
We all need peace, and it would be nice if
our president can see everyone as a human being, as a beloved son or daughter of God, and treat everyone with respect.
We're not dealing with someone who is acting or thinking rationally.
It seems like President Trump is ridiculing the role of faith.
Dr. Rachel Wheeler is Associate Professor of Theology at the University of Portland. She says this is an important moment for the church and the nation.
Hope is that Pope Leo would maintain his integrity as a person of faith and, of course, using his platform as a religious leader to speak out against injustice. That's what Catholics should be doing worldwide.
The United States has a pretty robust history of kind of anti-Catholic bias, suspicion of the papacy.
Dr. Brian Taberski teaches theology at Seattle University. Despite that history of persecution, he says the mainstream response to the president's papal exchange gives him hope.
Just seeing on social media the reaction people are having and people who are even saying, I haven't been to church for years, but this is causing a reaction within me and all of that. It tells me that the church still matters.
Well, there you have it. Religious leaders in the Northwest reacting to this unhinged tirade and posts, these insane actions the president has been taking. Leading some to a renewed faith, many to a real concern about the president's actions. Certainly flying in the face of long-standing presidential tradition, as well as really sort of like honestly, like this is one of those things that just sort of breaks with such a long-standing thing. Like, can you imagine? Can you imagine Barack Obama going on a feud with the Pope? Can you imagine I'm just trying to think of what the reaction would have been had Barack Obama during his presidency started something like this, posting images of him as Jesus. You know? If Barack Obama claimed, they would never stop talking about it. We'd still be hearing about it today. Last week, Alex Jones would have done a show about how horrible it was that Barack Obama back in 2015 posted an image of him as Jesus and went on a feud with the Pope, right? Like, we'd be talking about it 10, 20 years later. Columbia Rican with another sweet, sweet super chat. Donald Jesus Trump has stated, GSL, please bless us with some great Iran Lego AI videos. It doesn't sound like something the president would say. I'm not going to lie. I don't think he likes those videos at all. But that is going to come up later. Unfortunately, there's a bit of a situation ongoing with regards playing those videos. I talked about it earlier this week. I think you probably missed that stream. But Lego, first off, Lego has been copyright claiming all of the every single one of the AI Lego Iran videos. On top of that, YouTube is now striking down. This is like, we'll get to it. We will get to it. So we will in fact be kind of talking about those later today, but unfortunately we will not be watching them. Although I have been thinking about doing like a Sunday fun day. Still haven't done it yet though, but like I've been thinking of doing like a Sunday fun day Twitch only Galactic Patreon subathon type thing where we can go ham on whatever we want to do. Just like the copyright and all of these other things, like they just deal with them so much differently on Twitch than they do on YouTube. Like I would probably be fine on Twitch, but then who knows what'll happen. I just don't want to run afoul. You know, getting terminated for 3 months has really put the fear of the YouTube gods into me. Yes, no, I know. It's very sad, but it's true. Perhaps our great God, Gary, will bestow us the opportunity at some point to enjoy them together. One can only hope. Stuffed Christ pizza. Oh, that makes me want to watch Dogma a little bit. Actually, you know what that actually makes me want to watch? It makes... It doesn't actually make me want to watch Dogma. Before we leave this topic, you can all thank NR Gray for this one. It totally just sparked something in my brain. I have to watch this. Where is it? I need it. I need this right now. We all need this right now, really. Yes. Yes, there it is. This is what we need. Ah, terrible. That terrible movie Dogma. People were protesting it back in the day. 99.
The new movie Dogma opens tonight, and it's already generating a huge amount of controversy, and so is its creator, Kevin Smith, who lives right here in New Jersey.
News 12 New Jersey's Caroline Shively reports on one protest against the movie in Eatontown tonight.
Hail Mary, full of grace. Organizers in Eatontown had hoped for hundreds to join them in the protest against the movie Dogma. Instead, they got less than 2 dozen, but they were joined by this man. He wouldn't admit it, but he looked and sounded suspiciously like Dogma's writer, director, co-star, and New Jersey resident, Kevin Smith.
I don't think it stands for anything positive.
What does it stand for?
I don't know, but I've been told not good.
The movie follows 2 fallen angels who try to get back into heaven and the people who are fighting to keep them out.
I was the 13th apostle.
You knew Christ.
No, brother owed me $12.
But lines like that have many groups angry.
We're here with a small number, but we're the church militant. We should have more Catholics here. If this was a direct attack against Muslims or the Holocaust or the Jewish people, you would see them outraged.
The protesters didn't seem to slow down the number of people pouring into the theater to see the film.
It just makes me want to see it more, actually, if there's controversy about it.
I think they might be taking it too seriously. I mean, it's just a film. It's a comedy, so you really shouldn't take it too seriously.
The battle between the protesters and filmmakers is sure to continue for as long as the film runs. But in the end, this is a fight that might be won or lost at the box office. In Eatontown, Caroline Shively, News 12, New Jersey.
Smith's production company, View Askew, actually posts hate mail it receives on its website.
I'm sorry. This is a throwback. I had to. We started talking about Catholicism. Someone brought up Dogma in the chat. You can't bring up Dogma and expect me not to do that. Okay? It's a classic. It's a classic troll. I mean, Kevin Smith, my God. This dude was trolling before trolling was a thing. That was like 27 years ago. Incredible. Okay. Buddy Christ. Yes, indeed. Speaking of Buddy Christ, did you know, here's a quick galactic fact for everybody. Did you all know that one of your galactic emotes is in fact a amalgamation of the Buddy Christ we all know and love from Dogma and the Ronald Reagan on a raptor? That's right. That is right, folks. I know it's crazy. But Buddy Jesus on a raptor with a pride flag is in fact a combination of these two images and a fair amount of galactic editing on Adobe Photoshop, among other things. Yep, Joe4771. That's the emote. That's the beautiful galactic emote that you all know and love. That's where that came from. See? Here. Boom. Your galactic buddy Christ. Sure, does he have a bazooka? Yeah, but he's not using it. He's all about peace. And love. Okay, everybody, we're well over 2.5 hours into the stream. And actually, I'm starting to think maybe we don't take a break now. Actually, that's a lie. That's a lie. That's a bold-faced lie. I think we should take a break right now. Quick galactic intermission. We'll be right back after these brief messages. All right, everybody. Hope you've been enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, hit the follow button on Twitch and the subscribe button on YouTube. While you're at it, do consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by individuals like you. A lot of great ways out there for you to show your support. YouTube, Super Chats, Super Stickers, memberships, gifted memberships, jewels, Twitch bits, power-up subs, gifted subs, Prime subs, Cash App, and PayPal, Throne, and of course, the very best way to get most space benefits for your dollars, Patreon. We're here for the low, low price of $3 a month. You can get access to a myriad space benefits unseen by the rest of the goddamn Milky Way galaxy. Things like an avatar on one of the break screens, secret Discord channel inside of the Discord server, and much, much more. All right, everybody, enjoy the break. Grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack, and I'll be right back. right, everybody. The break is over, and the stream is about to get going once again, so you'd better get your butts back in those seats, otherwise you're gonna miss it. All right, people, we're back. We are back, and we still got a hell of a lot of show left in front of us here. In fact, I'm moving dreadfully slow right now. Woefully slow. I need to pick it up. Yeah, pick up the pace over here. All right. Speaking of picking up the pace, I'm going to skip one video. It's Kyle. I'm sorry, Kyle. Actually, no, I won't skip Kyle. Fuck it. Let's go. I had it planned, so we're going to do it. Kyle Kalinske, Secular Talk, last week. Let's talk about the disturbing trend. The young MAGA crowd.
All right, guys, we got to talk about the future of the right, because obviously everything is imploding right now with Donald Trump. I mean, he has made it so being a Republican is totally unappealing. Being part of MAGA is totally unappealing. Even people like Alex Jones now are fleeing the ship like a rat fleeing the sinking ship. And so with that being said, you had Jason Selvig of the Good Liars. He went to CPAC to see where young MAGA is at, okay? And so take a look at this. Christopher Webb says, this isn't just disturbing, it's a warning. Jason Selvig of the Good Liars shares what he heard from young folks at CPAC, and it should stop you cold. They're moving on from Trump, but they didn't reject him, they absorbed him. Trump normalized white nationalism, gave it oxygen to spread, and made it feel acceptable. So, where are they moving to now? Well, Jason Selvig is going to explain. Let's listen.
Some of the people that were there who were younger, in their 20s, they said they came to kind of see the funeral of CPAC and just confirm that it really was over.
Well, what do they think is coming next? It dies, and what takes its place?
Well, I think it's turning point. I think it's turning point, and I have to say, I think some of the things that some of the younger people that I talked to were a little bit scary, because they were saying things that sounded a lot like white nationalism. It sounded racist, to be honest.
What did they say?
Well, they were saying basically that the United States was founded by Europeans, and that is the identity of the United States. And it was a mission from God to conquer a land, and the United States was conquered by Europeans, and now that they're blessed, the United States is blessed by God because of conquering the people that lived here before. And it was more about religion and more about Christianity and that identity, and that included things like teaching the Bible in school and teaching it literally, like no.
I gotta say, it's a little weird to see Jason Selvig talking to people who actually want to talk to him. You know what I mean? Because I feel like a lot of people, they see, like, you know what I mean? Like, people half want to talk to the Good Liars, half don't want to talk to them. I feel like they're kind of like, and like you put him in like a normal room with other normal human beings, and he like it's like a completely different vibe than when he's at the like the MAGA crowd events, talking to these unhinged lunatics.
Actually happened. All these things actually happened. So it was very different from the people we talked to before, who were like Trump is number one. This was it seems like it's moving in a different direction that is not Trump. And to me, I find that worrying. But I've heard this from people, from talking to people who have children who are in their 20s or in college. They'll say, "Oh, my son is watching Nick Fuentes all the time," and it's like people you wouldn't expect. Like I think a friend of mine would say that they had a friend who just got really into Nick Fuentes. So it's happening, and you're kind of seeing it bubble to the surface now, which it's very different from the Trump rallies we've gone to. Like the way people are talking about this is very different than what we heard in the past.
So understand what he's saying there. What he's saying is, yes, MAGA is dead or dying. Trump is not cool. He's not popular anymore. Everybody's running away from him at 1,000 miles an hour. Even the people at CPAC were there to see the funeral of MAGA. All that is true. However, what's going to replace MAGA is Christian nationalism and white nationalism. What's going to replace Donald J. Trump among young right-wingers is Nick Fuentes. Okay, we've already heard the stories that some...
The thing that I worry a little bit about, and maybe it would be good. I've actually been trying to play it out, like, in my head. I don't know how it would fall. I do worry potentially about, like, people like Nick Fuentes joining, with other disaffecteds, trying to start their own party. And here's the thing. Do I think that would possibly be detrimental to Republicans? Yeah. Maybe on the short term. The thing I guess I worry about is because we already know the Republican agenda, even the neocon, non-MAGA, if you will, agenda. Like, it's still fucking atrocious and objectionable. And I worry that, like, if they create, like, some even more objectionable party, it will make the Republicans look less objectionable in comparison. But maybe that's not how it plays out. I honestly genuinely don't know for sure. But, like, I do feel to some degree that that's the direction that Nick Fuentes is going to have to go in. Right? Because, like, there's no way Nick's base actually gets on board with voting Democrat. Like, I know he's been trolling and saying shit like that, but there's no fucking way, right? But the Republican Party's already had their Tea Party moment. Tea Party moment is what brought them to this situation that they're in right now, where they're getting, they're getting everything they want, aside from the most extreme. Although I guess that's falling off more and more as well now, as the economy blows up and Donald Trump starts a new war in the Middle East. So I guess my point is that I don't know. I don't know where that all falls. But I guess I feel like the direction that people like Nick Fuentes are going to have to go in is something like creating an American Reform Party like the UK has done. The Tories weren't conservative enough. We need reform. We need to be outwardly hating immigrants in explicit terms, not in dog whistles. You don't think the money's there? Yeah, I don't think so either. I think that's one of the big... Yeah, and I think Jason is probably the one who's right about this. It switches from CPAC being the dominant force to TPUSA being the officially dominant force in the Republican Party, and CPAC probably going the way of the dinosaurs. Not that we're really, when you think about it, you're changing nothing out. You're changing out scenery and signage and nothing ideologically. but yeah. CPAC is probably dead and TPUSA is probably going to take over. Who will take over TPUSA, though, is like another question. I feel like Candace wants to take over TPUSA, but Erica Kirk would never let her. I actually don't know how that 501c3 is formed. Like I don't know how the decision making within TPUSA, like who is at the head of that organization. I'm sure Candace could tell me. But I wonder who winds up being the victor in all of that. Probably neither. Really, if I'm being honest, probably neither of them. It'll probably
daddies
be
are more
a man,
daddies are more stronger than
because-
mommies.
Right, because daddies are more stronger than mommies, and it's the Republican Party, of course. Although, who knows? Who knows what happens? I just find it unlikely either of them winds up being the ended, like the final. I think that for me, that's the part of the hard problem, or not the hard. What do you call it? God, I can't even think of words right now. I think that's one of the problems, though, with trying to figure out where this goes, is because TPUSA really is falling apart right now. You got Candace going after TPUSA, like with her millions of followers, Charlie Kirk dead, and Erica Kirk getting slaughtered in the freaking media, like people like Drewski, and all the other things that are going on around that. I don't see how Erica stays there. I think a lot of her sort of grandstanding has rubbed people the wrong way. So, like, who winds up being the leader of TPUSA? Anybody got any ideas? Genuinely. Anyway, let's keep this going. Speaking of big media personalities, go from the far right to the far left.
The communists.
Let's go to Hassan Piker.
I know
exactly where you
Goes, oh, okay. April 13th, 2026. Stolen Lenape land is what people are telling me. We're coming to you live from stolen.
This is the very definition of totalitarian.
Yo, Adam almost doxing Hassan on stream is fucking hilarious. Did you see Hassan's reaction to that? He like physically moved from the computer. He's like, no, don't say it. Don't say it.
Land. I'm in Momdanistan. I'm feeling the energy. I'm feeling the excitement. It's my 34th birthday, says Robin from Canada. Congratulations. Happy birthday. Thanks for being born. But it is 11:06 a.m. Pacific time, 2:06 p.m. New York time. And it is slated to rain in 44 minutes here in Manhattan, New York. Tomorrow I'll be in New Haven, Connecticut at Yale University. And that is part of the reason why I'm here. The other part of the reason why I'm here, well, I guess it's time for the personal news. This is part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news and explain to you why I'm here in New York, New York. Part of the reason is because, like I said, I'm going to Yale to speak to the students there at Yale University. And the other reason why is because I'm doing Z-Way, and I have done the Z-Way show already. It'll be really good content at the end of the day, but I just got done with that. This is part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news, about what's going on in the world of Hassan Hassanabi Piker. Yes, my dad is with me as always. He loves coming to these sorts of events. Manhattan, why not Womanhattan? True. However, personal news-wise, this is a part of the broadcast where I tell you about what's going on in the world of Hassan Hassanabi Piker in between the time period where I press the stop streaming button and press the start streaming button. So help me God, that's what I'm going to do. And personal news-wise, I ended the broadcast yesterday, as you guys know. Got ready, got on a flight, and flew to New York. We landed super early in the morning. We basically landed at 1 a.m.
Give us pizza
Los Angeles
or
time.
give us death.
By the time we got to the hotel, it was 3 a.m. Los Angeles time. I slept a little bit. On the flight, and then I slept a little bit in the morning. I think I was supposed to do a news hit that was scheduled. I might have slept through it. Not entirely sure. Hopefully you weren't like Eric Adams. there is a spectrum, right? When you go on Z-Way. There's a spectrum when you go on Z-Way. Eric Adams being the worst, and then Vince Staples being the best, right? And I would say that I was somewhere in that spectrum. I wouldn't. I don't think I was close to Eric Adams at all. But I also wasn't like, I didn't. It wasn't like a total absolute W in the same way that Vince Staples is. In any case, ladies and gentlemen, where was I? Oh, you were Chet Hanks, maybe, but I.
They, them, Hatton. Yes, that's right, N.R. Gray. Manhattan's for everybody. Hold on, I just got to see this phone call between him and Adam Friedland. That's what this is all about.
What's up, Adam?
Aw, that's super cute.
So much.
Kaya
I mean, I
has
am.
a little headband.
You
Like
know.
a little headband. Oh, and a tinfoil hat. When did Kaya get a tinfoil hat? Oh no, I'm gonna get crucified. No, everybody forget what you just saw. Everybody forget what you just saw. Okay,
Bro, how is your old self not tired from traveling so much? I mean, I am, but yeah. What's up, Adam? I'm live. I'm live. I'm live. I'm live. I'm live. I'm live. They can hear you.
You're live with who? Your computer?
Yeah, I'm live with my computer.
What did you? I heard you were talking out of the side of your neck at the Chapo 10-year anniversary, according to Justin.
Uh-huh.
What did he say?
He said that you would never be the road.
I'll never. I didn't even want to be that.
Yeah, because you're the Bill Maher. You're the Bill Maher.
No, I'm not.
Yes, you are, bro. You're the Bill Maher. What do you mean? That's an honor. That's a real honor. He's the OG. He's the OG broadcaster.
No, I think I'm not as funny as.
Oh, you're not as funny? I think
Justin,
you can be.
Justin, what do you have to say?
Hassan, can I be on your stream in real life?
Maybe one day. Maybe one day,
Can
Justin.
I come to your house? Yeah, I want to pull up. No, I want to come, and I've seen a lot of pictures of it online, and I think it would be cool if I could be like one of the guests.
Okay, maybe one day, Justin. We'll
That
think
seems
about
like a
it.
no.
How did the interview go? How did the interview go?
With who?
Wait, am I allowed to leak?
I smashed it.
Yeah, he killed it.
Oh,
Great
nice.
job.
Okay.
No thanks to you.
No, my interview was probably better. My interview was probably
Guess what?
better.
We made Somali tea from scratch.
Yeah.
Okay, so you are leaking who you interviewed.
No, we'll let my Ilhan interview.
Stay
speak
away
for
from
itself.
my queen. Stay away from my queen.
She said she likes me better.
That's a
She's
lie.
on the show.
That's a lie. She did not say that. You're crazy.
She said that you're taller, but you don't have a sense of humor.
No.
Yeah.
No. That's
Repeating
Damn.
Tom bits is not a personality.
I don't.
like,
I would
I
never
know.
repeat down bits. I would never repeat down bits because they're offensive, and I'm woke.
No, apparently you repeated it. She told me the ones you repeated, and I was like, that there was no even real justification for that one. That was.
Well,
Where are all these little doggy outfits coming from? Why are these little doggy outfits? And where are they coming from? A lot of back and forth going on between Hassan and Adam Friedland. I think Adam's just trying to stunt on Hassan. He knows that Hassan's on his turf. All right. Let's keep this moving. Next up. All right, well, let's move on from those big media personalities to get talking about the big media merger that is causing serious opposition and discontent among a growing Hollywood coalition.
All right, more than 1,000 movie and television industry professionals have signed an open letter expressing opposition to the pending merger of Paramount and Warner Brothers Discovery. The signers include actors, writers, filmmakers, and more than 75 Academy Award winners and nominees. They claim the merger would cause economic, creative, and societal damage. They expressed their support for the legal action being taken by California Attorney General Rob Bonta and other state attorneys general to investigate and block that transaction.
There we go. Big name signing on to a letter of opposition to this Paramount Warner Brothers merger, which is being contemplated by the FCC. A lot of big money involved in that merger. Larry Ellison and his son trying to buy their way to owning the entire media apparatus. Now, I don't know if you've done your taxes this year, but maybe the next 24 hours, nope, not going to happen. For a second, I was thinking, I mean, maybe you could get such a big refund, you could buy Warner Brothers, but that's not happening. Unless you're a trillionaire. However, we literally, perfect timing, have 24 hours, give or take, depending where you are. If you're on the Eastern Seaboard, you have 24 hours to finish your taxes. Central Standard Time, 25 hours. Mountain Time, I forget. So this is I can't think of the number. 26 hours. I can't do the math. Forget it. You get what I'm saying. Whatever your respective time zone may be, deadline to file those taxes. The end of April 15th. People rushing to get those taxes done right now. However, some Americans rushing to do fuck all.
It wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
NBC News 6 days ago. Some Americans say they're refusing to pay their federal taxes.
Help! Help! Some Americans are protesting the war in Iran and President Trump's domestic policies by putting their money where their mouth is as part of a call to sit out of paying federal taxes this year.
I'm Rachel and I'm not paying my federal income tax this year.
It's time that we stop paying our taxes.
Tax Strike 2026. Spread the word.
On social media, people saying they'd rather put the money into a savings account, donate it to a charity, or simply keep it for themselves. Anything instead of handing it over to the federal government. It's called war tax resistance, a type of protest that's been around in some form since the colonial era, spiking around the Vietnam War when folk singer Joan Baez famously refused to pay 60% of her taxes, reportedly leading the IRS to file a lien against her. Lawyers and accountants say following in her footsteps could land you in big trouble, but advocates say interest is now surging again.
Before the invasion of Gaza, we would typically have 40,000 unique users visit our site on an annual basis. This past January, we had the most visits to our website that we've ever had, over 110,000 unique users.
Lincoln Rice leads the National War Tax Resistance Coordinating Committee. The anti-war group has been around since the early 80s. It just recently held its largest ever training on just how to resist.
We offer War Tax Resistance 101 trainings. It'll cover the legal method, which would be essentially putting yourself in such a position as not to owe taxes.
The IRS tells us measuring the size and scope of this type of protest is not feasible only a month into the war. For some, it might mean pulling legal levers to lower their tax bill.
Now, like I said last time we talked about this, I support people doing protests such as this. However, I'd rather just not see people go to jail over it, and you could technically go to jail for not paying your taxes. Like he said, though, there are some avenues you could take to not pay taxes legally. I think some of those methods include donating, and other such things like that. One thing I recommend people do, if you don't want to pay for bombs that are murdering people and all these other sorts of things, and as an act of protest, technically, it might not feel the same, but technically, you could file for an extension indefinitely until you're prepared to address it. I think you got like 3 years. You can hold I don't know I can't remember the exact timing of it all. I would look into it. Don't quote me on all of this, but the one thing I know you can do is file an extension. Always. Because the reason why I bring that up is because, you know, I mean, you could technically hold off onto it until they stop, and then you could go and file your taxes, and you will have violated 0 laws. And depending on, I mean, in many cases, you probably won't really owe any more. But I would, you know, don't take tax advice from me. I'm just going to say that much. This is just me thinking out loud on this topic. I am not a certified public accountant. They gutted the IRS, though. Who are they going to send? Yeah, that's a fair point, Glitchmaster. They did gut the IRS. I'm not sure if that will prevent them from doing something about it, but who's to say? Well, while we're talking about taxes, we may as well talk about the obscene system that we live in that continues to allow extraordinary inequality. Billionaires continue to pay as much money towards Social Security as people making, what's the number, $250? I think it's $250. So if you're making $250,000 right now, this year, or from last year, well, you're paying as much as a billionaire made. So enjoy that.
And I mentioned, I was here a couple of weeks ago, and I made this point, and I'll repeat it briefly. I grew up in a working class family in a distant world called Brooklyn. You ever heard of Brooklyn? So my father was a paint salesman, never made any money. We lived paycheck to paycheck, but we lived in a rent-controlled apartment. My brother went to Brooklyn College, tuition-free, etc. Bottom line is, despite having no money, my guess is that we lived under stress when I was a kid, 50, 60 years ago, than many working-class families in New York are doing right now. In other words, and by the way, I should also tell you this, my mom was able to stay home and raise the 2 boys. How many working-class families do you know where mom or dad can stay home and have just one breadwinner pay the bills? So what the hell is going on in the economy? The very rich are becoming much richer. In fact, according to the Rand Corporation, not exactly a socialist outfit, over the last 50 years, $79 trillion in wealth has been redistributed from the bottom 90% to the top 1%. So massive transfer of wealth from working people to the very rich. Meanwhile, today, 60%, and I got to say this over and over again, Europeans come into my office in Washington, they have not a clue. They have not a clue what's going on with the American economy. 60% of our people today are living paycheck to paycheck. And I do not have to explain to anybody in this room what living paycheck to paycheck is about. It means that every week People are struggling to pay the outrageous cost of housing, struggling to pay their health care bills, prescription drugs, groceries, childcare, and other basic necessities. Nearly half of older workers in America, if you can believe it, these are people who have worked their entire lives, have nothing saved for retirement. Think about it. Richest country in the world. Man, woman working 40, 50 years doing hard work. They get 60 years of age, they got nothing in the bank for retirement. Over 20% of our seniors are trying to live on $15,000 a year or less.
This is ridiculous!
Yep. Meanwhile, they don't want to adjust the tax code to make it so that billionaires pay their fair share in Social Security taxes. We do have, apparently, Congress had enough time to give billionaires a tax cut, but not to make sure that they pay their fair share. Because, of course, that's exactly what they got in the big, beautiful bill this year. Now, some people are using your tax dollars for good things. And one man has been doing everything he can to use the tax dollars he has been given the responsibility of stewarding over. Trying to put those to good work. That man is, of course, Zoran Mamdani, who personally filled in the 100,000th pothole. Last week, here's a clip from that. I just figured we deserved it. Wait, I just passed it. What am I doing? Nope.
Well,
Wrong.
Mayor Mamdani says the city has repaired 100,000 potholes across the boroughs. He was joined by the city's Department of Transportation on Staten Island and grabbed a shovel to help make the 100th repair, or 100,000th repair. It's part of the mayor's pothole repair blitz campaign. And he says over 3 days, they have fixed more than 22,000 potholes. New Yorkers are asked to call 311 to report potholes in need of repair.
I got the 100,001 pothole if they're interested, if they want to keep going. There's a couple still out there. Yeah.
Wow. Had to throw that in there, didn't you? Okay. There you go. I just wanted to show people what actually using our tax dollars for important things looked like. Just a reminder. They'll just send ICE instead. Yeah, that's a good point, E-Rock. They're using ICE for everything, right? I mean, what aren't they using ICE for? They sent ICE to the freaking Olympics to do security for J.D. Vance. I'm sure those ICE agents can handle tax law. I'm sure they're all very competent people. Or you just mean for the arrests? Okay. Now, while potholes might frustrate you, there are other cars on the road that aren't at all bothered because there's nobody in them. I am, of course, talking about Waymo's driverless vehicles. More perfect union on the story. Talk about how Waymo is coming for your jobs.
Immediately, if not sooner.
I'm in the back of a car in San Francisco. There's no one at the wheel. Just a few years ago, this was controversial. Now, it's everywhere in San Francisco.
Being a driver used to be a decent job in America. But here in the Bay Area, over the next decade, it might not be one.
Waymo has driven more than 100 million miles without a fatality.
Driverless cars don't drive drunk and they don't drive distracted.
Waymo says improving safety on the roads is the whole reason it exists.
Waymo is already in Phoenix, Austin, Los Angeles, Miami. But that's just the start.
Millions of Americans drive for a living. What happens when the second richest company in the world wants to make them irrelevant?
It's going to be just a hole in the bottom of a bucket of a local economy. You know, just suddenly money just leaves the city in that Waymo.
Drivers saw a preview of this last decade, and they're still recovering.
He drank himself to death because he lost his pride, he lost his livelihood.
This isn't a story about whether self-driving cars are safe. This is a story about what happens to society if they are. Who wins, who loses, and why none of this is as clean or inevitable as one company wants us to think.
Yes or no, does Waymo employ humans located remotely to help its vehicles? In what countries are these employees located?
The Philippines.
So I think that's
fascinating. And we've talked about this before, how the AI boys have been hiring people in countries with much worse economies. People are willing to work for, pennies an hour to do these sorts of fake AI tasks, like pretending that AI is actually the thing that's solving the thing, but in fact they just have human beings somewhere working for slave wages in a cage, basically. Like, all right, not literally, but we're literally a bunch of people working for pennies on the dollar. That what you would be working for. And what's interesting about that is it flies in the face of this claim that these vehicles are safer than humans. Because if they're driven by humans, then they're in fact being driven by humans, not AI. And humans do drink, and they do get distracted. And in fact, I feel like it would almost be easier to not notice certain things if, say, you're in a room across the planet and not in the vehicle itself. I don't know. You're just sitting somewhere, your mom comes. I don't know. Like, who's even driving these things? We have no fucking clue. Right? It's just somebody somewhere is driving. Hopefully they're being responsible.
The Philippines.
So I think that's like right about here. I wanted to hear directly from someone impacted firsthand by Waymo's launch, a driver.
It's right there.
Alejandra agreed to meet me in a Waymo. Unlock. There you go. We're headed to an office building where a ruling changed her life.
10 years ago, I wake up, get ready with.
Exactly, Edie Tights. Child drivers. It could absolutely be child drivers. It could be drunk child drivers, drunk and distracted children, essentially. Like, we have no idea we have no way of knowing who they are. Could literally be a bunch of drunk and distracted children driving.
My kids drop in the school, work for 6 hours, coming back to pick up my kids, go home, cook, clean, and working for 2 more hours. And that's it. And I take Saturdays and Sundays off.
That life was built on a hidden subsidy. Rideshare companies had great apps. They also had venture capital, billions of it. That let Uber and Lyft lose money on every ride until the taxis were gone.
Normally, in the past, if I get a trip in the city for more than 20 minutes, probably they're paying me $30. But now they're paying me $8, $6, or $12.
After they cornered the market, Uber and Lyft have been squeezing wages down ever since. Now the over 1,000 Waymos in the area are pushing.
Yeah, I am somebody who experienced this firsthand. I started doing gig work. I'm trying to think of exactly when the first time I started doing gig work was. It was right around the time that they started launching these things. And they were actually paying, they were paying quite well. Like things like Instacart. Oh my God. I was making bank working for Instacart for like a few months before they completely saturated the area with drivers. and then created a algorithmic bidding system to pit drivers against one another, they were actually paying fairly well. They were trying to incentivize drivers, giving drivers all sorts of, like, whatever, like, oh, like, you do this many, we'll give you this more money. Like, this, like, you do 5 orders today, we'll give you an extra $20. It's like, yeah, great, sure. I was already planning on working. Why not? They would tell you exactly how much you would make ahead of time on the items. There was like a whole system in place. They would tell you exactly, like, there was a per item charge across every single item bought on Instacart. I can't remember exactly what it was, but drivers received like, I think like 35 or like 40 cents or something like that. Or maybe it was slightly less. It might have been like 20 cents. I can't remember exactly the amount, but like per each item that you picked with your hands and put into a cart, you were going to make 20 cents every single time you did that. On top of a set driver charge plus whatever the tip was from your work, right? They changed it. They completely changed it around within months. Within like, I think like maybe 4 months. I'm not sure. I can't say exactly how long it took, but within a few short months, they changed it from a set pay system to a bid system. Had zero. There was no clarity on how much you were getting paid for what or why. And like they've done so many shady fucking things over there. It's insane. All of these guys have done a bunch of like DoorDash, Uber, Grubhub, Postmates, Instacart, all of these fuckbags, they've all played by the same game plan, if you will. They have basically the exact same deal, slightly different depending on which app we're talking about. But they've all tried to play this game of pitting workers against one another just to drive costs down. What that does is that increases despair for the drivers, forcing people to take things that they are going to lose money on. Like I had talked to a number of different drivers over the past because you wind up running into them. But like I knew some people who would like join up early. They wouldn't realize what they were doing, and I would have to stop them and say, "Hey, yo, you are fucking everyone over, including yourself right now." Like, I don't know if you know you're going to be paying taxes next year for all this and all this other stuff, but you are screwing everybody. But this is what they're trying to do, is to get drivers to screw each other, right? To take lower and lower and lower and lower payouts so that they can keep more and more and more of the profits.
Wages down to the bottom.
Right now, I'm working 12 hours a day. It's a little bit sad because I don't have time for my kids.
In some ways, this has always been Silicon Valley's goal in the taxi industry.
Christ.
Human drivers were a placeholder, the cheapest way to hold the market until self-driving technology caught up.
Google's doing the driverless thing.
Yeah.
Tesla's doing the driverless thing. Apple's doing the driverless thing. So the question for a tech company is, do you want to be part of the future, or do you want to resist the future?
A who's who of corporations chased it. Most quit. One pulled ahead.
Waymo.
Welcome, Waymo.
A subsidiary of Alphabet or Google. The parent company bet an estimated $30 billion on the technology.
So this is where it all went down, huh? Where it was all decided?
Yeah.
In 2023, the California Public Utilities Commission voted on whether Waymo and a competitor could expand without drivers. People showed up.
Are you on the side of greedy tech companies and their profits and robots, or are you on the side of human beings? We urge you to vote no.
Others, often funded by the self-driving industry, had an answer.
Waymo and Cruise's technology, policies, and procedures have successfully demonstrated a commitment to passenger safety by meeting the Passenger Safety Plan minimum requirements.
The vote is 3-1. The item passed. The motion passes.
People who drive for a living lost. Alejandra lost. After the vote, Waymo expanded from a little over 10,000 trips a week to over 450,000. And in every city, the argument that won over regulators was the same.
It's actually been determined that the Waymo driver is 5 times safer than a human driver.
They say Waymo is involved in 5 times fewer,
11 times fewer serious injury collisions compared to human drivers.
Autonomous technologies never drive drunk. Autonomous technologies, they don't text while driving. They don't change the radio station.
All the concerns raised here are legitimate concerns.
That's Declan Cullen. He's a professor who spent a decade studying how technology platforms reshape society.
It also traps a lot of people in a field of work that's really difficult to off-ramp from. Yeah, that is another issue. Especially if all the driving jobs are going to get taken up by AI or fake AI. With someone over in the Philippines actually driving. Or in wherever, Kenya, or I mean, we heard about AI, a bunch of people getting paid in Kenya, like literally almost nothing, like $1 a day to go through, it's like, I mean, horrifying shit. But yeah, if we get rid of all the driving jobs, where are all the drivers supposed to go once they're all gone? What's the plan with that? It's not like you're learning a bunch of skills that you can apply somewhere else, really. So what do those people do? What do the millions and millions and millions of people do who are currently working for one of these gig companies? $6 million? 6 million. So like 2% of the United States. All right, for time's sake, I'm going to keep this moving. I think we get the point. The oligarchs, the technocrats are coming for your jobs. Whatever it might be. Whether you're driving, or you're giving people their change, or even if you're doing white-collar work of some sort. And of course, they do not want a social safety net. They're for people like you. No, you'll find usefulness, or you'll die. One of the two. And then, one way or another, you won't be a bother to them. Now, some people are really struggling in the United States, and I'm not talking about all of us paying high gas prices. Well, at least not in your cars. I'm talking about a different group of individuals being hit by the Operation Epstein fury. And that group of people is U.S. farmers. We're not only having to pay more for gasoline and oil, but also fertilizer. Spells bad things for us.
11,000 kilometers from the Strait of Hormuz, in the heart of America's farmland, this soy farmer tends to his crops. But this planting season is slightly different, as agricultural workers struggle to pay for fuel and for crucial fertilizers.
I think the biggest immediate impacts would have been fertilizer and fuel. We had, diesel was $3.50 a gallon. Now we're pushing $6. That's been kind of hard this summer or this spring for really getting planting. It's 100 gallons to fill a tractor up, if people don't know that.
As traffic through the Strait of Hormuz has almost completely stopped, farmers are scrambling to get their hands on
100 gallons of gas to fill up one tractor. Oh my God. I honestly didn't know. I did not know it was that big. Holy fuck. 100 gallons.
Key fertilizers. About half the global supply of nitrogen fertilizer used in the United States comes from the Middle East, mostly from Qatar and Saudi Arabia.
So I've ordered several loads of liquid nitrogen a few weeks ago, and they're still saying they're not sure when it'll be delivered. But I feel like these things were kind of overlooked as part of collateral damage that was going to occur to us. But everybody seems to be suffering. So.
Beyond a simple energy crisis, the stability of food systems is at risk as the supply bottleneck continues to suffocate the industry. On Monday, the International Energy Agency issued a stark warning.
The world is facing the greatest energy security challenge in the history. It is oil, It is natural gas, but it is also other vital commodities such as fertilizers, petrochemicals, helium, and others.
Helium? Did you say helium? I was unaware of that being a major export of the Middle East. I suppose it makes sense. Oh, why's my stomach being an asshole? Okay. Well, let's move on. Talk about the Earth a little bit. Starting up in Alaska, where the spring thaw is coming.
Puddles and potholes. In Alaska, these are the signs of spring. And if you're itching to get outside like this fluffy friend, there are a few things you need to know first.
We're in that time of the year, days are starting to get warmer, days are longer, and things really start to change kind of fast.
Eagle River Parks and Recreation Manager Jeff Urbanus says the ice is going fast. And his team is no longer watching the depth on the lakes.
I mean, just a couple weeks, there's not going to be any ice. So really, like at this time of year, we're not monitoring anymore, and it should be a clue to folks that probably want to start using good judgment about where they are.
Lakes is here at Beach Lake, where you can see the ice may look like it's safe to go out on. But Jeff mentioned some warning signs that you want to look out for now that Parks and Rec are winding down their winter operations. And some of those warning signs you can see over here. The thinning of the snow on top of the ice that results in those gray patches. Now that means that some puddles are already forming there and the ice is definitely starting to thin out.
There you go, people. If you're up in Alaska, be safe. Ice is melting. Spring is here. It's official. Now, residents in Las Vegas. Actually, this may not have been the city, but somewhere in Nevada were rudely awakened by a 5.7 magnitude
it was pretty
earthquake.
Bad. I thought the house was going to bounce off the foundation. The only thing I lost was I have some, they're like ceramic ravens. They fell off the grandfather's clock, but it was rocking pretty bad. All my teacups and my gargoyles didn't fall off because I had it's museum wax.
How long would you say that it lasted for?
Over 20 seconds.
Yeah. Have you guys ever had earthquakes out here before?
I think the biggest ones that we've ever really felt is like a 2 maybe. And that was like 5 years ago.
Yeah.
So this was a complete shock.
It caught you off guard, huh?
Oh yeah, it did. It was literally, the house was bouncing up and down. I'm originally from Southern Cal, and we get rollers down there for the most part. This wasn't a roller, this was a bounce.
Sounds horrifying. Gargoyles never die, says Joe. Let's hope not. Those poor gargoyles. I need to grab myself some water. So I'll be right back, Space Fams. However, I'm going to send you to Florida, where a massive wildfire is currently burning in the southwest and has led to certain areas calling for evacuations. Here's CBS Miami from 16 hours ago to get us started off.
A live view from our camera here, and that's I-75 mile marker 91. And you'll notice that there is this active wildfire that I'm tracking in Collier County. It's called the Newman Drive wildfire. 1,500 acres of burn, 15% contained. And if you're headed in this direction off towards the Gulf Coast, just keep in mind there will likely be reduced visibility and smoke around. We'll take a look at our next weather smoke tracker to show you where that smoke will likely be headed, and also our air quality in just a few minutes.
Here's the deal. The Florida Highway Patrol is watching that fire very closely right now. In fact, they are reporting smoke in the area. This is out near mile markers 95 and 100. This is well past the Broward County line in Collier County there. But the concern is that things can be changing so quickly that FHP may have to decide at some point to close the alley, possibly on the east or the westbound sides. But here's a live look at our camera. This is near mile marker 98, so close to where FHP is already reporting smoke in the area. The sun not up just yet, but you could see some of those flames out there right now. And once the sun comes up, we'll see how this actually is impacting traffic right here on I-75. Now, overnight, I've already been in touch with the Florida Forest Service. I can tell you that the overnight update that came in just about an hour ago, they say that they have performed what they call a fire line or a burnout in the area. And what that means is that this fire is pretty large, and they're going ahead and burning vegetation ahead of where this fire could spread to, so that way they can stay ahead of this. But look at this picture from overnight. This is from our CBS station in Fort Myers. Look at the sheer size of this. And there's a lot of concern about this fire. I've been listening in to our CBS station in Fort Myers this morning. A lot of folks are concerned because of the ongoing evacuations that are happening. So here's what I can tell you about what's going on with this fire right now. At least 1,500 acres burned, only 15% contained. That burnout I mentioned, they were able to count off about 15 acres because of that. And here's the concern now. Evacuations and 150 people who have now been forced out of their homes. They're setting up fire shelters in that area, and there could be impacts to the commute later on today as FHP is reporting all of that smoke near I-75.
WSNT_me just shared 100 bits.
Where the fire started. There we go right there, and you can see that conditions are a little bit hazy, but thankfully along I-75 visibility is good. We're not concerned with any fog mixing in with some of that fire out there this morning. So right now I want to send it to Gulf Coast News, Mercedes Martinez, who's been monitoring the conditions out there this morning where that fire is. Mercedes?
Hey, good morning. We're along Newman Drive this morning. Right now, we're not seeing any of that smoke or smelling any of it. The neighborhoods are quiet this morning. As we know, this is part of the neighborhood that had to be evacuated. Some neighbors telling us they only had minutes to evacuate. They even had to wrangle up their horses into trailers to evacuate them as well. As of this morning, we know about 1,200 acres have scorched through the Picayune Strand State Forest here in Collier County, but I want you to take at this video here from overnight. You can see the bright red flames in the midst of darkness. So far, we know this fire is only 15% contained. Now, take a look at this video here from during the day. You can see a huge plume of smoke hovering over many nearby neighborhoods seen from miles away, forcing evacuations. You can see people here hauling their trailers and RVs as they leave their homes and ranches. These here are the neighborhoods that had to be evacuated. Those who live south of I-75, just west of Collier Boulevard. Those neighborhoods include Beck Boulevard, Newman Drive, and Stable Way, just to name a few. The eastern side of Forest Glen has also been evacuated, as well as
my estimation is rather early for Florida, of all places, to be seeing large fires of this nature. Which is, I'm afraid, probably another one of those signs I've been talking about. This is probably going to be a bad year for fires. But thankfully, we'll have storms to put them out. As I'm also kind of... Noah, I don't think Noah's come out with his... Maybe it has. I should check on it. They may have already come out with their prediction on storm season for this year. I give the sense Noah's going to come out with a fairly high estimate for storms. Because we are going to have warm oceans, El Nino. in effect. Sorry, I had to dip out there for a second. My stomach started feeling kind of nasty, so I decided to drink a bunch of water. Hopefully that helps. It's been a very dry spring so far. Yeah, you're in Texas, right? Yeah. Yeah, it's been a very dry spring for everyone, essentially. So that's going to be real bad for fire season. I know that much. I know that much. All right, speaking of storms, let's go to the Northern Mariana Islands, as well as Guam. Number of U.S. island, Pacific Island territories are being struck. Super Typhoon Sinalaku. Causing devastating impacts. These small Pacific islands. This is Fox News weather from yesterday.
Other storms, though, that we've been watching closely. Of course, this one's been making headlines because of its impact in Guam. Super Typhoon Sinalaku, which is active and it's only gained intensity as it's battering the Mariana Islands today. Heavy flooding was reported, though, in southeast Guam, and you're looking at the scenes from Insalahana Pools, which is a resort destination off the coast of the island. The storm has produced and sustained winds of 173 miles per hour. So that translates to that Cat 5 storm. Now, the big concern is for the Northern Mariana Islands, where we take you today. This is Tuesday morning, where the daylight is now showing us the intensity of this. I think another aspect beyond just watching the palm trees swaying is the flooding concern. If you look at the grass, you already have ponding there. Yes, these are islands in the Pacific. They deal with a tremendous amount of rain, but it doesn't come in all at once like you would have with a powerful system. Now, I know I threw a bunch of terms at you in this. We're talking about cyclone. What's that? Now we got a typhoon. What's that? Remember, this is all equivalent to a hurricane, but different areas of the world classify it as something different. And when you get to the Western Pacific, it gets real confusing. Southern Hemisphere, cyclone. Northern Hemisphere, typhoon. In these spots of the Western Pacific, again, it's a tropical system. When you find it on satellite, you know what this looks like when we talk about it as we're your Hurricane HQ. Absolute buzzsaw. Look at that well-defined eye, a Cat 5 storm, 165 mile per hour wind. Notice that Guam is still getting lashed with that, but it's working its way towards.
Oh my God. 165 miles an hour? Are you shitting me? Oh my God, I can't even imagine. Sure, maybe wind doesn't sound scary at 165 miles an hour. I point out, wind also, you know, when it's at this power and speed, starts picking up objects, carries them along with them as they go. So I don't know, imagine getting hit in the head by your neighbor's storm windows. Or, I don't know, a tree at 165 miles an hour. How's that sound? Or maybe, you know, a roof from the neighborhood over. I mean, that's what we're talking about. 165 miles an hour? Jesus Christ, that's like NASCAR fast. It's like getting hit with a fucking, like a freaking stock car.
Northern Mariana Islands, and this is a track that is a concern just because the intensity of that likely could be making landfall as we move. Since we have Guam there, we do have local radar, and it can show you that well-defined eye. This was impressive just yesterday, but we saw it go through an ERC, an eye wall replacement cycle, and then now notice the eye has actually broadened out. And it's well defined. And there's really the red and the intensity all around this on the northern side of it. So you get out towards Anderson Air Force Base, where they're still getting 60 mile per hour gusts. Tamunging, this is on the southern side of it, where you have 69 mile per hour winds. So even though it's lifting further to the north from Guam, this is going to be something that will be watching.
Jesus. Horrifying. All right, got some more clips. This one was from practically yesterday. Actually, It was literally from, what am I talking about? It literally was from yesterday. Keep going through the clips I've got here. Next up, Associated Press, 15 hours ago. Yeesh, that's some powerful looking wind right there. Columbia Rican with a sweet, sweet super chat. Already dealt with a hurricane years ago, and that was a Cat 2. Cat 5? Heck no. I choose life. Yeah. I too have seen a hurricane or two. Not fun. Cat 5 though? It's ridiculous. Candace Owens is becoming a Marxist? I don't think we have to worry about that, Nadia. Yeah, no. I don't think we're quite at Candace being a Marxist level yet. I think is really just Candace real mad at Trump and a bunch of people. But Marxists, certainly not. All right, final clip on the storm. CBS Philadelphia from 6 days ago. What am I talking about? Huh? I'm looking at the wrong video. ABC News Australia from 14 hours ago. Jesus.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
Well, a dangerous super typhoon is currently bearing down on northern Mariana Islands. The Category 5 storm is packing winds of more than 250 kilometers an hour. Its impacts are also being felt in Guam, where I'm joined live by Landon Adlett, meteorologist at the National Weather Service. Landon, good to have you with us and really appreciate your time. You are in Guam. Are you feeling the impacts of Sinlaku?
Yeah, we're definitely feeling the impacts across Guam. Really since last night, we've had multiple power outages all across the island of Guam. As these conditions have been intensifying, we are expecting severe tropical storm force conditions across Guam and those typhoon force conditions across the northernmost islands. Saipan and Tinian, farther to the north, they are taking the full brunt of this super typhoon Sinlaku as it's making its landfall right now over Saipan and Tinian with that eye wall starting to move ashore.
Yes, so how is that going to track, in the coming hours if you're saying that the eye of the storm is pretty close to the landmass there?
Yeah, that's correct.
And some of these images are just horrifying. I mean, the eye of the storm is as big as some of the islands it's about to hit. Bigger.
This is ridiculous!
Eye of the storm is pretty close to the landmass there.
Yeah, that's correct. We've been seeing a steady north and westward motion with this thing moving about 10 miles per hour. But in the last 4 hours, it's come nearly to a complete standstill just off the coast. This is, of course, bad news for Saipan and Tinian, where they're getting those most intense weather conditions with that eye wall now pummeling right over Saipan and Tinian. So I'm getting a lot of reports from people in the northern islands, and they're in full-blown panic mode, wondering how long this is going to last. It's going to be a very long night over here.
And then can you give us a sense, of how, what the wind conditions are, how powerful they are at the moment, and what sort of damage can such a powerful storm like this inflict?
Yeah, we're looking at damage to be similar to what Guam experienced just 3 years ago with Typhoon Mawar, when it made an impact on Guam as a Category 4 typhoon. This is going to be near catastrophic typhoon force conditions with widespread damage, a lot of defoliated trees, structures that are not reinforced concrete. We're going to see most of wood and tin structures, and there are many, be heavily damaged, if not destroyed altogether.
And then can you tell us what are the sort of atmospheric conditions that sort of, created the condition for such a typhoon to form?
This is a season of transition.
Yeah, very, very low pressure. Horrifying. I can't believe it. It's just stuck on top of those on top of Guam right now and these other islands. Or actually, was that Guam? Actually, I might have been wrong about which island that was. Either way, the Mariana Islands are under serious threat. The Category 5 hurricane, sorry, typhoon. No, yeah, typhoon, super typhoon. Just parking itself on top of them. Can't imagine what it's like on the ground right now. By the way, that Associated Press video was the lead up to as it was arriving, right? Like it wasn't even fully there yet. Like the first two videos we watched were of the storm just arriving. I cannot fucking imagine what it's going to be like when it's all over. We should all just, hope and pray those people make it out safe. Because at this point, there's really nothing that you can do aside from that. It's already there. Not a lot in the way of preparation that could be done. Okay. I know it's weird to think about, but like you can have 165 mile per hour winds of a storm that's not moving at all, right? Like there's the speed at which the storm travels, and there's the speed at which the winds internally are traveling, and they are often very different. Constantly changing. All right. Well, before we move on to the geopolitics for tonight, which is mostly Iran, but a couple of other things I peppered in before that. But first, some brief space news. To Jersey, South Jersey, where witnesses reacted to a meteor traveling 30,000 miles an hour before disintegrating.
Well, from Pennsylvania to Delaware, New Jersey, Connecticut, and New York, people reported seeing and hearing a ball of light streak across the sky this afternoon. According to NASA, it was a meteor. It originated over Long Island, New York, and traveled more than 100 miles, disappearing over Galloway Township, New Jersey. That's where Kerry Corrado caught up with people who had their eyes to the sky.
It almost looked like a firework.
All eyes were on the sky Tuesday afternoon. This meteor was the talk of every town.
I didn't know what to think at first. I've never seen anything like that. So it was one of the craziest things I've ever seen.
Nicholas Samalian says he was driving down Route 70 and he saw a bright light in the sky and originally thought it was the sun.
Am I the only person who thinks some people from South Jersey sound like they're literally from the South? Like I don't mean like, I mean like Tennessee or something. Like sometimes the accents I hear out of South Jersey are fucking wild. I'm like, you're from where?
Off of an airplane.
Immediately after that, it started breaking up into pieces, and there was all different, flashes of light. So that's when I realized I should grab my phone and start taking a video.
According to the American Meteor Society, there were over 100 sightings reported, stretching from right here in South Jersey all the way to Connecticut. NASA says the first visibility of the meteor was at 48 miles above the Atlantic Ocean near Long Island. They say it moved to the southwest at 30,000 miles per hour and traveled 117 miles through the upper atmosphere before disintegrating 27 miles above Galloway. For Nicholas Bricado, he says he saw the same streak shoot across the sky.
All right. There we go. Some people managing to witness an interstellar object Actually, technically not an interstellar object. Intersolar object. Intersolar system object. Coming down to Earth. I'm fairly certain this was just from the asteroid belt and not from a separate solar system. What was I doing? Galaxy, whatever. You get what I'm saying. All right, what is next on my list? Ah, good, great, fantastic. All right, you know how we're doing the war in Iran right now? Well, I feel like we all kind of forgot about what Trump had been doing off the coast of Venezuela and or Colombia. But we have, in fact, been continuing to take out all of the fishing vessels in international waters south of the United States. Here's another U.S. military strike on another fishing boat in the Pacific Ocean, which, according to reports, killed at least 2 human beings.
Illegal.
Yeah. Just wanted to remind everybody that that's still going on. I mean, that was literally from yesterday, so it's very much still ongoing. Well, while we're south of the border, may as well go all the way down to Peru. Talk about the presidential race that is going on there. In particular, one disturbing right-wing candidate named Keiko Fujimori.
Confident, Keiko Fujimori takes the stage at her closing campaign rally. After narrow losses in the past 3 presidentials, Fujimori is leading the polls in Sunday's vote. The daughter of ex-authoritarian President Alberto Fujimori hopes to tilt Peru further right, promising to crack down on crime, expel illegal migrants, and attract U.S. investment.
My father brought order, brought economic growth, and turned the Peruvian state into an active state that works.
Okay, now I'm not accusing her of being an undocumented immigrant, but I just find it real strange. Am I the only one who finds it really strange that you've got a Japanese woman in Peru? Granted, she's clearly been there since, you know, like, I'm not saying she's not Peruvian, but she's also clearly, you know, at least the daughter of at one point, immigrants to the country of Peru, and she's here doing a goddamn platform of anti-immigrant hate. I don't understand it.
I feel like
Someone
I'm taking
explain
crazy pill.
Because yes, no, she's not an immigrant. Her, like she said, her fucking father or grandfather, whoever it was, used to run Peru. But it's still just, it's insane. It's insane. Ah!
This is ridiculous.
Most popular sectors of our country. That is my commitment. The bar is set high, and I hope to surpass it.
Insecurity has emerged as the central theme of Peru's 35-candidate race. Reported annual murders have more than doubled from 2018 to 2025, and extortion cases have surged.
I'll just get rid of the immigrants, I guess. That'll solve it. Jesus Christ. Well, we're going to go all the way across the ocean to the Mediterranean, where Greece is being accused of some very horrifying treatment of immigrants in their own country. Here's BBC from 14 hours ago.
A group of migrants declare they've just crossed the Evros River into Greece. It's June 2023. They want to claim asylum. But later, masked men run towards them. There's panic. A report by the EU border agency's independent investigator found that on the available evidence, these men are part of a group that's armed and acting under Greek police orders. Migrants themselves, their job here, to force other migrants onto boats back to Turkey. This is a story about so-called mercenaries.
The fence marks where the River Evros runs along Greece's eastern border with Turkey.
Tensions flared here in 2020 as Greece has long grappled with waves of refugees and illegal migration, including across the Evros from neighbouring Turkey. Deterrence now a watchword on Europe's frontier. But what does that really mean?
Look to me, look.
Our investigation began when we obtained disturbing images via a smuggler disgruntled with his associates. This video's unverified, but mirrors accounts we've gathered over months of migrants being stripped and beaten in a pushback operation where mercenaries work for the Greek police. Near Paris airport, we meet a Moroccan who claims he was recruited as a mercenary under duress in 2020. Plucked from a crowd of arrested migrants by a Greek officer.
Greece kind of taking a page from the United States book. Aside from instead of going through the trouble of pretending to train agents, just grab a bunch of immigrants who are already what's the word, in your custody and already basically at your whim, and you say, hey, you want us to let you stay? Well, here's a bat, go beat some immigrants. Because that's literally what is happening. They are turning one group of immigrants against another group of immigrants. They are picking certain individuals, giving them masks and weapons and telling them to go brutalize other immigrants. It's a disgusting practice. I'm going to skip ahead a little bit. Honestly, like, this whole thing is just completely fucked.
Is a military zone, so you can't just go down to the river to see what's happening, and our request for filming was denied. So we've had to find other ways of investigating this story. A mum, who we're calling Amal, films her little girl in a Greek refugee camp. The family's fled Syria, requested asylum. They play in a Greek city square. But now, they're in Turkey, where we travel to meet them. That's after Greek police detained them just last year, says Amal, and handed them to masked men who drove them to the river.
They were stripping and beating people.
As the men hunted for phones or cash, she recalls, the children were not spared.
My daughter was wearing a diaper. They took it off and even searched it. She was terrified and crying.
Oh my God.
Another video after another alleged pushback. Here,
that is extreme fucking depravity. Searching the diaper of an infant? Removing the diaper of a tiny, whatever, however, 2-year-old girl or whatever the fuck that is? Oh my.
A young man is
God.
covered in bruises. The cause, it's claimed, being violently forced back to Turkey by Greek police, as well as masked Arabic-speaking
This is so
men.
fucking depraved.
Years on, Ahmad's in Germany, as he recalls being loaded onto a boat and rowed halfway across the Evros.
The mercenaries didn't dare go closer to the Turkish side. They would say, go, get out. Whoever didn't jump, they throw them out. The water could sweep people away.
The BBC's also seen extracts from an internal inquiry into alleged corruption in the Greek border police, where guards, as part of their defence, make revealing claims. In these transcripts from a hearing in 2024, accused guards talk openly about mercenaries, although they call them boatmen, Syrians, Pakistanis, brought in from around 2020, they say, because coronavirus and tensions with the Turkish had made pushbacks more dangerous. One guard says there was information which they'd reported to their superiors, that boatmen were going to the woods, raping the women and taking their money. We have been trying for weeks and weeks to get a response from the Greek government about all of this, but we've had nothing official back. So we've come to a summit in Brussels to see if we can speak to the Greek Prime Minister.
Prime Minister, has Greece been using migrants to do pushbacks in Evros? Prime Minister, why won't the Greek government talk to us?
He didn't take questions from any reporters there that morning, but came back more than 12 hours later.
We've been investigating allegations that Greek authorities have been using migrants to push back other migrants to Turkey in Evros. Are you aware of these allegations? Will you be looking into them?
I am totally unaware of these allegations, but I would like to make a point. Greece is protecting its borders. It is. Hold on a second. It is my obligation. It is my obligation to ensure that the borders of the European Union are protected. I'm going to be unapologetic about these policies, and I would like to inform you that all the members of the European Council through.
Wait, he just said that he was unaware? He was unaware of, just want to make sure I get these words, he was unaware of these policies, but then he completely, it sounds like he is aware, because then 30 seconds later he's saying, I fully support them. So which one is it? You don't know about the policies, or you support the policies? You've never heard about it, or you're big into it. I need you to pick a fucking lane. So he's totally unaware of this being policy, but he's totally supportive of it. It's a weird thing to say. Well, speaking of right-wing psychopaths in Europe, we did have one right-wing sicko go down for the count. This week, Viktor Orban was announced to have lost his prime ministership over the country of Hungary, with opposition leader Peter Magyar winning with 66% of the vote being cast.
But let's first cross to Budapest, where you can get more reaction with Armin Georgian. Armin, as we're speaking, 60.24% of the vote has been counted, and 136 seats projected to go to Peter Magyar. It is as things stand. It could still change, but what does this mean? I mean, we've already seen Orban conceding defeat. He says it's a massive defeat, and it ends 16 years in power.
I mean, this really is a bombshell. It's a political earthquake for Hungary and for Europe, Jean-Emile. I think we can't understate that. I mean, Orban was in power for 16 years, and now he has conceded defeat to his opponent, Peter Magyar. Frankly, a lot of people were not expecting this to happen, at least not so soon in the evening. And we now know exactly how this unfolded. Peter Magyar posting on Facebook that he had been called by Viktor Orban to concede defeat and to congratulate Magyar on his victory.
Yes, indeed. And people took to the streets to celebrate that victory. On the night it was announced, thousands in the streets celebrating.
Menjünk ez az Esztergom környéke, Komárom-Esztergom megyében, amely viszont a Tiszának egy olyan szempontból választókörzeteket látta a két kampányok különböző dinamikáit, a gyűléseknek a hangulatát, szervezettségét, azt, hogy a vezetők ezen hogyan vesznek részt, hogyan néz.
És 57% felett van dr. Ferenci Gábor, és a fideszes jelölt, aki egy úgy jelölt egyébként, tehát nem...
És Velkei György a szavazatok 52,3%-ával rendelkezik, mögötte Rodics Béla áll a második helyen 25%-kal látunk, és valójában csak ott látunk szoros küzdelmet, ahol már az a kérdés, hogy alkotmányozó többséget lehet szerezni, vagy sem.
Hát annyira igazad van. Én is úgy gondolom, talán emlékeztek rá, hogy így kezdtük a beszélgetésünket, hogy én azt várom, hogy a...
Volt.
Now, unfortunately for Europe and possibly Hungary, the guy who was elected is just less conservative than Viktor Orban. So it's not entirely clear, at least to me, just how far the social reforms will go in Hungary. Hopefully they go as, they go as far as they can. But fact is, this guy isn't necessarily like some, I don't know. He's a, here, I'll just show you. Like, he's certainly more pro-EU, and he's certainly less extreme than Viktor Orban. But he's still technically a conservative. And he used to even be in the party. He used to be in the Fidesz party, right? Like, he used to be a member of the party that Viktor Orban started, right? So it's not entirely clear just what is going to change beyond perhaps the EU stuff. The more I've looked into him, the more I'm not sure on the social issues what he is going to, which ones he's going to tackle, if any. I honestly don't know. Hopefully, hopefully stop making gay people illegal. Maybe stop that stuff at the very least. Yeah, no, I'm not saying we shouldn't be celebrating Viktor Orban's downfall. He's a terrible guy. I'm just saying this guy, he's not a saint. That's all. I just want to make everybody clear. There are some things that, from what I can tell, that I think some of us would probably disagree with him on. But undoubtedly, still a W, technically. Now, let's go up to the Netherlands. Actually, I take it back. Let's go back to the United States, where King Willem and Queen Maxima of the Netherlands met with Donald Trump yesterday. Why are these guys saluting each other? I don't understand. They kind of look alike. Is it just me? Is it just me, or is King Willem the Trump of the Netherlands? They're kind of looking similar. Oh, and look, she's wearing an orange dress. What a beautiful what a beautiful coming together. Everybody's coming.
We've had everybody. Jeff Bezos came, Bill Gates came, Mark Zuckerberg came. Many of them came numerous times. The bankers have all come. Everybody's coming.
Everybody's coming. Okay. Am I wrong, though? Like, is he not giving kind of Trumpy vibes? Like, they kind of look similar. Like, if I saw this guy in the street and his hair was a little whiter, I would be like, wait a second, was that Donald Trump? No, it's just some fairly orange, kind of tubby white guy. like the same height. They both have shitty haircuts. They're both sort of orange tinted. And really, their facial structures are kind of similar. You break it all down. They're basically the same guy. I owe everybody a crab rave. It's too late. We've gone too far. It's too late. We've gone too far. We're already in the Netherlands. We go back to Hungary for a crab rave.
This is ridiculous.
Plus, I'm moving. All right, I'm not moving that slow, but I'm moving kind of slower. I'm only like. God, I'm just not making as much progress as I would have liked to. Moving very slow. Crab rave, that takes about at least 5 minutes. Maybe Sunday Fun Day. Maybe we'll throw a Sunday Fun Day crab rave. Oh, God, do not cry. Don't cry. Duck is ducking us? Why would Duck duck us? Why would Duck duck the galactic chat? Is the only place he has his own commands. Let's be real. I'm assuming he's just being a very lazy duck, sleeping. Although I guess crazier things have happened this year. The poor crabs. Don't worry, we'll have opportunities for more crabs in the future. Oh, God. My stomach is still feeling not 100% right now. It's very annoying to me. She wanted to compliment his orange glow. You're right. It absolutely does compliment his orange glow. Also, this guy's definitely taller than Trump. I'm just noticing. By at least a good couple inches there. I think he's shrinking. He's probably shrinking, I would assume. Like, he is getting up there in age. Start getting really old. The old body doesn't quite hold itself up as well as it did before. All right, down to Italy, where apparently the... Actually, no. Wait, this is in the wrong order. Down to Italy, where the Prime Minister, Giorgia Meloni, has apparently suspended its renewal of defense agreements with Israel. Yeah. Shocking turn here. Giorgia Meloni cutting defense ties with their former ally, now seemingly
Italy's
on
Prime
the
Minister
outs.
Giorgia Meloni said that her government has suspended a defense cooperation pact with Israel. It comes after Israel fired warning shots last week at Italian troops serving in Lebanon under a UN mandate, causing damage to a vehicle, and after Giorgia Meloni's criticism of Israel's bombardment of Lebanon. Her far-right government has until now been one of Israel's closest supporters in Europe. Seema Gupta is in Rome. Seema, I hope you can hear us. What has brought Giorgia Meloni to this point?
Yes. Well, it is quite a sharp reversal, as you mentioned. I mean, back in 2023, early 2023, Benjamin Netanyahu actually visited Rome. And at the time, Miss Meloni said that Israel is a friend and key partner of Italy. And now, today, she has made a statement saying, in light of the current situation, the government decided to suspend that Defense Cooperation Pact. Now, that pact was set up back in 2003 under the government of then Prime Minister Silvio Berlusconi.
Wow. Long-standing defense agreement, multi-decade agreement between Israel and Italy, scrapped, put on hold, at the very least, over Israel's actions in Lebanon. It's weird. Can you unlock for you Duck's commands too? The Duck command should be, at least some of the Duck I haven't finished all of the Duck commands that he wanted, okay? I've been pretty busy. But there's at least one or two Duck commands. Duck, egg, duck and egg. Although egg is technically not Duck specific. Anybody could use it. And I guess anybody could call a swarm of ducks. Doesn't have to be another duck. But no cloaca command for now. All right. Well, since we were just talking Italy, we should talk about the Pope a little bit more. Pope Leo XIV, walking in the footsteps of Saint Augustine. Down in Africa, in the country of Algeria. Here's the AP from earlier on Tuesday.
I'm standing here in the ancient city of Hippo. Today it's called Annaba on the coast of Algeria. This is where St. Augustine lived and preached and died in the 5th century. It is a site that is of incredible importance to the Augustinian spirituality of Pope Leo, and it was a priority of his to come here today. He prayed, he planted an olive tree, and some doves were released. This is pretty much the heart of his spirituality, and he wanted to make a point by coming here to pray at the start of his Africa trip.
There you go, Pope Leo, down in Africa. Walking the very footsteps of St. Augustine. Some sort of papal pilgrimage, I suppose you could call it. Staying busy over there. Big tree hugger, taking the plunge, becoming a galactic individual. Welcome aboard, Big Tree Hugger. I think you found the right place for you. Much appreciated. And actually, hold on. Yeah, check something. I'll check it while we do the next video, actually. From Pope Leo in Algeria, now down over to Nigeria, where the government of Nigeria just murdered a bunch of people at a market. I wonder where all the American Christians are. You know, the ones who've been complaining about, not ISIS, the other one, Boko Haram. You know those guys, all the ones who've been complaining about Boko Haram in Nigeria targeting Christians? Remember those guys? Where are they now? They're not watching this video, I'll tell you that much. This had 716 views as of a few minutes ago when I refreshed my list. France24 on the story.
Well, let's move on and turn to Nigeria, where at least 56 people have been killed in airstrikes fired by the military. The army says the attacks, which hit a market in the village of Jili, located along the border between Borno and Yobe states, were targeting jihadists. Following the strikes, the military said scores of terrorists were killed, but did not mention any civilian casualties. It's the latest flashpoint in Nigeria's long battle against jihadist insurgency. It's triggered the emergence of powerful
No
splinter
civilians, you
groups.
say. No civilians, you say. Now, that's weird because this doesn't look like a jihadist camp so much as it does a market, a public market. I see fruits and vegetables on the ground, tent stalls
Against jihadist insurgency
destroyed.
has triggered the emergence of powerful splinter groups, including Islamic State West Africa Province. Our Lagos correspondent Sam Olukoya tells us more.
The airstrikes at the Jili market in Yobe State over the weekend happened during active trading hours, with many traders and buyers present at the time. Eyewitnesses spoke of a scene of horror with dead bodies and badly injured people everywhere. The military earlier said 3 successful airstrikes were carried out in the area, insisting that those targeted were terrorists who are members of the Islamic State West African Province. But now, the military has shifted its position a bit, saying it intends to investigate civilian casualties. This might be a...
Oh, wow. Now it's going to investigate civilian casualties. Weird. Super weird. You're in a vulnerable state since we didn't get a crab rave. Oh, Jesus Christ. Wow. You know, they hit me with a copyright claim every time I listen to Crab Rave, I would point out. I know Hassan listens to Crab Rave all the time on his stream. And that's fine, because he's just on Twitch, and he doesn't earn any ad revenue there anyway. But whenever I play a Crab Rave, I have to share my revenue with the makers of that song. Don't get me wrong, it's a glorious song, but I basically have to pay them to listen to it. All right, back to Europe. Now, the beginning of this week started with Orthodox Easter and a supposed ceasefire. Something announced between Russia and Ukraine heading into the weekend. Here's Al Jazeera from Saturday. Actually, Sunday. Saturday or Sunday? Sunday. No, wait. Which one is this? I've lost my place. Sometime last week.
On Saturday afternoon, these bells will ring like they always do. But this time, they'll be marking the beginning of a ceasefire between Ukraine and Russia. It's supposed to last until the end of the Orthodox Easter holiday at midnight on Sunday. For Christians here, it's the most important holiday of the year. The Kremlin announced the ceasefire late on Thursday and said it expects Ukraine to follow Russia's example. Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky responded, saying Kyiv had already called for a ceasefire. But Ukrainians remain weary.
It would be very nice, but I don't believe in it, that this ceasefire is possible at all.
Russia violates any ceasefires and it doesn't want it.
Yeah, that's a good instinct from her on that one, which we will get to in just a second. But before we do that, I gotta do something else. I gotta end the galactic content goal. Oh, it already ended, technically. Well, perfect timing because we just completed it as a result of Big Tree Hugger's decision to get a sweet, sweet galactic membership on YouTube. We're gonna get a sweet, sweet confetti party. That's right, everybody. Bask in the glory. Another galactic confetti party brought to you by space fams like you. And what this signifies, really, is the fact that we're gonna get the whole frickin' stream tonight. That's right, all at least 8 hours. If not more. Still got a hell of a lot for us to talk about. Now we don't have to worry at all that the stream will end abruptly, suddenly, unexpectedly. Nope, it's gonna keep on going. This epicness brought to you by space fams like you. Your donations are what made this possible. So write that down. All right, everybody. Confetti party going away. We're going back to the content. Going back to talking about Russia and Ukraine. I love those confetti parties. I think, honestly, this might be my favorite confetti color that we've done so far. I know we've gone through a lot of different confetti color combinations. I'm starting to really vibe on this one. I don't know what it is. I don't know what it is. Something about it. All right. Speaking of the ceasefire and the skepticisms of that young woman, let's go here to France 24 from Sunday, where Russia and Ukraine traded violations of that very ceasefire we were just talking about. Be right back.
To speak with our correspondent there, Gulliver Cragg. Gulliver, we're hearing about multiple strikes reported from both sides ahead of today's scheduled truce. How intense were they, and what sort of damage did they cause?
Well, in a way, it was a typical night, I suppose. Both sides continuing their drone strikes. It wasn't a massive one from Russia onto Ukraine. I think that the Ukrainians talked about 190 drones, which by the standards of a year or two ago would have been considered massive, but lately they've been up to 600. Ukraine is reporting 2 civilians killed in the southern port city of Odessa, 1 in Nikopol, which is in Dnipro region, and also, aside from the drone strikes, there was a glide bomb that hit the center of Kramatorsk, the biggest Ukrainian-held city in the Donbass, in the Donetsk region this morning. 10 people there. A person I know who lives in Kramatorsk told me that the sound of artillery was heard right up until about 10 minutes before the ceasefire was due to go into effect. She said it sounded like Ukrainians actually firing Grad rockets at the Russians. And interestingly, after that, it did go silent. The Russians didn't immediately respond to that. Both sides have said that they will respect the ceasefire, but that if it's violated, they will respond, which makes it extremely fragile. If you think about what the front line looks like, in Ukraine, people don't really talk about a front line anymore. They talk about a kill zone. People on the most forward positions are in most danger when they're going to and from those positions. And that means that Ukrainian soldiers often spend months on end on a position, having food and munitions delivered to them by drone. It will be very tempting, if they think that this ceasefire is holding, to use it to go for some much needed rotations and send new people in and get people out of those positions. But that also, of course, creates a temptation for the Russians to exploit it, and when they see Ukrainian soldiers moving in and out, to strike them with these drones. Very hard decisions for Ukrainian commanders to make about whether to risk it, and I presume to some extent it's mirrored on the other side. So there isn't really a lot of confidence that the ceasefire will hold. That's the kind of atmosphere that I'm feeling here in Ukraine, and there are some little reports coming in on social media channels that it's already been violated. The Russians, I think, accusing the Ukrainians of using artillery, and Ukrainians accusing the Russians of using artillery in the Kherson region in the south. And also air alerts went off in Kramatorsk and the Pokrovsk district in Donetsk region a little earlier. They've been cancelled now, and I didn't see reports coming in about whether there were actually any strikes, but certainly there was an alert.
Gulliver, meanwhile, there has been a significant prisoner swap this Saturday. What more can you tell us about that?
So it's 175 prisoners of war on each side, and also 7 Ukrainian civilians who
I'm back. By the way, how did I miss these? Must have been like really something really loud going on in the background. I did not see Was It Me's bits go by. Thank you, Was It Me. It was you. Clearly was you. We can all see that for ourselves. All right. So yeah, fake ceasefire on Orthodox Easter. Kind of like the fake ceasefire we had going for regular Easter. Or I guess Catholic Easter. I mean, what are you... Right? That is the split, isn't it? Well, I feel like everybody who's not Orthodox celebrates that day, right? Like, right? I'm not, honestly, I'm not an expert on Easter, but I do know that because of the schism, the Orthodox Church and the Catholic Church celebrate Easter at different times. No, it's this Sunday. Okay, if you say so. Okay. Oh, they were right. There was, in fact, a prisoner swap between Russia and Ukraine. Hundreds returned. Both sides. I'm just realizing were you all just forced with no... God damn it. How did this happen? Wait a second. Was the volume super low for the last clip? Or has it been low for a while? Why is it down here? Why was my volume way the fuck down here? When was I reading subtitles last? Well, I hope I haven't seen anybody complain about the volume of the clips. Hopefully it wasn't an issue for anyone. But it was rather quiet.
Я отлично, все хорошо, мам. Жив-здоров.
Возвращение.
Спасибо. Спасибо. Спасибо большое. Полгода ждали этого момента.
There you have it. Russian and Ukrainian soldiers return back home to continue fighting each other. Happening on Orthodox Easter, I'm sure meaningful to those soldiers and their families. Now here's Reuters from 2 days ago with more on the violations of the Orthodox Easter truce.
Moscow and Kyiv accused each other on Sunday of breaking their 32-hour ceasefire to mark Orthodox Easter. Both reported over 1,000 drone and shelling attacks just hours after Saturday's truce began, 4 years into Russia's invasion of Ukraine. The Russian Defense Ministry said it recorded 1,971 ceasefire violations overnight into Sunday. Moscow said a child was among those injured in a Ukrainian drone attack. And the Belgorod region's governor reported at least 2 people killed by shelling. Meanwhile, Ukraine reported nearly 480 shelling attacks and over 1,700 drone strikes by Russian troops. Emergency services said 2 people were wounded on Sunday by a drone attack in Kharkiv region. Reuters.
Jesus fucking Christ. Oh, this world has just evolved into one epic clusterfuck. 1,000 strikes during a ceasefire? Really? Really? It seems like a lot. Come on! This is why we can't have nice things, you know? We can't even stick to our ceasefires. Nobody's doing it. It's a trend. Ceasefire's now meaningless in 2026, along with a bunch of other stuff. Okay, final story with Ukraine. Ukraine, for the last 24 hours, has struck a deal, a military deal, with Germany. Apparently, Ukraine will be furnishing Germany with a number of its latest technological developments, which it's been... Honestly, Ukraine has created an entire military industrial complex, industry, whatever you want to call it. Like, inside of its... In the last, 3 years, they realized, actually, we need to be making our own shit. And they did that. They did exactly that. And now they are becoming a serious player in the arms manufacturing industry.
President Zelensky's trip to Germany on Tuesday was about securing what Ukraine so urgently needs, which is help with its air defense. Now, Germany will fund a deal between Ukraine and defense contractors that will see the delivery of hundreds of Patriot missiles and air defense systems. And that was really underscored on Tuesday by an attack in Dnipro City here in Ukraine that killed 5 civilians and wounded over 20 people, some while they were driving in their cars. Now, Ukraine needs...
I used to drive one of those. Oh my God. It's been a minute since I've seen a Lancer.
20 people, some while they were driving in their cars. Now, Ukraine needs a lot of help when it comes to intercepting these Russian missiles, but that one area it's been quite successful in is drone technology. And that's why in Germany on Tuesday, both countries agreed that they would work together when it comes to developing new long-range drones. In addition to hardware, though, Ukraine is also trying to export its software and its data. Over 4 years, Ukraine has amassed huge amounts of data when it comes to this defense technology that it's hoping it can export to its partners.
There we have it. Ukraine seeking to make itself useful in a military way, I guess you'd say. Germany apparently on board for this now. Getting into a defense agreement. But yeah, the drone technologies that Ukraine has been coming up, people are genuinely... It's not just Germany, of course. We've been talking about it, of course, with the Operation Epstein Fury ongoing and the Gulf still getting hammered by Iran. Number of Gulf countries have also been getting into defense arrangements with Ukraine, buying up more its technologies, as it's been dealing with Russia's drones for some time. What I would love is if everyone would just stop. Just stop shooting each other and bombing each other. You know, I'm fairly just anti-war and anti-human suffering, and all of this is just creating more human suffering right now. You know, prefer if all the aggressors in all of these different wars would just stop, but that's probably just blue sky thinking. Never gonna happen. Well, it's not gonna happen. Doesn't feel like it's coming. Maybe something crazy will happen. There is, of course, the last part of the title. New Iran peace talks. Could be a thing. Could peace come to fruition in the Middle East finally? Unlikely, in my estimation, but hey. It's been a crazy year. Time for something crazy good to happen, I suppose. You don't think I know what ceasefire means? You cease, I fire? You think it's a language barrier, is it?
Please.
Yes. Thank you. Ay, ay, ay. What's the name of the cute puppy in the helmet? The cute puppy in the helmet is like named by the galactic community, the space fams, if you will. Yes, the space fams named this cute little puppy in the helmet. Her name is Laika. You can feed her treats on Twitch. And only Twitch, that's right. Some experiences can only be had on certain platforms. I know, it's crazy. But we have slightly different emote sets on Twitch and or YouTube, and there are certain little benefits here and there. Of course, YouTube, you know, everybody on Twitch should be subscribing on YouTube, just to point this out to you, because, you know, those VODs just disappear eventually on Twitch. But on YouTube, they're there forever. So long as YouTube doesn't take them down. And Manda, thank you for demonstrating how we feed Laika. Look at her. Look at her going in on that treat. She loves them. She thinks she's people. Alright, to Operation Epstein Fury. But before we actually talk about the operations, we should talk about the people in charge of the operations, and of course that would be Pete Hegseth and the various generals in the military. Well, we have a few less of those generals, I'm afraid. Since Pete Hegseth decided to fire 4 people, 4 top brass people slated for promotions that he felt weren't deserving for some reason. Let's find out what that reason was, won't we? Majority Report. 3 days ago. Actually, I think this is from Friday.
He just fired...
Wait, no. Was this Monday?
Chief
Whatever it
of
was.
Staff of the Army because the Chief of Staff of the Army refused to take off the promotion list 2 black women who were in line to get 1-star generals. Put up number 6. This is from the New York Times from a couple of days ago. And Hegseth wanted to make sure these people were off the these 2 black and 2 female officers from the promotion list. I'm sorry. So it's actually 4 people. He, in this piece, it says that, I think if you scroll down, it says somewhere around there, Hegseth had told Army leaders that the president wouldn't want to be standing next to female or black generals. And so, you know, therefore we can't have any because you don't want them to get stuck in the same place together.
And you know, Hegseth is just like the most qualified guy ever.
Oh, yeah.
So,
Oh,
you know,
yeah.
coming from being a defender of war crimes and lobbying to get these war criminals pardoned successfully under Trump, to being also a Fox News host, and now he's the head of the Pentagon, so he should be telling everybody else that they're unqualified.
But here is...
Yeah. It's fascinating, you know, he would claim everyone else is unqualified. Now, of course, the people that he's reprimanding, he's technically, or at least before being given the job of Department of, I keep wanting to call it Department of Defense, but it is, of course, the Department of War, or the Dow.
The Dow.
But before Pete Hegseth ever was gifted this job by Donald Trump, you'll be shocked to hear that he only ever made it to the rank of major, which is quite a bit below general. Now, of course, Biden's former Secretary of Defense, I have a lot of problems with Lloyd Austin. I wouldn't say that this, you know, makes him a great guy or anything, but I would point out Biden's Secretary of Defense was a general from, actually, I don't know if he was a general from 1975 to 2016. I think this was his years of service, But he was a general and in command of the United States Central Command, Vice Chief of Staff of the Army, United States Force of Iraq, Multinational Corps of Iraq, the 18th Airborne Corps, 10th Mountain Division, 3rd Brigade, 82nd Airborne Division, 2nd Battalion, 505th Parachute Infantry Regiment. He was a fairly highly decorated military officer. Meanwhile, we now have a rogue major pretending to be a general. P.D. Kegzeth, excuse me. Kegzeth,
Here's
that's
the
what we
amazing
call him
thing.
around here.
We just fired the chief of staff of the army when we are in the middle of
Exactly.
a
And he
war.
didn't. That is correct, Columbia Regan. He did not make it even to colonel. He was only a major. It's not the highest rank attainable in the military. Quite low ranking, really. He's basically a grunt. Just slightly higher than a grunt.
This isn't a small skirmish. This is a big war. And I don't know. Brian served.
Yes, sir.
as a vet. Brian, I know you're not you're not an expert, but would you
No
say
Audie
the
Murphy over here.
Yeah, would you say the chief of staff of the army is an important role in the middle of a war?
I believe that role would be described as critical.
Critical. And you've just
That's the
fired that
technical term,
person
yeah.
because you didn't like the promotion list that he wouldn't intervene with. I mean, aside from him probably saying like, "Hey, dude, I'm in the middle of a war. I don't have time to deal with this." I mean, this is amazing. It is insane. But I guess if, as long as we're not woke, the Iranians will be like, you got us. We were going to mock you for being so soft. Like, where's your pink uniforms? But now...
Stop being so
Well, maybe this is what will do the trick, is making sure that anybody that tries to promote women or black people within the army, like, that will unleash the strongest military that country, the world has ever seen. And
Yes, that's a good point. Emma's always thinking we might find it objectionable that he's purging different minorities from the military, women, whoever it might be. But let's not forget, it's gonna make the military so great. Oh, wait a second. Didn't he start the purge like last year? And haven't we lost more military planes than we have in the last like 50 years? So that's weird. Huh. I'm sure it'll come. I'm sure it's like a slow acting type of situation, right? Just gotta wait. Eventually we'll see the merit. Any minute now, I'm sure that the merit will come out. Don't you worry. Oh, I forgot to move this story. All right, well, we got a Sunday Fun Day story then. Screw it. All right, yeah. Keg's breath? Yes, I think that's technically... I think Kyle is the one who came up with that one. I'm sticking with Kegzeth. I came up with that one on my own. He said Keg's breath, I said Kegzeth. I think it's fine. We can have differences, I think Kegzeth's it flows better, Keg's breath. It's too many. You gotta get the B in there. It's too much. Kegzeth. I'm working hard enough over here as it is. I don't need extra letters. But to each their own. And speaking of Kyle, let's go to secular talk from yesterday. Talk about Donald Trump's deranged threats.
So I'm not kidding when I say that our president is currently having a severe...
Please hold, Kyle. We got a great question from Twitch. So does the automatic draft, does the draft only apply to white men? It's a great question. It's a great question, Amanda. I would love to know the answer to that question. Very, very astute. Look at you.
So I'm not kidding when I say that our president is currently having a severe mental breakdown, and even people who otherwise are some of his biggest defenders are beginning to realize just how fucked this current situation is, okay? First, let me show you this. Trump was up quite literally all of last night. He's damn near 80 years old. He's obese. He's struggling with something that they're not telling us about, and we know he's getting injections in his hand every 3 weeks or so, okay? And he's apparently completely nocturnal, up all night, which is horrible for your physical health and your mental health, and he's losing it. He's losing it. So look at this. Trump is having a mental health episode right now. He's been posting on social media all night. So he posted at 9:49 p.m. an AI Jesus photo of himself. He posted himself as God, which is blasphemous, by the way, and it's on Orthodox Easter that he did that. Okay, at 9:50, Trump Tower on the Moon he posted. 10:10, a dumb meme. 10:32, a news clip. 10:53, a news clip. 10:43, announcing a Hormuz blockade, so he's blockading the blockade, as if like the double negative will cancel it out and open it somehow. At 2:35 a.m., an article about Joe Biden. At 2:36 a.m., an article on a naval blockade. On 2:37, an article on Eric Swalwell. At 2:37 again, posted the same article about Biden again. 2:38, an article on his ballroom. And at 4:10 a.m., an article on Iran. He's not sleeping. He's pretending to be Jesus, and he's posting all night. He is not well. Now, over the weekend, it was not much better, y'all. So he went on Fox News and even managed to scare the shit out of Maria Bartiromo, who's a hardcore MAGA freak in her own respect. Listen to some of the stuff that he's saying. Here we go.
Doing well at all. They're getting killed.
You gotta say some crazy shit to make Bartiromo over
got
there
Iran in one
concerned.
day. I could take down in 1 hour. I could have their entire energy, everything, every one of their plants, their electric generating plants, which is a big deal. And I hate to do it, because if I do it, it takes you 10 years to rebuild. They'll never be able to rebuild it.
He's musing about, I could take out Iran in one day. I could take out Iran in one day if I wanted to. By the way, when you have an unhinged president with dementia, with early Alzheimer's, and he's saying stuff like that, this is where in a normal functioning system, they would immediately invoke the 25th Amendment and get his ass out of there.
If not
The
sooner.
generals would act as a last line of defense if they absolutely had to. But no, he just casually says this. We're going to get to more in a little bit. He keeps bringing up, like, I could destroy them in one day. And he keeps casually bringing up nukes, too. We'll get to that in a second, but let's keep going.
He does keep doing that, doesn't he, Kyle? It's a little disturbing, I think, for most of us to watch this man just devolve into a complete deranged psychopath, to a full-on lunatic authoritarian rivaling dictators of the past. Brenta 2634, dumb question. The automatic draft just makes it so as eligible people are automatically in the selective service. Just change from having to register to being automatically registered. Might be in the wrong place. Honestly, I don't actually know that for certain. I don't know that for certain. That's actually a fair. I don't know if it's a question or a statement. There's no question mark at the end of that, but I'm actually not sure on that. All right, CBS Evening. Actually, wait, almost forgot. We're not done with Kyle over here. Just gonna skip ahead a little bit because can't watch this whole freaking video. Kyle, say
Nukes,
words.
because it's the only thing that can guarantee that Israel and the U.S., the axis of Epstein, has to stop messing with them. It's the only thing.
And you can't let them have a nuclear weapon.
Right.
So I just have the greatest economy ever. Everything's going along. And I say, I'm sorry. I tell my economic advisors, I say, I'm sorry, fellas. We're in great shape. We have to go and take a little journey down to Iran, and we have to stop them from having a nuclear weapon. They all said,
it almost sounds like he's trying to convince himself of that he did the right thing, right? Like he's so desperate, he's falling apart. He's like retelling the story and trying to convince himself like everything was going great, and then we had to take a little detour.
Oh no, Brenta, you've wandered into the wrong place. You found yourself into a place of compassion. Oh, that's terrible. Better go find another hate stream somewhere else. So you can seethe about the existence of immigrants and socialists. Oh, God. Oh, this must be so uncomfortable for you.
You're kind of like a snotty-faced bitch.
Or as he called it, an excursion. We got to take a little excursion, but he's still not done. Now he also babbles, yet again, to show he's not in his right frame of mind. He has completely and utterly lost control of the situation. It has spiraled out of control. The U.S. is committing war crimes day after day. Israel is committing war crimes day after day. Iran is still fully controlling the Strait of Hormuz. They have basically veto power over the health of the global economy. Nothing is going the way that they predicted it would go, right? And what does Trump do? He goes on TV and he says this.
I was thinking about calling it the Gulf of Trump, and I decided not to do it. I think maybe it was a wise. I think that one maybe wouldn't have worked out. I'm not so sure. You'll have to tell me. But I was thinking
Maria Bartiromo genuinely looks concerned. She really does look. Oh my God. She really genuinely looks concerned. Oh my God. That's the most awkward smile I've ever seen out of Maria Bartiromo. She's got the president on the phone. It's huge for her. It's got to be great for her ratings. But she look at her face. She's like, what am I hearing right now?
Would you jump up?
Oh boy. Poor Maria.
It was a wise. I think that one maybe wouldn't have worked out. I'm not so sure. You'll have to tell me. But I was thinking about it's going to be called the Gulf of Trump.
Look at her face. Hello, darkness, my old friend. She's like,
well played, Kyle. I know more than the host in the... Did he say that? Did he say he knows more than the host in the chat? Oh, wow. I missed that one. I missed that. It was right next to the other one. Wow. I had no idea we had a perfectly stable individual in the chat.
I'm a perfectly stable individual.
I'm not here to play stupid games with morons.
shit, maybe hopping on this Trump train was a bad idea. Maybe I basically bought a ticket for the Titanic after that bitch hit the iceberg. That's what that face says.
Said, you know, that's not going to play too well.
I think you're.
You know, I'm kidding.
You're being facetious. I know that, Mr. President. But what about
oh, he's just making
exporters?
jokes.
The amount that they try to help this man. You rename.
Oh, thank God you're just making jokes, Mr. Press. I know you're just joking. You're a very funny guy.
The Gulf of Mexico to the Gulf of America, which, by the way, like, I think the majority of people are still calling it the Gulf of Mexico. I'm certainly still calling it the Gulf of Mexico. But the idea, no, if you think you can get away with that, you would motherfucking do it in a second. They proposed splitting the fucking taxes that Iran is charging tankers to go through the Strait of Hormuz. Trump proposed, oh, I'll let you keep charging a tax, but I got to get a little taste. I got to get a little taste of that. So he's willing to sell out the global economy for his own personal profit, for this mobocracy that we call the United States of America. Selling out this entire country. But I got more. Perhaps the worst of the stuff that he said. Listen to what he admits here, which, by the way, should just shut the door forever on the conversation about whether or not this man belongs in prison.
And it'll be, you saw what we did with Venezuela. It'll be something very similar to that, but at a higher level.
So what he's referring to there is, we abducted Maduro in Venezuela, illegally brought him to the U.S., and we have him locked up. Illegal. And then Trump decided, now I'm going to steal all of the natural resources from Venezuela and personally profit off of them. So they stole about $100 million worth of gold from their gold.
Yes, indeed, Kyle. Yes, indeed. There you go. Donald Trump is going to do a very similar thing, maybe higher level. After this, we're just going to have to get rid of the office of the president. It has been incredibly disgraced. I can't even imagine getting the smell out of the White House at this point. 2 Trump presidencies, there's no amount of deep cleaning solve that situation. Okay. Now, of course, Donald Trump announced that the United States was going to blockade the already blockaded Strait of Hormuz this weekend. Iran had a response to that plan. The parliament, the Speaker of Parliament in Iran, had this to say about how U.S. consumers would be feeling in the future about gas prices.
Tonight, U.S. stock and oil futures are set to open amid new uncertainties in the Middle East. And then there is this. Iran's top negotiator and Speaker of Parliament took to social media warning Americans that, quote, soon you'll be nostalgic for $4 to $5 gas.
MB Galibaf, enjoy the current pump figures with the so-called blockade, quote unquote. Soon you'll be nostalgic for $4 to $5 gas. And then it's just it's a map. Honestly, Iran's propaganda game has been getting better and better throughout this whole thing. Just posts a Google Maps image of all the fucking gas stations around the White House. Oh my god. Oh Jesus Christ. Iran's meme warfare is hitting a fever pitch at this point. Enjoy the pump fingers, everybody. You'll be missing them.
No!
Now, yesterday, Prime Minister Albanese of Australia, actually, I think this might have been Monday night-ish, let's say. Prime Minister Albanese of Australia said, well, had some things to say, urging peace and for a reopening of the Strait of Hormuz.
Well, I want to see the resumption of peace talks. We want to see an end to this conflict. It's having a devastating impact on the global economy, and the longer it goes, the bigger the impact.
Did I hear about the Republican from Kentucky going on Newsmax to tell the American people to stop whining about gas prices? No, send it to me in the Discord. That sounds like a winner. See, you're all America last. You're all America last for not paying more at the gas pump.
Will be,
just hate America.
The tail will be as well. And so we want to see an end to the conflict. We've made that very clear for some time. And what I want to see is to wake up in the morning and see that peace has broken out on a permanent basis, that we have de-escalated.
Yes. Anthony was really hoping for peace to just break out overnight. I'm afraid we've had, I think that was at least one night, and now we're on the second night since he said that. No peace has yet broken out, and the strait still closed, as it turns out. Closed-ish. We'll get into that in just a second. Starting here, Al Jazeera English from yesterday. More on these Trump threats to close the already closed Strait of Hormuz. Which
US
sounds
military
like a
blockade
joke,
on Iran's southern coast has taken effect.
Like, it should be a joke. Like, in all seriousness, it should be a joke. But it's not a joke. We're actually blockading an already blockaded strait, essentially. I mean, it wasn't 100% blockaded, but the traffic was already 80 to 90% reduced, maybe more. I don't know the exact figures on that, but greatly reduced traffic already. He's like, you know what? We're shutting it down. It's like, dude, it's already shut down. Why? And literally 2 days before, literally 2 days before Trump said he's closing the Strait, he was calling on European leaders to open the Strait with him and China and everybody else. It's the most like slapdash, discombobulated, sort of strategic, if you can call it that, thinking. It's insane. It's utterly insane. You just posted it. I'll watch it. I'm not gonna be able to do it tonight, but I'll definitely watch it. That sounds like a winner for sure, Columbia Rican. But this is just such a, I mean, Trump threatening to blockade the already blockaded Strait. It's just so beyond stupid. I couldn't come up with a dumber thing. I couldn't have even come up with that. Right? Like, it's so fucking dumb. Like, if I had said that last week before he ever made that threat, you'd be like, yeah, that's a stupid, that's stupid. I mean, Trump is a dumb guy, but that's the dumbest thing I've ever heard. There's no way that anybody in their right mind would ever do such a thing. Truth is stranger than fiction. 2026. That's the motto for the year.
U.S. military blockade on Iran's southern coast has taken effect. President Donald Trump says any Iranian Navy vessel approaching American warships will be eliminated. Washington is piling pressure on Iran.
Mark Hamill, thank you for the 250 joules over on the vertical chat. Much appreciated.
After weekend talks failed to reach a deal to end the war. Well, under the blockade, the U.S. says ships going to and coming from Iranian ports will be intercepted, along with vessels that pay Iran for safe passage through the Strait of Hormuz. Well, Tehran's responded by threatening all ports in the Gulf and the Gulf of Oman. The Revolutionary Guard says military vessels in the Strait will be met with a forceful response.
The criminal America's restriction on the movement of maritime vessels in international waters is an illegal act and an example of piracy. The armed forces of the Islamic Republic of Iran explicitly and resolutely declares that the security of ports in the Persian Gulf and the Sea of Oman is either for everyone or for no one. If the security of the ports of the Islamic Republic of Iran in the Persian Gulf and the Sea of Oman is threatened, no port in the Persian Gulf and the Sea of Oman will be safe.
Well, the U.S. military says the blockade applies to all of Iran's ports, which stretch from the Gulf to the Gulf of Oman. Vessels travelling between non-Iranian ports will be allowed to transit the Strait of Hormuz. The waterway used to transport around a fifth of global oil supplies. It's been effectively blocked by Iran since the start of the war more than 6 weeks ago now. Well, in a moment...
I mean, it's blocked and it's not blocked. It's blocked and it's not blocked. I mean, technically, Iran has made a way for people to transit the Strait. Sure, does it cost a little extra? Yeah. I would also point this out, because this is actually a fairly complicated international legal matter, and I'm not, like, I'm not a maritime lawyer or anything. I'm not about to break out into a Captain Hook song or something, but the fact is that part of the Strait... Like, if you look at the map here, right, like, part of this strait includes the international waters of Iran, right? We all understand this, right? Like, international waters are what, 21 kilometers out? No, this might be slightly more. I can't remember the exact distance. It was like 20 kilometers out from the coastline. And... the Strait of Hormuz is about 21 miles across. So, I mean, basically, Iran's territorial waters extend like halfway into the fucking strait. So technically, they're really, in a way, they're only asserting their sovereignty. It would be like if boats had to pass between Florida, or you know what I mean? You know what I'm saying here? Like, The Gulf of Mexico, part of that's territorial waters of the United States. Donald Trump has made sure everybody knows that by trying to rename it.
We'll speak with Ali Hashem in Tehran, but first, let's speak to our chief U.S. correspondent, Alan Fisher, who's at the White House. So, Alan, the deadline has passed. Donald Trump has truthed. Any more clarity on what the U.S. is trying to achieve here?
Well, Donald Trump has been in the Oval Office probably for the last 30 minutes or so, and in that time he's managed to put out a post on...
I just realized that Mark Hamill's name is Mark Hamill and has a profile photo of... what's his name? From... Oh my God, my brain just fucking broke. Oh my God, how does that happen? I started this off with words in my brain. They just left. Oh my God. Oh, this one's actually going to bug me. It's one of my favorite TV shows. I can't even think of the name of it. There's a real problem there. I need help. I need help, everyone.
I'm having a hard time.
Truth social media platform. We're going to throw it up on screen just now so you can take a look at exactly what he said. The president says Iran's navy is lying at the bottom of the sea, completely obliterated 158 ships. What we have not hit are their small number of what they call fast attack ships, because we did not consider them much of a threat. Warning, if any of these ships come anywhere close to our blockade, they'll be immediately eliminated using the same system of kill that we used against the drug dealers in the boats at sea. It's quick and brutal. So Donald Trump clearly laying out his guidelines for the military. Of course, this whole blockade has gone...
There we go. I did it. I remembered. Cowboy Bebop. Cowboy frickin' Bebop. I don't know why I couldn't think of it. Like, it was like stuck way back there in my brain. It refused to come out. That really bugged me. It was somewhat painful. Okay. Everything's fine. Thank you, Spike Spiegel, a.k.a. Mark Hamill, a.k.a. the chatter who gave us the 250 joules over on Vertical Twitch. Or, I can't even think of words today. Something's wrong. Truly wrong with my brain. I need help. I need help. Someone help me. Yes, Cowboy Bebop. Yep. It's a great show. Somehow I couldn't remember the name of it.
I'm staying in the race.
Pretty sure I'm having a pre-senior moment. Very pre-senior. Decades ahead of my time. Okay. The Gulf, right. Right, the Gulf of America. That's right. That's what I meant. Sorry, Sasha. I meant the Gulf. Did I say Gulf of Mexico? Yeah. That's because I actually meant Gulf of Mexico. And Gulf of America is a stupid name. All right. Let's continue talking about the blockaded Strait. The blockading of the blockade.
President Trump's plan to use force not to reopen the Strait of Hormuz, but to close it to all shipping has horrified and mystified.
Yeah. Thank you, Channel, for that. Yeah, that's right. He's using military force to close the strait, even though he was promising military force to open it. It's like he has no idea what the fuck he's doing.
America's erstwhile allies.
We are focusing our efforts on opening in full the Strait of Hormuz because of the damage it's doing to economies around the world, including our own economy. And we, the UK, will not be joining the blockade that the President announced.
The ongoing closure of the Strait of Hormuz is greatly damaging, and the restoration of the freedom of navigation is of paramount importance for us.
Before the ceasefire, the US bombed Karg Island, where Iran's oil is processed. President Trump's aim is to block all Iran's oil exports, whatever the cost to the world economy.
It's a move that is sort of strange and difficult to understand, in part because it seems out of step with the ceasefire, or not in the spirit of the ceasefire. A blockade is an act of war, and it's seen as such under international law. And so if the US does try to use significant force to block ships from moving, especially ships related to Iran's oil exports, that is something that I think Iran will retaliate against forcefully.
So true. Yeah. Cowboy Bebop is not a cartoon. I'm pretty sure it's a cartoon. I hate to get into this war, but I would point out that technically, before we started calling Japanese manga anime, it was just cartoons from a different country. Right? I mean, really though, right? Am I wrong? It was really just cartoons, but Japanese style, and then we decided it needed its own name. Which is fine if everybody wants to do that, but, you know, please, please forgive me if I wind up referring to things such as Cowboy Bebop as cartoons, because that's basically how I see them. Like, I don't distinguish between Cowboy Bebop and other cartoons that I enjoy. I don't know if I'm weird for that. I don't know if I'm the weird one for that. Aside from the fact that I really truly enjoy that show. A great deal. And actually the Netflix live action remake was fairly good. I'm not gonna lie. I was pleasantly surprised. Oh, see look what I've done. See, I've engaged us into an anime debate. We're not doing this. Oh God! All right, back to channel 4.
Oil prices snapped back above $100 a barrel in response to President Trump's plans to blockade Iranian ports. And there's been a warning that the Iran war is set to cut living standards in the UK this year. Our economics reporter Neil MacDonald is here. Neil, how have the energy markets responded to all of this?
Well, it sent a fresh jolt of pessimism through the markets, according to one analyst today, rather undercutting the optimism that was around after the announcement of the ceasefire. And if you look at the price of oil over last Friday and then today, you can see that sudden shift in sentiment rather clearly. I mean, the immediate reason is that Iran exports about 1.8 million barrels of oil, and a successful blockade would obviously stop that flowing. Most of it goes to China. I mean, 1 barrel out of every 8 that China imports comes from Iran. And if they can't get it from Iran, obviously they'll go looking for it from another country. You'd expect that to push up prices. All of that said, I mean, $100 is a lot lower than some of the peaks we've seen in recent weeks.
Yeah, that is true. And actually, it's come down even more recently. So I would like to point that out for everybody. Right now, it's trading at $90 a barrel. I believe it's just Asian markets that are open right now, but last couple of days, it has in fact come back down, even though it went over $100 a barrel the other day. Here's the problem with that, though, at least for those who are, you know, hoping that that will mean lower gas prices. It won't. It won't. Not unless oil goes down dramatically and stays down, right? It has to stay down because the manufacturers, like of the gasoline, like you don't just pull oil out of the ground and put it in your car. It has to be refined and all these other things, and you know, those guys are buying the oil and then refining it. So whatever they're paying for the oil will in fact trickle down onto you in prices being higher. When it comes to this, right, like I feel like I don't have to make this point, but it takes time to make that gasoline out of oil. Doesn't happen instantaneously. First they have to get the oil to the refinery. then they have to refine it, then they have to put it back on a truck or whatever and send it to wherever the hell you are, right? So however long that takes. So, I mean, in some ways, we're probably just seeing, I'm trying to think about where we're probably at in this, but we're like probably 2 weeks behind at least. So who knows exactly what anybody's paying for any of this oil, because it is incredibly volatile at this point. And so really what's going to happen is like manufacturers and gas stations are just going to keep prices elevated, assuming that the price of oil will go back up to wherever it was, right? They'll start hedging their bets by charging you more money. Just makes business sense, you know?
That suggests the financial markets, at least, believe that today's escalation doesn't preclude some sort of long-term deal.
But what is the latest on how this will affect people here?
Well, we learned today from the RAC that the average prices of petrol and diesel have now gone up every day for 40 days in a row, and inevitably that's starting to hit people's pockets. Now, the Resolution Foundation was expecting living standards this year to rise by 0.9% for the average working age household. They now think it's going to drop by 0.6% because of everything that's going on. They calculate that as a £480 hit. And those figures don't include the impact yet of food prices, because the foundation says it's too early to make that calculation.
Yeah. Not great. 1.5% cut on living standards here. $480. I'm sorry, pounds. That's even more. That's like $700. Ay, 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 ay. There's visual shorthands that happen in anime that don't happen. Okay, I get what you're saying. I'm not saying the anime isn't a genre. I'm just saying in my brain, it's just my brain. Okay, nobody has to go by what by this part of things. You know? It's just what's happening in my brain. It doesn't happen to happen in everybody else's brain. I hope everybody understands that. I'm one man. I'm not even telling anybody else. Just so it's clear, I'm not even telling anybody else to call anime cartoons. I'm just saying I do it sometimes accidentally. Probably because, now that I'm thinking about it, the reason I was ever even introduced to the existence of anime is Cartoon Network, right? Like, do you see where my head's at right now? Like, the only reason I know Cowboy Bebop exists probably is because the Cartoon Network introduced me to it as a child. And since I couldn't think of the name in that moment, I just started describing it. I just started trying to like describe it in words. We should just watch Cartoon Network together. What do you say? Just screw Operation Epstein Fury. Come on! All right, I'm kidding. I'm not gonna do that.
Not gonna do it.
All right, let's go to talking about Lebanon. And there is quite a bit to talk about. Let's start here. Now, leading into today, Lebanon, and just to be clear, Lebanon's government ministers, whatever you want to call them, were sent to the United States to meet with U.S. representatives and Israeli representatives. Now, you will be shocked to hear that that excludes Hezbollah representatives. So, the United States, Israel, and the government of Lebanon, or at least part of the government of Lebanon, were hanging out together at the White House. However, being left out, Hezbollah had some things to say about all of that.
Hezbollah's Secretary General Naim Qassem has rejected talks between the Lebanese government and Israel.
Ambassadors from both nations are expected to meet in Washington on Tuesday, but Qasem says the talks are a pretext to pressure Hezbollah into laying down its weapons.
We reject negotiations with the Israeli entity. These negotiations are futile and require a Lebanese consensus to shift our approach from non-negotiation to direct negotiations. What is this humiliation that Lebanon is facing directly? Israel says very clearly these negotiations are to force Hezbollah to disarm their weapons and to have peace with the Israeli enemy. Netanyahu has repeated this several times.
Meanwhile, the Israeli army has intensified ground operations in the south of Lebanon. A strike near the entrance to the Red Cross offices in the city of Tyre killed one person. It was the second attack on the Red Cross in less than 24 hours. Obeida Hito joins us now live from Tyre in southern Lebanon. Obeida, Hezbollah says it will continue to confront Israeli forces. So what kind of outcome is the Lebanese government looking or expecting to get out of these talks?
I just want to pause this here, just because of the way it's being talked about. I feel like, to some degree, we are, in fact, missing a piece of this. Because we keep talking about Hezbollah as if they're not part of the government of Lebanon, but they are. And that's why I was trying to be specific about saying only part of Lebanon's government is there, because Hezbollah is the other part, right? The same way that Kurdistan, or, like, you know... Hezbollah is effectively a governing body within the state of Lebanon. They have schools and hospitals and other like infrastructure. Like they are government entities, right? Hezbollah was technically subsumed into the Lebanese government decades ago. It's still, you know, technically part of it, and pretending like it's not is basically just a propaganda vehicle for Israel's objectives, in my opinion. And so I just make this point because there's a fracturing inside of Lebanon, governmentally, right? You got one part of Lebanon's government being funded by the United States, right, and one part being funded by Iran. Honestly, it's shocking that Lebanon continues to be a place with that already being a thing, let alone having the United States and Israel here seemingly intentionally exacerbating that fracturing by not even attempting to include Hezbollah. But there's reasons for that, and we will get into it.
The Lebanese government has been clear through the prime minister as well as the president saying that they want to reach a ceasefire. First and foremost, this has been a very deadly conflict for Lebanon since March 2nd. The death toll has shot way above 2,000, especially since the Wednesday attacks that shook the entire country. Now the government wants to sit at the table. This is going to be the first time that Israeli and Lebanese diplomats meet face-to-face in official talks in 40 years, since 1983.
Yeah. It's a shocking thing to have happen. Even without Hezbollah being involved, of course, Israel's invaded Lebanon a number of times over the years. So, you know, it is a big deal that there would be any sort of true diplomacy going on here. But that's really not what's happening, at least from what I can tell. It's, well, I guess it's technically diplomacy, regardless of how I feel about it personally. But before we get to more in-depth analysis on these talks and what the fucking point of them even is, we should probably quickly focus in on the people being affected by this war, Israel's war on Lebanon. Well over 1 million people displaced, thousands dead.
Israeli jets intensify attacks over the skies of southern Lebanon, while Israeli tanks and bulldozers are visible inside the country.
It comes on the eve of rare talks in Washington between Israeli and Lebanese envoys. Led by their respective ambassadors to the U.S., this will be the first direct...
Damn, I gotta pee. I'll be right back.
...talks between the two countries in decades.
More than 1 million people have been displaced in Lebanon since Israel launched its offensive on March 2nd. Waves of attacks that have left over 2,000 dead. The mounting toll leaves many skeptical that a diplomatic breakthrough is possible.
Current situation is hopeless. We don't see any glimmer of hope for the future.
Others hope this spells a new chapter.
Time for us to live in peace. It's time for the Lebanese to realize that the blessing we have living in Lebanon should not be interfered with by any other country.
Yet their country has been caught in the middle of the region's wars many times before. This time, the government is seeking aid and military support to empower its army and take control of the south, replacing Hezbollah's dominance in the region. In a televised address, Hezbollah's chief dismissed the meeting.
We reject negotiations with the uprising Israeli entity. We call, while the opportunity still exists, for a historic and heroic stance by canceling this negotiating meeting.
But the talks will proceed on Tuesday. For the millions caught in the middle, the hope isn't for a political victory, but simply for the skies to fall silent. Leonie Lacani, TRT World, Washington.
Well, Oliver Farrick from our International Affairs Desk is with me here on set. Oliver, Israel's refused to stop bombing Lebanon, yet the talks are still going ahead. Not everyone, perhaps not surprisingly in Lebanon, happy about this. Hezbollah just basically saying already they think they should be cancelled and they're not going to abide by anything that comes out of them anyway.
Yes, and this was not in any way a surprise. This had been built up by even the Speaker of the Lebanese Parliament, who is constitutionally from the Shiite community in Lebanon, had been saying this for several weeks. Hezbollah don't want anything to do with the talks. Their leader, Naim Qassem, urged Lebanon to withdraw from the talks in his address on Monday night, while Wafik Safa, a high-ranking member of the group's political bureau, said Hezbollah would not abide by the talks. So this raises a lot of questions over what chance at all they have of succeeding. The two countries did make initial contact last week in a phone call between their respective ambassadors to Washington. That's their first direct contact since 1983. And of course, the two countries have never had formal diplomatic relations. The three main issues, all of which appear intractable, are the cessation of Israeli attacks, which of course is not currently on the cards, the disarmament of Hezbollah, which Lebanon has pledged to do but says cannot be done overnight, and the withdrawal of Israeli troops from southern Lebanon. And the fact that Israel has refused to stop bombing Lebanon alone casts the talks prospects in doubt. Israel continued to attack Hezbollah positions in southern Lebanon on Monday, with fighting around Bint Bel, which caused the death of one Israeli soldier. And
Okay, Space Fams, I am back. Ay. Honestly, there's not a lot of hopes for these peace talks, I'm afraid. Without Hezbollah there, they're more than meaningless. Actually, I take that back. In the way of peace, they're meaningless, but there is meaning to these talks, and we will get to that. But in the way of peace, none of us should expect these to bring peace. If anything, in my estimation, this is going to potentially, depending on what comes of it, draw more actors into the current ongoing conflicts, which is, in my estimation, bad. By the way, not sure who this is. And I wouldn't want to dox you, but somebody with the message, thanks, love your channel, just donated $20 over on PayPal. Incredibly generous, helping us finance the galactic deficit. Much appreciated. You know who you are. Just a reminder to everybody, if you donate on Cash App, if you donate on PayPal, please put your name in the messages, because I don't like doxing people unintentionally. Not my thing. And since I appreciate all of you and your generosity, I wouldn't want to do that to you. So we keep people anonymous unless you put the name in the message itself. So if you want to throw your chat name or whatever else in there, I'll read it. But if not, I keep donors on Cash App or PayPal anonymous. Just a thing we do around here. Now, however, if you want to be made known, you can always let us know in chat. I'm certainly fine with that. I just don't want to be the reason that suddenly you're put on Front Street unnecessarily. So, let's go here to the Associated Press from 18 hours ago. Keep talking about these supposed peace talks going on.
نحن واضحون عندما يوقف العدو اعتداءاته
Shit.
وعندما ينسحب.
Sorry.
I made a huge tiny mistake.
Huge tiny mistake. We got subtitles. Take 2. We are clear when the enemy stops its attacks first, when it withdraws from Lebanese territory second, and when it releases prisoners and returns people to their land. So Hezbollah is ready for a ceasefire. As for the outcomes of this negotiation between Lebanon and the Israeli enemy, we are not interested in or concerned with them at all. We are not bound by what they agreed to. In the negotiation that took place between Iran and the United States, Iran did well when it requested an end to the attacks in Lebanon, and was able to obtain a cessation of attacks in Dahiyya and in all of administrative Beirut. There was talk. We were of the opinion that Israel was preparing for a second battle with Lebanon. What does he want from this fight? As I mentioned, his goals are to eliminate Hezbollah and eliminate Hezbollah's weapons. Yep. There you go, a Hezbollah representative making it incredibly clear what Hezbollah's demands are, which are basically the very bare minimum of a ceasefire, which is for attacks to stop, for Israel to withdraw from the territory of Lebanon. Seems like a bare minimum. Seems like a bare minimum for a ceasefire. You withdraw your troops and you stop shooting. Like, how is that not a ceasefire? That's a real ceasefire. We just don't see them anymore. Because Israel's constantly violating them. Wow. Duck is calling for the replacement of Autumn. And not the season, the Majority Report mod. Autumn, are you listening right now? Because I know Autumn subscribed to this channel. Sometimes he's lurking. Watch out, Quaximus. Watch out, Quaximus. Thou doth fly fairly close to the sun. I'm not your Daedalus, but I would I'd recommend you don't fly so close. All right, let's keep this going. France 24 English, 18 hours ago. Quote unquote, no glimmer of hope. Little optimism among Lebanon's displaced as talks with Israel begin.
Like more than 1 million people in Lebanon, this family from the south of the country is displaced and living rough on the streets of the capital. Many here do not hold out hope for the talks planned Tuesday.
As for the negotiations, as usual, I'm not very hopeful. But God willing, this will lead to a lasting solution. We hope that our Prime Minister will work to make sure they're successful so all these people can go home.
The current situation is hopeless. We don't see any glimmer of hope for the future.
Lebanese, Israeli and American officials are due to meet in Washington, but Israel has already ruled out a ceasefire. Hezbollah's chief now urging the government to cancel the talks, calling them futile. On the ground, fighting continues. Hezbollah fired rockets into northern Israel Monday, with no reports of injuries. While Israel says it has completely surrounded the Hezbollah stronghold of Bin Jabal, killing more than 100 people in the process, as it works to establish a 10-kilometre buffer zone into Lebanon. On Sunday, the Israeli Prime Minister went to show support for his troops.
Yeah, and I would also like to point out for our viewers here, first off, the buffer zone is just territorial seizure, right? Israel's just created a fictional thing in order to seize territory, a supposed buffer zone. Doing it unilaterally, so it's just, once again, just seizing territory. But let's not forget, we cannot forget that before March 1st, right, before any hostilities between the United States and Israel and Iran started, Israel was still occupying multiple hilltops in the country of Lebanon. Illegally occupying militarily what it deemed objectives, territorial objectives, sites that they felt were beneficial to its military strategy. They just never left. They never left, and they violated the ceasefire over 10,000 times in the year that it was supposedly in place. Okay. Oh, damn. Oh, damn, duck. Nightbot's on my side tonight? Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. You know, oftentimes Nightbot, I feel, betrays me. That at least makes up for a little bit. Okay. What next? Al Jazeera English. Up next, 14 hours ago. Israeli-Lebanon talks in the United States.
There's been no let-up in Israeli strikes. Israel says the conflict with Hezbollah is continuing, despite the opening of a U.S.-sponsored diplomatic track.
Israel initially rejected Lebanon's offer to negotiate. Even the U.S. administration remained silent. The U.S.-Iran ceasefire deal brought a shift in policy because Iran insisted Lebanon must be included. The Trump administration also agreed to re-engage with the authorities here after expressing frustration with their failure to disarm Hezbollah.
The group is on the front lines, engaging in direct confrontations with invading Israeli soldiers in recent weeks. Israel is refusing to discuss a ceasefire, Lebanon's condition before formal peace negotiations can begin.
Negotiations cannot take place under pressure, bombardment and humiliation. Where is justice? This is not fair.
The government has little leverage. The Israeli military killed nearly 400 people in 10 minutes last week. But through direct talks, it wants to separate the Hezbollah-Israel front from the war in Iran. Some Lebanese believe aligning with Iran would offer a deterrence. Many have been bearing the brunt of the attacks.
Columbia Rican with a sweet, sweet super chat. Sometimes I wish the Borg would assimilate us, because then we get to know exactly what the governments have been up to. At this point, I think it's worth it. Wow, wow, wow. Wow, 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 Columbia Rican. I'm not sure if I can get on board with this, but I totally see what you're saying. I feel like this is the justification for Elon Musk's brain chips, but I absolutely see what you're saying, and I do see the benefits of it. I absolutely see what you're saying. At least we'd know. At least we wouldn't be in the dark. At least, you know, at least we'd have the Epstein files, you know?
Are you still talking
Where's my
about
sound?
Jeffrey Epstein? This guy's been talked about for years.
Oh, I'm on the fence on that one, Columbia Rican. You know, I love you. All right. Let's keep this moving. You thought Iran was already aligned with Lebanon? See, this is one of those things. It's one of those distinctions that's often left out. It's made confusing. It's intentionally muddled by our mainstream media. Right? And all the people who have fucking, you know, skin in this game, if you will. And fact is Lebanon's government's fractured. Part of it's funded by the United States, part of it funded by Iran. Incredibly confusing, but the fact is Hezbollah has become more and more and more popular, while the official government, as everybody in the West sees it, continues to lose popularity. I'm talking about the one that's doing the negotiations right now with the United States, because they refuse to protect their own people. That's part of the problem for Lebanon's government. And why its popularity is waning so much is because they refuse to fight Israel as Israel continues to invade its country, occupy its territory, murder its civilians, and destroy its infrastructure. I mean, you too would probably be like, these guys don't seem so good. Maybe I'll go with Hezbollah. You know, like you would be like, that's it seems like your job. Like, Lebanon has a military. It's funded by the United States. That's gonna come up in a second. It's going to come up in a second, but let's hold off a little longer until I get to why that's so relevant. Back to France 24. Same time that last clip came up.
It's unclear whether there's any hope or if this is all just kind of an exercise to make the White House happy and feel that at least some negotiations are moving ahead. On the positive side, this is the first time in modern history that Lebanon and Israel are engaged in direct talks, first time ever. And so that's an historic possibility. The Israeli government has shown itself to be extremely ambivalent, and I'm being generous. Initially, the Israeli government made it clear that these talks would amount to nothing, and that basically they were doing it as a kind of gesture towards Donald Trump, not towards Lebanon. And as you said, the prime minister all along has made it very clear to Israel in a series of public.
That's actually an incredible distinction that I missed on my first listening to these clips earlier tonight. It happens. I have to, because of time, I have to listen to all of these clips at like 2x. If I don't, I would never do anything but the stream and preparing for the stream, right? You know, unlike a lot of these guys out here, I actually do prepare for these things. I try to put it together in a way that actually, at least in my opinion, makes some amount of sense. Has like a flow to it from beginning to end. I don't always achieve it, but I'm always shooting for it at the very least. And the only way to do that is prepare. And if I didn't listen to these things, if I didn't double up speed, I would just never get anything else done. But holy fuck. I mean, no kidding. Of course they're just doing this for Trump and they don't give a shit. Of course Israel is, oh my God, it's even worse than I thought. Israel's just going to keep doing this war. They want to keep doing this war.
Statements that the presence of Israeli soldiers in Lebanon is not going to end anytime soon, that this is permanent. He has allowed his ministers to speak of an occupation of a huge, unprecedented swath of southern Lebanon. So none of this would lead one to think there's any hope. On the other hand, the prime minister is really in a bit of a corner vis-a-vis the Israeli public. And when he keeps talking about a military presence in Lebanon, that has been heard by the Israeli public as eternal war. And since that message doesn't seem to be going over very well, just in the last 2 or 3 days, messaging from the Israeli government has taken a different tack and has said, we're not negotiating over Hezbollah, we're negotiating peace with Lebanon, as if a sort of peace with Egypt that Prime Minister Menachem Begin did in 1979 were an in the offing.
There's a lot of threads to this shit right now. There's a lot of threads to pull on. But clearly, there's quite a lot of politicking involved in this particular peace talk, even more than I actually think I was. Like, I already knew that to some degree, but I think I'm starting to realize more and more as I'm re-listening to this right now, just how much politicking was involved in this. Like, they are trying their damnedest. It's both sides trying to unite, and by both sides I mean the United States and Israel, which is really just one side. It's just one side, but. Two actors within on one side are doing this weird politic game right now, where Israel's trying to pretend that it wants peace when it doesn't. The United States is, to some degree, trying to get. Part of the problem here, from what I can tell, is the United States cannot continue to furnish Israel with, and they're already running out of what they've been given. Right, they're already running out of what they've been given. What they have right now isn't succeeding as much as they'd like it to, and the United States can't furnish Israel because we've now started using them ourselves. So we, you know what I mean? It's like we take from the pile first, and then Israel's next. But then all of a sudden now it's like oh my God! And so we don't want to have to keep giving them or find a way to give them more weapons to keep waging this war. Even though the United States wants to fully back Israel, and by the United States, I mean the government of the United States currently wants to back Israel as much as it possibly can. And yet I think what's happening here is that, oh boy, there's multiple issues, logistical issues as well as political issues. Boy, oh boy. The fact is, of course, Israel's involved in the United States' war on Iran. It's really our war when you think about it. It's not going good. It's all going very badly.
We're going to talk more about this with France 24's Cyril Payan, who joins me now from Beirut. Cyril, first of all, how are people there reacting to these talks planned for today?
Well, to answer very frankly, Gina, there is a very cautious optimism that nobody really believes there will be a huge breakthrough, just by reminding that when two sides didn't speak to each other for more than 43 years, it would be very difficult to sit on the table and find the proper words, especially when the two countries, Lebanon and Israel, are still technically, and that has been the case technically, at war for decades now, and while the negotiations will start, southern Lebanon and the capital city just a few days ago, were under heavy fire from the Israeli army. So the preconditions are so huge, it's very difficult to imagine something like a breakthrough tomorrow, today, in Washington. It's extremely clear in the minds of the people here, but the ambassador of Israel, the ambassador of Lebanon had a first talk by phone on Friday. This is a first, something which didn't happen in decades, and they should meet on the table, which is not really a new round or the start of a round of negotiations, but more like the framework of what could be happening under every pressure, I will say, from the United States. What is important in Lebanon is for the first time in weeks, the Lebanese people feel a bit disconnected from Iran diplomatically, which is a good thing. So they will try to have the ceasefire. This is what the government officials have been requesting, but the preconditions, which are huge from Israel too, are just demanding a disarmament of the Hezbollah militia.
But how do you negotiate a disarmament of the Hezbollah military without Hezbollah there? It's somewhat counterintuitive, no? Ay, ay, ay. Okay, now's the time when I would normally take a break. We took one, though. Did we take one at 4 hours? We took one at 4 hours, didn't we? How many breaks have we done, Space Fams? Have we done one or two? I can't remember now. I guess I could scroll back. I guess I could scroll back on the video and figure out how many breaks we've done. But before we do any of that, I don't have someone to thank here, but a message from them regardless. Global class solidarity. Thank you. You know who you are. For the 25 bones on Cash App. By the way, good to see you, person who just donated on, I'm sorry, not Cash App, on PayPal. On PayPal. I don't think I've seen your face around the chat very much lately. Good to know you're lurking, and still appreciate the show. Where's my goal counter? There we go. Got to add it to the goal. Contributing to the galactic deficit. Financing goal. There we go. Beautiful. Making more progress on that. Although we still haven't made as much progress on that galactic deficit as I would like. Somehow not enough progress. Still, though, no big deal. We got plenty of time, more than half the month. Everything's fine. All right. Let's keep going through these. Now, you'll be shocked to hear that little Marco Rubio... Hold on. This is breaking. You will all be incredibly shocked to hear that the Secretary of State,
don't worry about it,
little Marco Rubio, was actually involved in diplomacy. I know. He's taken a back seat to Trump's golf buddy and son-in-law. Although this one, he didn't have to leave town for it. So the only diplomatic stuff, the little man, he's got a... Marco Rubio's got to be questioning his life choices right now. Wasn't he a senator before this? And now he's like stuck at the White House, not allowed to go on diplomatic missions. The only diplomacy he's allowed to do is the stuff he doesn't have to leave the United States for. What does Donald Trump think he's going to do? He's going to defect to Cuba?
You are not funny.
Ah, come on. You shut up. The egg rolls were delicious. Thank you for the inspo, GSL. I inspired you for egg rolls? I feel left out. I feel incredibly left out right now. I have no egg rolls myself. So now I'm feeling fairly jealous. Like I'm not living my life to the fullest right now. Completely egg rollless. I don't even know what I did to inspire you. Bender memes always make me laugh. Come on, Bender. Bender's the great. He's the GOAT. I've lost my place in my list. Oh, right. Little Marco Rubio up next. Got too busy reading.
Israel and Lebanon have begun.
Although I would point out, it's been interesting. Very YouTube vertical has been very quiet chat-wise, but we have been getting views. All the chats tonight, the vast majority of the chats, have been YouTube horizontal. It's interesting how the tri-stream just sort of ebbs and flows. One day no views on vertical. Next day, I think we already have like 7,000 on this one or something. Yeah. I wish I could make actual money from YouTube vertical, like, ad money. But it's wild. I don't know exactly how they calculate. I know what the rate is. I should look it up. But, like, the rate for horizontal versus the rate for vertical ad money is insane. It basically makes ads run on a stream on vertical, like, completely useless. Like, I think you have to be getting, like, millions of views on shorts to make any ad money. I'm lucky if I get, like, 5 cents on an 8-hour stream from vertical from the ads. It's wild. I do not know why there's such a massive distinction between the two. I assume it's because they can't serve the ads the same way or something like that. I don't actually know. I don't find it to be that important, but whatever. There's never any eggs in the egg rolls? No. Alright, I keep delaying. Little Marco, here we go.
Israel and Lebanon have begun direct negotiations in Washington, D.C. Lebanese authorities are hoping to stop Israeli attacks on the country, but Israeli officials are focused on Hezbollah's disarmament. Well, these are the first high-level meetings of their kind in more than 3 decades. The last direct engagement between the two countries was in 1993. The talks are being hosted by U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio.
Okay, just to be clear, I do get paid. It's not a lot of money, but I make way more, like 100 times more on the YouTube ads on horizontal. Like I make literally nothing on vertical, right? Like you know, on a good stream, I'll make like $5-6 or something on ads, and that's not bad. It adds up over time. You know, I do like 20 streams a month or something like that. It adds up. But on vertical, I think I've yet to see a full $1 from all of those streams.
This is a historic opportunity. We understand we're working against decades of history and complexities that have led us to this unique moment. And the opportunity here, I know some of you are shouting questions about ceasefires. This is a lot more than just about that. This is about bringing a permanent end to 20 or 30 years of Hezbollah's influence in this part of the world and not just the damage it's inflicted on Israel, the damage it's inflicted on the Lebanese people. We have to remember the Lebanese people are victims of Hezbollah. The Lebanese people are victims of Iranian aggression. And this needs to stop. And so our hope here, and I know this will be a process, okay? All of the complexities of this matter are not going to be resolved in the next 6 hours, but we can begin to move forward to create the framework where something can happen. Something very positive, something very permanent, so that the people of Lebanon can have the kind of future they deserve, and so that the people of Israel can live without struggle.
Oh, powerful and permanent coming from Marco Rubio. Can't wait.
The story for us is Nida Ibrahim in Ramallah, Baida Hito in southern Lebanon. But first, let's speak to Mike Hanna at the U.S. State Department in Washington, D.C., where those talks are happening. So, Mike, when Marco Rubio opened the talks formally, he acknowledged the complexity, the breadth of challenges ahead of him. What is the context for what we understand could possibly be achieved here, Mike?
Well, the Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, also said that he hopes that these talks will be a process. Now, the word that has been used by all in reference to them is that they are preparatory. These talks are at an ambassadorial level, supervised by the U.S. Secretary of State. But this is the first step in...
Damn. So he doesn't even get to do the real peace talks? Man, little Marco. Oh. That's gotta suck. That's gotta suck for little Marco. Oh, God. Preparatory peace talks? Completely meaningless, you're telling me? Zero. Nothing. Wow, wow, wow. Poor little Marco. He just... Wow, he's been sidelined so hard by the Trump administration. It's almost like Trump and he used to have a beef or something.
Gentlemen.
Ah, God. It's almost like these are just performance art, not actual peace talks. Al Jazeera from 9 hours ago, Daniel Levy. With his analysis.
Let's now speak to Daniel Levy, president of the US Middle East Project and a former Israeli political negotiator as part of the Oslo II peace process. He joins us from London. Good to see you, Daniel. Daniel, is Israel coming to the table to negotiate, or is Israel coming to present ultimatums to the Lebanese leadership?
Well, it's the latter, isn't it? Unfortunately, what we're seeing, what we're going to see, is an Israel that has a zero-sum approach yet again, that has a military strategy, if you like, but has no political diplomatic follow-up that is in any way intended to say, OK, in a negotiation, it's not a diktat, it's not a one-way conversation, it's seeking a win-win. That's not what they're coming to the table to try and achieve. I think the position is best summed up as either we will bomb Lebanon or you bomb it yourself, Lebanese government. You go into a civil war. And that's not an offer that anyone can take. So it kind of begs the question, how real is this? How performative is this? How much is this a kind of intended sideshow that if somehow there is a successful Iran-US ongoing de-escalation, which Israel reluctantly is forced to accept, then the US understands that the Achilles heel could be the Israel-Lebanon front, and therefore you try to dial that down at least to a manageable place where Iran will accept that. That may be the best, if one can call it that, outcome. But this is not about Lebanon regaining its sovereignty, a mutually acceptable, dignified deal. This is about Israel trying to impose humiliating terms on a Lebanese government, which, as we just heard, is in no position whatsoever to accept those, even less so after Israel has carried out such a violent, cruel campaign of destruction in Lebanon. So that smidgen of legitimacy that may have come for the government going to those talks is even less there. And of course, I'm just looking at the images you're showing, Neve. And of course, you couldn't have a worse mediator if it's between Israel and Lebanon, Israel and just about anyone, than the US.
Right. Daniel, as you say, in many ways, you've...
It's a fair point. You could not find a worse mediator than the United States.
This is performative, a perception no doubt shared by some in Israel and indeed Lebanon. Marco Rubio there, presiding over those talks, the start of talks at least. He has said, Daniel, we understand that we understand, he says, that we're working against decades of history and complexities. Unfortunately, there's no audio to that video at the moment, but just to repeat, Marco Rubio at the start of those talks says, we understand we're working against decades of history and complexities. We can now hear to what he's saying.
This is a process, not an event. This is more than just one day. This will take time. but we believe it is worth this endeavor, and it's a historic gathering that we hope to build on. And the hope today is that we can outline the framework upon which a permanent and lasting peace can be developed, so that, as I said, the people of Israel can live in peace, and the people of Lebanon can live not just in peace, but the prosperity and security that they deserve. Okay? Thank you.
Thank you, press. Go out the back door. Out the back door. Thank you, press. Thank you, press.
There we are. Marco Rubio, a few comments made at the start of those all-important talks at the US State Department in Washington, D.C. Rubio says, "We hope these talks will be a process," and that he understands the history and the complexity of what is before them. Daniel Levy is still with me, president of the US Middle East Project.
I actually question whether Marco Rubio understands the complexity of what lies before them. But I can actually say this, though. Of the entire Trump administration, I think he's got to be at least up there. I'm not even sure half of the White House could point out Lebanon on a map.
Former Israeli political negotiator. Daniel, I mean, if this is performative, as you have been saying, what does that performance mean for the United States?
Well, I think that's part of what we're trying to decipher. Perhaps more than will there be some kind of solid ceasefire outcome. Remember, there was a ceasefire in November 24. Since then, also, Israeli-Lebanese negotiations did take place in Nakura in Lebanon in December of last year, and one meeting in January of this year. Those didn't get anywhere precisely because Israel went in with a diktat which no Lebanese government could accept. During that so-called ceasefire, Israel continued to hold territory inside Lebanon, continued to conduct strikes in Lebanon. If that sounds familiar from Gaza, then it should sound familiar. And so the question this time around is, does the US feel that by putting this formula in place...
Yeah, I mean, that's what I've been saying since the beginning, is Israel's been trying to turn its neighbors and enemies in the Middle East into new Gazas. Every single one of its tactics would point to that fact. Attacking civilians, attacking in civilian infrastructure, schools, hospitals, journalists. It's the same thing over and over and over again. They've just run out of those things in Gaza. It's basically like a child with a genocidal fucking toy. You know, stop being one part. Well, you need a new one. You gotta need a new one then. Oh, this one stopped being fun.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Get Israel to...
Although, it does, just to be clear, Israel has not stopped doing the genocide in Gaza. Just in case anybody here thinks that there's a real ceasefire happening in Gaza, there is not. I'm not sure how many hundreds of Palestinians have been killed by Israeli strikes or drones or whatever else since that ceasefire was announced, but it's a lot. I think it might actually be over 1,000 at this point. I don't know the exact number. And then, of course, who knows how many thousands of people have died as a result of starvation in that time, or exposure, right? Or completely preventable medical ailments as a result of the Israeli blockade.
At least a place where Iran, in those other talks, can turn round and say, that's enough to continue with that other ceasefire if that other ceasefire holds. And so I think there is an intimate connection between the two. I don't think this is about, unfortunately, a better future on the Israel-Lebanon front, but it is about having something available should you need it. The Israeli side is hoping that it doesn't go there. It's hoping that the war against Iran with US involvement resumes and that it can continue doing what it's doing in Lebanon. But you have this kind of holding pattern, I think, is the best way to understand this.
Daniel, let's further consider those wider talks in Islamabad to end the US-Israeli war with Iran. I mean, is the Israeli Security Cabinet's refusal to include the Lebanon invasion in the broader Islamabad ceasefire framework essentially evidence that they view Hezbollah's total degradation as an objective that they cannot trade in any way for nuclear concessions from Iran?
This is ridiculous!
Look, when there was a nuclear deal with Iran, it wasn't good enough for Israel. Israel is a nuclear-armed state. Let's not forget that either. So I think, Niamh, what's difficult for you and I and others perhaps to wrap their heads around is you do not currently have a government in Israel which looks at diplomatic outcomes writ large as acceptable. You've had a Syrian government that was willing to conduct talks, that was willing to perhaps set aside Israel's illegal occupation and annexation of the Golan. That wasn't good enough. You had a Lebanese government that said, we'll talk with you directly. Let us, in our own way, domestically, pursue initially the demilitarization of the South. Let us try and deal with this. They went very far towards the Israeli position. Not good enough. You have a Palestinian Authority that does somersaults every day to do security cooperation with Israel, to be as anti-Hamas, as anti-resistance as it can be. And yet, that's not good enough. Any deal with Iran won't be considered as good enough. Israel may have to accept those things if the United States says enough, draws a line under this. But this is not an Israeli government that apparently is structurally capable of saying, here's a deal which is in any way acceptable to another party that we would buy into. And that it makes our conversation trying to interrogate this very difficult, because what you have, an Israeli prime minister, government, and unfortunately a broad establishment committed to permanent war, committed to asserting its vision of domination in the region. And until that can be deterred and contained and peeled back and held to account, we won't see a change, because Israel has learnt the lesson.
Really hard to interrupt Daniel Levy when he's cooking that hard. He's really spitting truth over here. I mean, I can't say it as well as he can. It's just a fact. I know things about this, but he's a fucking, like, a literal historian, you know, and the way, like, his understanding of all this, the way that he just sort of nutshells it with such ease is incredible, and he just yeah, couldn't be more right about the dynamics of this situation. "921 days. Has it been that long already, Paul? My God. At this point, it's just turned into one big genocidal blur. For fuck's sake. Is that 2.5 years? Okay. Staying focused on this, let's go to the Israeli delegation, speaking after talks concluded earlier on Tuesday in Washington, D.C. Al Jazeera with the clip.
Talks between Israel and Lebanon have just concluded in Washington, D.C. These U.S.-brokered negotiations mark the two sides' first direct diplomatic contact in more than 3 decades. The Lebanese government is hoping that the talks will pave the way towards an end to the war between Israel and Hezbollah after weeks of devastating Israeli strikes on Lebanon. Israel is focused on ensuring the group's disarmament. U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio says that Tuesday's meeting is about laying the ground for future negotiations. And just in the past few minutes, we've been hearing from the Israeli ambassador to the United States. He's been a part of those talks. Take a listen.
Talks began with a statement, very encouraging statement, Secretary of State Rubio. I was honored to sit around a negotiating table with His Excellency Michelle Issa, United States Ambassador to Lebanon, and to Her Excellency Nada Hamadi, the Lebanese Ambassador to Washington. We discovered today that we're on the same side of the equation. And that's the most positive thing we could have come away with. We are both united in liberating Lebanon from an occupation power dominated by Iran called Hezbollah. Lebanon is under their occupation, and we are suffering from their constant barrages of missiles and terror attacks trying to cross our border. We talked about a number of things, and most importantly,
yeah, really. I wonder why that is. I mean, wow. Wow. What a claim coming from this. And we're constantly being shelled by Hezbollah. I wonder why that is. That's very strange. That is pretty weird. Why would Hezbollah be doing? Oh, wait, it might have something to do with the fact that Israel is currently occupying the country of Lebanon.
the vision, the long-term vision, where there'll be a clearly delineated border between our countries, and where the only reason we'll need to cross each other's territory will be in business suits to conduct business or in bathing suits to go on vacation. We made it very clear that the security of our civilians is not up for negotiation. That is understood.
Israel doesn't care about the safety of its civilians. They've been getting bombarded now for over a month and a half. Israel is not even kind of pretending to let up on all of this or care. Nope. Operation Epstein Fury more important than the safety of Israelis for some reason. Honestly, I can't listen to any more from him. Suffice to say, he said a bunch of crazy shit during this statement. The the Israeli delegate at these supposed peace talks.
Now, Israel is still attacking southern Lebanon, even as those talks were occurring. Strikes have killed more than 2,000 people in Lebanon since the beginning of March, and more than 1 million more people have been displaced from their homes. Al Jazeera's Obeida Hito is live in southern Lebanon. We'll go to Obeida in just a second. Nida Ibrahim is in Ramallah in the occupied West Bank. First, we speak to Mike Hanna. Mike is at the U.S. State Department in Washington, D.C., where those talks, direct talks, have been happening, the first in decades. Mike, what are you able to tell us at this very early stage? I mean, we know the talks only just ended a short while ago, but do we know, with any level of detail, what the ambassadors actually talked about?
Well, we do not know precisely what was talked about, what the exact tones of the discussion were. What we do know is that these were very much preliminary discussions aimed at building a base to continue attempting to get some kind of agreement together between Lebanon and Israel, a process that could take months, if not indeed years. But we heard there from the Israeli ambassador, Lechir Leiter, sounding somewhat optimistic, and interestingly enough, saying that we discovered today that we, he means Lebanon, are on the same side of the equation. That's the most positive thing we could have come away with. The Israeli ambassador implying that Lebanon shares Israel's desire to curb the activities of Hezbollah. What is one of the...
That is just patently false. We've been seeing protests and or like rallies in the streets of Lebanon supporting Hezbollah and denouncing the government of Lebanon for not protecting the people, right? We've talked about this, but basically Hezbollah is the only military in Lebanon that's actually fighting an invading force that is much more well equipped than it. I mean, the Lebanese military, we saw a video of them a couple of weeks ago literally withdrawing all of their military forces from southern Lebanon. I'm not kidding. There was videos taken on the streets showing tanks and Humvees just heading to the north, just leaving while Israel's like bombing in the background. All right, not literally, but you get what I'm saying. There were no bombs in the background of the video we watched, but I mean, that day the areas were being struck, and it's like Israel like literally must have like told them ahead of time, or like vicariously through some like U.S. Intermediary or something, because they literally left and the day after they left, the town got bombed. The town that we saw them leaving got bombed. We saw the clip. It's insane. Like can you imagine? It's like if China invaded the United States, it's occupying LA, and ahead of time the US military withdraws so that so that China can come steal LA more easily. Not incur any sort of, economic consequences. You wouldn't want to have a tank blown up fighting Israel. I keep saying Israel. God damn. You get what I'm saying. I'm not going to repeat myself. You get what I'm saying. I think it's clear. Helldivers, Abel. Okay. Have you read the employment contract? I suppose you must have. I hear it's a good game, though, from some. Columbia Rican with a sweet, sweet super chat. We are being governed by Peter Philic clowns. Lovers of Peter.
Awful. Weak. Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein? This guy's been talked about for years.
Let's deepen our analysis and bring in Aaron David Miller, Senior Fellow at the Carnegie Endowment for Peace. Mr. Miller was an advisor to, he'll correct me if I'm wrong, 6 US Secretaries of State on Middle East matters. Aaron David, always a pleasure to have you with us here in France 24.
Okay, no, I'm not saying that Israel's in charge of the Lebanese army. If anybody's in charge of the Lebanese army, it's the United States. But even technically, the United States isn't in charge of the Lebanese army either. We just happen to give them money, right? We're not issuing commands, but we are technically allied with them, and we be funding them. I don't know how much we give the Lebanese military, but it's a fairly sizable chunk considering the size of the territory. Quite small.
If you had access to Marco Rubio, what would you say to him right now?
I mean, frankly, what would I say to Marco Rubio? You really want to know the truth? Why did you hollow out the U.S. Agency for International Development, an organization that delivered millions to millions of people?
Okay, last year, the United States government gave a quarter bill to the Lebanese army. The ones retreating. Those guys.
And spread a U.S. commitment in well-being, in combating disease, and fostering education around the world. That's what I would say to him. As far as Lebanon and Israel are concerned, look, this is extremely important, but it's largely symbolic and it's performative. And none of the participants in today's meeting have the authority to negotiate. And right now, frankly, there's not a whole lot to negotiate. I think the meeting occurred largely because of American pressure. President Trump to Benjamin Netanyahu, urging him to de-escalate. And if he couldn't de-escalate, then why not start a separate track, which is significant, in Washington directly with the Lebanese. It's just that the cruel realities on the ground in Lebanon suggest to me that talking is one thing, but actually implementing what I think the Lebanese government and the government of Israel would like to do is simply not possible. The Israelis cannot destroy Hezbollah, and the Lebanese central government is unwilling or unable to take that challenge on for.
Yeah, but that, in my estimation, was the purpose of today's meeting. If there was a purpose, it was a diplomatic channel and an attempt for the United States and Israel to outsource their military efforts to within Lebanon. This is just my own estimation, but from everything I've gleaned out of this, I can come to no other conclusion. That this was a way for the United States to try and pressure Lebanon's government to use that $250 million we gave them last year to engage in a civil war. Something which rocked Lebanon the last time it fucking happened. It was a fucking catastrophe. Oh God, don't even fucking start it on the atrocities of the first Lebanese civil war. But the fact is, a new one, we don't need to see what a new one looks like. I don't want to see what a new Lebanese civil war in the 21st century looks like, okay? Oh, that'd be bad. And nobody wants that. Oh, believe me. It would further draw more fucking actors into this conflict, in my opinion, just ever increasing all of the evidence that we are literally at the beginning of World War III. You know, like the fact that we are here, if that is the case, doing what I suggest that is happening, like if we're here literally trying to get another person, another group of individuals involved in another country involved in this, it's insane to think about. Like this is going to poison the rest of the fucking planet. You don't think it'll happen? Let's hope not. If it does, it'd be a fucking disaster.
Frankly, that are understandable. I think the Lebanese armed forces cannot afford a confrontation with Hezbollah. It could create sectarian rifts in one of the few institutions of governance in Lebanon that actually is pluralistic and includes a variety of different confessional groups. So I think, again, important, symbolic, but performative.
The U.S. State Department has issued a brief series of statements about...
Perfect place to end it. Perfect spot to end it there. Symbolic and performative. Yup. Sad but true. All right, final clip on Lebanon and Hezbollah, these talks. And then I think I'm going to take a quick break. Final galactic intermission of the night, if you will. Still got a hell of a lot to talk about. I just want to make sure that I'm also up to date as well. Because I've been streaming for 6.5 hours. I'm fairly certain the world has probably ended between now and then. Okay, I'm kidding. But seriously. Whenever I look away from my feed, like I get some weird like anxiety thinking like I've missed some like other incredibly important piece of news these days. Is like you look away for like 2 seconds. 2 freaking seconds. And you miss it. You miss something of great importance. All right. Al Jazeera.
It was the first time there was direct diplomatic contact between Lebanon and Israel in more than 3 decades.
This was what was described as a preliminary meeting. It was at ambassadorial level. The discussions were intended to lay a base for future discussions which may be held at a far higher level. The meeting, though, was chaired by the U.S. Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, who had this to say at the beginning.
Well, this is a historic opportunity. We understand we're working against decades of history and complexities that have led us to this unique moment. And the opportunity here, I know some of you are shouting questions about ceasefires. This is a lot more than just about that. This is about bringing a permanent end to 20 or 30 years of Hezbollah's influence in this part of the world, and not just the damage it's inflicted on Israel. The damage it's inflicted on Israel can live without fear and being struck.
For his part, the Israeli ambassador to the United States sounded optimistic when the meeting ended.
With the degrading of Iran, this malign and malignant entity that's trying to destabilize the entire region, there is now the opportunity to degrade its proxies as well, to move them out of their horrific occupation of another country, and to move into an era where Lebanese...
Okay, I think we get it. I just wanted this one to wrap it up, but I'm just realizing we literally just got done watching these clips. This is unnecessary. Okay, well, there you have it. That was the latest clip. The most updated on all of this. But, I mean, what more is there really to update on it? It's a completely performative and useless peace talk, where I'm fairly certain the United States was trying to talk a country into starting a fucking civil war. Hopefully that doesn't come to fruition, but, will I stream during the nuclear holocaust? Great question. Hopefully I'll find a way to do it. You know, I have been trying to come up with some other ways of, like, unfortunately, I keep hitting a brick wall in terms of, like, in terms of looking for solutions to something like that, because honestly, my only option for connectivity in a situation like that, if in fact, say, like, the grid were down, like, I can solve the grid situation, right? Like, I can solve power with like lithium backup batteries, right? But the internet, the only option I can come up with is goddamn Starlink. And at this moment I refuse to even think about that until I have another option. There's no way I'd be able to do that, I don't think. But one day, hopefully, we get our own abilities to do such a thing. But I have actually been working on a way to, if in case the power were to go out, I could keep the stream going. Because I actually just got a new router that allows for me to keep streaming even if the power's out. Which is one of the sweet benefits from, what was that, 2 months ago now? We raised a little extra money a couple months ago out of the galactic deficit to be able to get my my internet bill paid up to current so that I could get a new router for free. And that router that I got allows, even if the power goes out, to keep streaming so long as there's still internet access. So it would just, at least for that, I would have to solve power. Although I don't have the battery backup capability to do an 8-hour stream, unfortunately. But I do have a portable solar panel. So I think technically I would have to, I'd probably have to, like, stream during the day. Stream during the day or something, I guess. Yes, that's right. I have a weird, collection of items in my possession. Is the router capable of keeping the internet working post-nuclear holocaust? I do not know. I want to say yes. but I have literally no idea. Probably not. I mean, maybe. I guess it really depends. I guess it would really depend on if the nuclear holocaust included the nearest, what do you call it? The nearest, oh God, my brain just broke. I know the word for this. Hub? I don't think that's the right word. You get what I'm saying. Although it would be weird to have galactic day streams, no? It'd be weird. Anyway, let's keep this puppy moving to the galactic intermission because I need a quick break. That's right. Sometimes StreamLords needs breaks. It's true. Write that down for later. Yeah, quick galactic intermission. We'll be right back after these brief messages. All right, everybody. I hope you've been enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, hit the follow button on Twitch. Hit that subscribe button on YouTube. And while you're at it, do consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by individuals like you. A lot of great ways out there for you to show your support. YouTube, Super Chat, Super Stickers, memberships, gifted memberships, Twitch, bits, power-ups, subs, gifted subs, prime subs. Cash App and PayPal if you prefer your money go directly to funding the stream rather than the bottom line of Google and or Amazon. Got Throne if you'd like to contribute to crowdfunding actual physical items which would eventually arrive at my doorstep down on Earth. But of course, the very best way to get the most base benefits for your Earth dollars is Patreon. Where for the low price of $3 a month, you get access to a myriad space benefits unseen by the rest of the goddamn Milky Way galaxy. Things like an avatar on one of our break screens, like the pool, the bar, the lake, or the street. Shout out at the end of every frickin' show. Secret Discord channel inside of the Discord server, and much, much more. And just a reminder to everybody, if you're looking for a way to find any of those things, the links are in my YouTube bio and or Twitch descriptions. All right, everybody, enjoy the break. Grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack, and I will be right back. All right, everyone. The break is over, and the show is about to begin once again. So you're going to want to get yourself back in your seat, otherwise you're probably going to miss it.
Immediately, if not sooner.
All right, you beautiful space fams, you. I'm glad to be back here with the final half of the night. 7 hours in. How long could it possibly take?
Come on!
Ay. Well, it doesn't look like the apocalypse happened during the break. I did check briefly. But suffice to say, I didn't notice anything drastically better either. So we're still sort of living in this terrible moment together. And that's a community, which in a way, isn't that really sort of nice? I can't think of words. I was trying to think of a good, I can't even sell it to you. I'm over here trying to sell this. I can't do it. Stuff is still fucked, space fams. What can I say? But no worse, technically, aside from the fact that time has passed and we haven't solved the problems. We have, you know. But that's just me being a pessimist. All right. Speaking of pessimism, I'm not optimistic for Israel to stop doing war crimes. They keep hitting UNESCO World Heritage sites, for one, all over Iran. Al Jazeera English on that story from 15 hours ago. And I have no volume. Please hold. God damn it. I do this. I don't know if you know this, but the TVs at the bar on the break screens or in the street, they're just playing videos that we're going to be watching in the future. It's weird. It's like a glimpse into your future you're looking at on the TVs when we're taking breaks, and you may or may not even know it. And now you do. All right, back to those heritage sites. Those pesky, historical, architectural wonders.
Life continues around Naqsh Jahan Square, one of Iran's most famous landmarks. A UNESCO World Heritage Site. It dates back centuries. Carpet shop owner Ali Bordbar says he doesn't understand why the US and Israel would risk damaging the historic district.
This area is belonged to 400 years ago Safavid dynasty, and is next to the place that is bombing and attacking here.
He witnessed some of the attacks.
I was exactly behind of this mosque when this bombing happened. And one moment I see the dome, but also some of the tiles, is folded down. And I think with myself how this magnificent can destroy. Oh my God, please God, wow. You can help this. I couldn't do anything nowadays, just keep it this place. This is because really I can see the God here.
Seriously, look at this place. Centuries old. I mean, It's just
and I think with
amazing.
myself
Hold
how
on.
this
Look at it. Look at it. It's majestic. I mean, how you could set out to destroy things like this, which Israel is absolutely out to do, is beyond me. Like, this is history. This is world history that they're just destroying. The whole world should have a problem with that, not just Iranians. This stuff that is destroyed, much of it is not replaceable. Just for its historical significance, right? And some things, I would point out, are just irreplaceable, right? Like this. Going about like rebuilding something is literally fucking possible. Because like how the artisans who made this have been long dead for many centuries. Iran has managed to keep this building upright the whole time, but you blow the whole thing up. I mean, granted, it's still standing, but you can see it's already taking damage.
magnificent can destroy. Oh my God, please God, you can help this. I couldn't do anything nowadays, just keep it this place. This is because really I can see the God here.
For Mohsen Garakani, whose livelihood depends on the historic square, the damage feels personal.
Even a little bit, you know, even a single crack on a 500 years old, you know, monument will break your heart, especially if you are from the very city and the very street and the very place. This is a very...
The square's bazaar is renowned for traditional crafts, including Persian carpets and hand-printed textiles. But Mohsen says business has slowed dramatically since the bombings.
There is no client and people are not shopping, so we have low incomes. And then mentally also has some impacts. You know, imagine any time of the day you want to come outside of the home and you think of yourself, what if there is an attack?
Yeah, no kidding. I can imagine that's deterring shoppers somewhat. Having a literal siege on their country, probably somewhat disincentivizing for going shopping for rugs. Probably not the number one thing on people's minds is new rugs. Did UNESCO say something? I mean, the United Nations has been saying some things about this. We've covered them, although the United Nations has not been getting nearly enough coverage through all this. It's almost like the press has just sort of given in to the complete dissolution of international law. Oh, fucking hell. A terrible time. Thankfully, we have each other, Space Fams. All right. Speaking of the United Nations, let's see what Anthony Guterres had to say. The chief of the United Nations. That guy. Associated Press, 12 hours ago.
Around the world, and starkly in the Middle East, respect for international law is being trampled. Rules governing the use of force and the conduct of hostilities are ignored. Civilians are exposed to intolerable harm, humanitarian obligations are disregarded, and even the protections afforded to the United Nations and our personnel are violated. This wholesale assault on international law has consequences. Lawlessness breeds chaos. Lawlessness fuels suffering. Lawlessness leads to destruction. And this is not the moment to retreat from international law. It's the moment to reaffirm it. That is why later this week I will travel to The Hague to mark the 80th anniversary of the International Court of Justice. But this visit is not simply about commemorating an anniversary. It's about sending an unmistakable message. A message that the United Nations stands firmly behind the institutions and principles designed to protect peace, justice, sovereignty, and human dignity. This applies everywhere, and it applies urgently to the conflict in the Middle East. There is no military solution to this crisis. Serious negotiations must resume, and the ceasefire must be preserved and extended as necessary. International navigational rights and freedoms, including in the Strait of Hormuz, must be respected by all parties. It's time for restraint and responsibility. It's time for diplomacy over escalation. And it's time for a renewed commitment to international law.
Oh. International law, you say? What a fancy concept. Now, one of the last things Anthony Guterres there was mentioning, and what I've decided to do tonight, for whatever reason, I think the reason is because there have become distinct topics with which to... I think I've started trending in this way, like we're doing things chronologically by topic, like we just did Hezbollah and Lebanon, and the ceasefire talks, and the farcical ceasefire talks in the United States, the fake concept of plan talks, whatever we want to call them, and all that. Did a quick segue in Iran there, and with Anthony Guterres on international law. And one of the last things that Anthony Guterres was mentioning there was, of course, the Strait of Hormuz being open. But of course, right now it's double closed. Right. The blockade has been blockaded. Blockading the blockade in a way that keeps it blockaded into the future. Blockade. I'm sorry, I just had to say it one more time. Okay, to the Strait. CNN's Kate Bouldan on the story from yesterday. All right, Kate. Quick, Kate, do an impression of... I forgot her name already again. The Smurf. Smurfette. Keep doing an impression of Smurfette, Kate. You got it. Great job. You're killing it. Look at you. Look at Kate being Smurfette right now. Killing it.
Joining me right now, CNN senior military analyst, retired Admiral James Stavridis. Thank you so much for being here. Focusing in on this blockade that is set to set in, according to U.S. Central Command, at 10 a.m. Eastern. If this happens, what is a blockade going to look like in reality, Admiral? And practically, what is going to be required of the U.S. Navy to pull it off?
Well, let's start with a little bit of confusion over what the intent is here. What we heard from President Trump initially was a full and complete blockade, a shutdown, if you will, of the Strait of Hormuz. What has now developed and what we're hearing from Central Command, Admiral Brad Cooper, the commander, is more nuanced and I think the right answer, which is to blockade the Iranian ports. That's an important distinction. So let's assume it's the latter. How do you do that? You need 1 or 2 aircraft carriers in the region to put up air cover. You need a dozen surface combatants, Kate, so cruisers, frigates, destroyers, to actually station themselves off the Iranian ports. You need a couple of dozen small, fast patrol craft. The Emirates and the Saudi.
By the way, I should have prepared you all for this better, but fact is CNN brought on a bunch of former military peeps, like this admiral, this retired admiral guy here, and a bunch of other creeps from the military to come on and basically talk about, yeah, it's totally doable. We can totally blockade the blockade. Right.
Jumbo.
They're honestly horny as fuck for the blockade. I actually don't know why they're so stoked on it. I listened to this whole thing. We're not going to do that right now because I don't have the patience for it. But the fact is, I listened to this whole goddamn thing, and they are so goddamn horny for the blockade of the blockade. and I cannot figure out why. It really is like the most nonsensical thing I could think of. Like in concept, it sounds stupid as shit, and yet they're like all for it. Yes, let's yes, we can totally blockade the blockade, no problem. Let's do it.
Come on!
Have these kind of craft, corvettes, patrol boats, and then you're going to need land-based air to maintain air superiority. So this will be a huge and resource-intensive effort. And I'll close with this. The good news is, having now pounded the Iranians militarily, this goes after their economy.
Pounded them militarily. Everybody, we pounded them militarily. Oh, it's so exciting. Happy day. We done pounded them. They can't possibly ever retaliate to a blockading of the blockade, says Admiral James Stavridis. Okay. If you say so. It's weird because if they are so militarily pounded...
Phrasing?
He's the one who said it. I'm just repeating what he said. Like, then why is it that they've been downing a record number of U.S. planes, among other things? Like, still constantly barraging Israel, or or U.S. bases in the Gulf region. Do you think the boats in the Strait are going to be? Do you think the boats are going to be further away in the Strait or in the Red Sea? Just geographically speaking. Like, this is such a baby brain.
You have a mental health problem.
Like, what? Iran has proved that it's not defeated militarily, and this weirdo seems to think that they are, with zero evidence, I would point out. And he thinks it's going to be easy when we get closer to Iran. Like, what?
What now?
How does that work? You get closer to Iran and actually easier to defend. No can defend.
Layton to help us understand this morning's developments. So, Colonel, can you explain to our viewers how a blockade like this would actually work, and what are the ramifications of that move?
Yeah, Manu, good morning to you. One of the things that you have to look out for is, of course, the geography of the place that you're at.
You know what I would liken this move to? I would liken this to the titular Karate Kid kick. You know, the one where he's like standing on one leg and like the other leg's broken because the dickbag from the Cobra Kai, he kicked him. Right? I mean, this is not optimal, I would point out, right? I mean, sure, we all know how the movie ends, but the point is this is not an optimal fighting position by any means, like in any way possible, okay? And that's basically what we're doing, but instead, this is not a movie. Like real close, and we go, oh, Karate Kid stance, no can defend. And like that's basically where we're at right now.
We're looking at here, and that's the Strait of Hormuz in this case. So theoretically, from a geographical standpoint, this is going to be easier to do than, let's say, Venezuela or Cuba. But there's a lot of traffic that is supposed to go through the Strait of Hormuz, you know, on average 135 ships a day before the war. So there's a lot that has to be controlled here. And so what the blockade would probably look like is that the U.S. forces would principally be focused in the southern approaches, basically from the Gulf of Oman and the Arabian Sea into the Strait of Hormuz, that 21-mile wide gap that we're seeing right there. And
Hello to you, Thumbs Up Joe. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the Galactic Chat. All right, I'm tired of listening to these retired colonels and admirals come on and tell us about how totally doable. Let's do this. Blockade the blockade, baby. Oh my god. It's peak stupidity over at CNN. All right, let's keep this puppy moving. Tensions continued to escalate as the United States blockaded shipping, supposedly. Coming into today, J.D. Vance, the guy who just failed at the peace talks, went on to Fox News to say some stuff. Let's see what the vice president had to say.
Did make some progress in the negotiation. The big question from here on out is whether the Iranians will have enough flexibility, whether the Iranians will accept the critical things that we need to see in order for things to get done. I really think the ball is in the Iranian court because we put a lot on the table. We actually made very clear what our red lines were. The President of the United States has said he would be very happy if Iran was treated like a normal country, if it had a normal economy, if its people were able to prosper and thrive. But in order for Iran to be a normal country economically, it's going to have to be a normal country from the perspective of not pursuing a nuclear weapon, and it's going to have to be a normal country from not pursuing terrorism. We need to see the Straits of Hormuz fully open, and this is frankly one of the things where the Iranians tried to move the goalposts during the negotiation. We made very clear that that's unacceptable. We came to the negotiation saying the United States, what we've given here is a...
Iran tried to move the goalpost. Are you sure? Or did you just not know where the goalposts were when you came into this? Because I didn't hear about any shifting of the goalposts. They made their stance fairly clear going into it. I don't know what they said. We weren't privy to the conversations. I don't know what they asked the United States to do, but there's J.D. Vance claiming that the peace talks were great, actually, even though nothing was achieved. You might not know this about JD, but his wife has spent a great deal of quality time with Donald Trump. That's not me saying it, it's him saying
with my wife.
Don't be creepy.
All right, let's keep talking about this naval blockading of the naval blockade. Let's talk about the blockading of the blockaded blockade. Real quick. A little bit more France 24, 22 hours ago.
What was once a threat has now turned into a reality. Donald Trump's blockade of the Strait of Hormuz, aimed specifically at ships travelling to and from Iranian ports, came into effect on Monday in an attempt to further isolate Tehran from the rest of the world.
I didn't like seeing boats come out if they were doing business with Iran, but if they weren't, no boats came out. So now they're doing, Iran is
no boats. Very nasty. I didn't like seeing the boats. I was like, wait, what? Boats? I thought they blockaded it. What? Only some boats? I don't like that.
Absolutely no business.
Honestly, Iran is pulling a Trump, really, when you think about it. They're like, can't do it until I get a cut. Hey, the Don's got to get a taste. Iran's got to get a taste. Okay? It's our territorial waters. We should get a taste. It only makes sense. Iran first. Iran first. Our territorial waters.
We're going to keep it
Everybody's
that way very
saying
easily. Don't forget, their Navy is gone, their Air Force is gone, their anti-aircraft is gone, their radar is gone, and their leaders
everything
are gone.
Gone.
The US president warned Iran that he would eliminate any vessels, known as fast attack ships, that came close to the blockade. Earlier in the day, a news anchor read out the following statement from Iran's military.
If the security of the ports of the Islamic Republic of Iran in the waters of the Persian Gulf and the Sea of Oman is threatened, no port in the Persian Gulf or in the Sea of Oman will remain safe.
Nations across the world had warned against blocking the strait, with China insisting that it would go against countries' interests, while the United Nations Maritime Agency stressed that all boats are legally permitted to pass.
Yeah. Now, what's interesting about all this? Well, the United States said that it's blockaded the blockaded strait. Boat made it through. A Chinese
I have to have
tanker.
my China.
CNN, 18 hours ago. Chinese tanker reportedly passes U.S. Hormuz blockade.
China!
The United States started its naval blockade yesterday at 10 a.m. Eastern. We're around 17 hours in. And basically, a lot of the traffic, the little trickle we've seen since the start of the war, has come to a screeching halt, apart from one incident. And this is really interesting because this is a Chinese-owned vessel. It's now said to have tested the U.S. naval blockade because it has passed through the Strait of Hormuz. Let's take you through this. This is a rich starry. This is a tanker said to be carrying methanol. It started moving from Sharjah here in the UAE. Remember, a lot of these vessels turn off the AIS transponders, so you don't really know the origin of which port that they moved from. Starting to move towards Keshem and Larak Islands, then, starts aborting mission, moves back, and then starts to take that route once again, passing through the strait in the early hours of this morning. Now, this is a tanker that has been sanctioned since March 2023 by the U.S. Treasury Department because it has links to Iran. Now, from what we understand from experts...
That's gotta hurt just a little bit more. A long-time sanctioned Chinese tanker with Iranian ties. We've blockaded the blockaded strait. Nobody's getting through. What? Who? What?
Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein?
This tanker was able to move through completely unfazed by the U.S. naval blockade. So we don't know what exactly transpired and how the United States is enforcing this blockade. But this is really interesting to see this tanker that has.
Columbia Reading with a sweet super chat. Trump looking haggard. We will be crab raiding soon. Oh, I can't count those cards yet, Columbia Rican, no matter how much I want to. China punching Trump in the face. Yep.
China?
And now you see just how I won that championship.
Links to Iran that has been sanctioned by the United States being able to move through the Strait of Hormuz at this time. A lot of the shippers are very reticent to even make the voyage. Number one, they're worried about having to coordinate directly with the Iranians. And then number two, what will they face when they hit the U.S. naval blockade? A lot of the shippers believe that this is a double dilemma in terms of negotiating with both sides. From what we know right now, that the United States is doing this naval blockade to perhaps start negotiations to force Iran to the negotiating table. You'll remember that a lot of the revenues that Iran is getting right now at the start of this war had to do with the toll that they were charging the shippers, Rosemary, and then importantly, the Iranian oil that was being sold. And if you look at some of the tanker traffic since the start of the war, it has been dominated by Iranian-linked vessels and also
Okay. Now, with these reports going public and people asking a lot of questions like, how the fuck did that Chinese tanker get through? The U.S. military came out with a statement. Al Jazeera English from 12 hours ago.
The U.S. military says that no ships have passed its blockade of Iran's southern coast over the past 24 hours. It says that 6 merchant vessels complied with its orders to turn around. So this here is the live map, and it shows a handful of oil tankers, the red dots, and cargo ships, those are the green dots, currently in or near the Strait of Hormuz, which is the narrowest point of this waterway. Arrows indicate the vessels are moving. Dots show those which are stationary. Hundreds of vessels remain stuck, concerned by threats of attack and sea mines laid by Iran. The U.S. military says that it is working to support freedom of navigation for vessels transiting through the Strait of Hormuz from non-Iranian ports. Let's discuss this with Alexandru Hudiestanu. He's a military and diplomatic analyst with expertise in maritime security. Sir, what lessons do you learn from the first 24 hours of this U.S. naval blockade of Iran?
The time is short, so the lessons that we learn here are more...
Yeah, small sample size so far.
Yes, small sample size. In my opinion, U.S. has this blockade established somewhere further away from the actual strait.
As in their ships are located?
Yes.
But does that change anything?
No, because in the end, the whole point is to basically interdict these ships that will leave from Iranian ports, or the ships that would go towards Iranian ports, to actually be connected to the global supply chain. So it doesn't really matter if the ships are stopped in the mouth of the strait, or they are stopped in the Gulf of Oman, or further into the Arabian Sea. The point is for the ships to not reach the destination ports going out of the strait, or reaching destination ports while trying to get into the strait. So lessons, I think we'll start learning a bit later regarding especially the ships that will come out of the strait, because if you look at the distance between Larak Island and, let's say, the entrance towards Arabian Sea.
So Larak Island is this, where we see the cluster of green dots at the top of the screen, just below it, that's Larak Island.
Yes, so it's basically the checkpoint that Iran insists on ships to pass around at north and south of this island in order for them to access the recommended passages that the Iran Revolution Guard Corps recommended. So from there all the way to the entrance to the Arab.
God damn, there was a fuck ton of ships in this, just all stuck in this one spot. Jesus, hundreds and hundreds of ships carrying goods that are supposed to be going places that are instead just stuck.
This is roughly 325 nautical miles, that's 600 kilometers. And that's roughly 1 day of passage, 1.5 days for ships to pass. So if ships try to pass and they, for example, stop the AIS in order to try to shadow their passage, if they will pass, they will have to pass through that point. And if we'll see this in 48 hours, if we'll see ships that were previously in the Gulf and then 48 hours somewhere along the Indian Ocean, then we can surely say, yes, some ships passed through the blockade. So far, we don't have that particular, let's say, pattern of life developing.
Okay. So it's not actually clear whether or not this vessel managed to make it through both blockades and has made it out into clear waters, I guess you would say. Like this guy's saying, if once they get into the Indian Ocean, then you can say, I guess I see what he's saying. Because the United States is operating all throughout there, so who knows exactly. But you figure there's a point at which they clearly have, in fact, made it out. Honestly, it is what it is. I mean, this is a ever-changing situation that we're just all just trying to keep ourselves apprised of. How are we doing on time? Jesus Christ. I knew this wasn't going to go the way I was hoping. God damn it. That's going to be a long stream tonight, Space Fams. I'm sure all of you are very disappointed to hear that there will be more galactic programming. It's going to be, I think quite a while. At least like an hour and a half. Maybe longer. If you count the super secret late night after hours galactic chill stream. I'm gonna skip a couple because it's all the Strait of Hormuz stuff. Jesus, I'm moving slow. This is the benefit of me doing this by topic. All right. Let's go to Al Jazeera English. from 13 hours ago. Who controls the Strait of Hormuz? Yes. Good question.
Hey there, I'm Scott McLean. This is Counting the Cost on Al Jazeera, your look at the world of business and economics. From tolls to blockades, the U.S. says it's blocking traffic through Iranian ports in the Strait of Hormuz. But Iran insists it controls who has access and on what terms. So who holds real leverage? The era of free navigation is under pressure, and the global trading system could be at risk. Could the Iran war reshape energy routes and challenge the dollar's dominance? And who pays the price? Well, now the U.S. is the one shutting the Strait of Hormuz, even as Donald Trump was calling for it to reopen just a few days earlier. The U.S. president said ships entering or leaving Iranian ports will be stopped by the American Navy after talks between Iran and Washington fell apart. The Navy will also target ships that were paying tolls to Tehran, which has restricted traffic in the waterway in response to U.S.-Israeli strikes. But this isn't just about a blockade. Iran is tightening its grip on the strait, demanding the right to impose tolls on ships passing through one of the world's most critical trade routes. The risk for the global economy is pretty clear: higher prices, rising inflation, and a hit to growth. The ripple effects go beyond energy and trade flows, challenging the dominance of the U.S. dollar in global trade. Ferdia Carr reports.
The announcement of ceasefire talks between the US and Iran last week buoyed hopes that the closure of the narrow Strait of Hormuz would not be protracted. In a major reversal of those hopes, President Donald Trump announced the US would be imposing its own blockade on the strait as talks in Islamabad faltered.
Okay, yeah, we don't need this one. And the perfect time for me to pause that, because we're about to go on to talking about the possibility of more peace talks. Qatar, earlier on Tuesday, urging a deal, suggesting the U.S. and Iran go back to the negotiating table.
Now, Qatar's Foreign Ministry spokesman Majid Al-Ansari has been giving a briefing in Doha. Let's listen in.
Weekly briefing, and we start this week's briefing with the news of His Royal Highness the Emir of Qatar. May God protect him. His Royal Highness on Friday last received Keir Starmer, the Prime Minister of UK, where they discussed the regional developments, welcoming the ceasefire announced between the US and Iran, reiterating the necessity to de-escalate the situation and reinforce regional stability. They also reiterated the necessity of global coordination with the parties in order to reach a permanent peace agreement to ensure the global energy supplies and supply chains in support of the global peace and security. His Excellency Mohammed bin Rahman Al Thani, the Foreign Minister of Foreign Affairs, received our guest Keir Starmer, where they put to discussion the regional developments. During the meeting, they reiterated, he reiterated Qatar's partnership with the U.S. in all fronts. As part of these ongoing communications in relation to the regional situation, His Royal Highness on Wednesday last received a telephone conversation from the French President Emmanuel Macron and the Turkish President Recep Tayyip Erdogan. He also held a telephone conversation with His Excellency General Joseph Aoun, the President of Lebanon.
That's the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Qatar, speaking on its desire for the United States and Iran to go back to doing peace rather than war. We're not going to listen to the whole thing. He just talks for like a half an hour. There's no way. There's no way. Point is, Qatar really thinks that we should try peace, which, not a terrible idea. Now, the people we need for peace are, of course, negotiators, diplomats, things of that nature. 2 diplomats, former negotiators, One American, one Iranian. Went on to Democracy Now! Earlier on Tuesday. Here is that clip.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman in New York, joined by Democracy Now!'s Juan Gonzalez in Chicago. Hi, Juan.
Hi, Amy, and welcome to all of our listeners and viewers across the country and around the world.
We begin today's show looking at the state of negotiations between the United States and Iran. Delegates from both countries could soon return to Pakistan for another round of peace talks after negotiations in Islamabad failed to reach a long-term deal. Reuters and the Associated Press report a date has not yet been decided, but negotiations could resume as early as the end of the week. The New York Times reports the U.S. and Iran have traded proposals for a suspension of Iranian nuclear activities, with Iran proposing a 5-year suspension after the U.S. sought a 20-year moratorium. After talks collapsed Sunday, Vice President J.D. Vance declared that Iran, quote, chose not to accept our terms, unquote, while Iranian state media blamed, quote, excessive demands, unquote, from Washington for the talks' collapse. President Trump then announced a naval blockade of Iranian ports, which Iran has called an act of piracy. Speaking on Fox News, Vance, who led the U.S. negotiations, said the Iranians are engaged in economic terrorism by blocking the Strait, and that, quote, two can play at that game.
I'll be right back, Space fans.
Vance also said the ball is in the Iranian court.
They basically threatened any ship that's moving through the Straits of Hormuz. Well, as the President of the United States showed, two can play at that game. And if the Iranians are going to try to engage in economic terrorism, we're going to abide by a simple principle that no Iranian ships are getting out either. We know that's a big deal to them. We know that applies additional economic leverage.
The maneuvers intensify fears globally for a prolonged economic shock. China's foreign ministry has condemned the U.S. naval blockade of Iranian ports as dangerous and irresponsible, warning against any effort to obstruct Chinese vessels. On Monday, the Chinese defense minister, Dong Jun, said in a statement, quote, we've trade and energy agreements with Iran. We expect others not to interfere in our affairs. The Strait of Hormuz is open to us, unquote. His warning came as at least 4 Iran-linked ships crossed the Strait of Hormuz on Tuesday after the Trump administration declared the start of its blockade. We're joined now in the studio by 2 former negotiators for the U.S. and Iran in this Democracy Now! Exclusive. Ambassador Syed Hossein Mousavian served as spokesperson for Iran in its nuclear negotiations with the European Union from 2003 to 2005. He also served as Iran's ambassador to Germany. He's author of 2 books, The Iranian Nuclear Crisis, a memoir, and most recently, Iran and the United States, an insider's view on the failed past and the road to peace. And we're joined by Rob Malley. He was one of the negotiators on the 2015 Iran nuclear deal, known as the JCPOA, the Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action. He served as a senior Middle East official under Presidents Clinton, Obama, and Biden. Under Biden, he served as the special envoy for Iran. He is now a lecturer at Yale University, former president of the International Crisis Group, co-author with Hussein Agha of a new book, Tomorrow is Yesterday: Life, Death, and the Pursuit of Peace in Israel-Palestine. Why don't we start off in this exclusive we have with the 2 of you at the table, an American and Iranian negotiator, with your assessment of what's taken place. It can be right through to this week, the failed negotiations, and before that, the U.S.-Israeli attack on Iran. Why don't we begin with you, Rob Malley?
Well, first, I think, and thanks for having me, we can't ignore the fact that this war was unlawful, unjustified, unnecessary. And I think even if we're not going to talk about negotiations, even if the negotiations are to succeed, none of that could let us forget or excuse how we got here. So I do want to insist on that because, if negotiations succeed, it's going to be too quick for the administration to say, you see, we were right. But I think the real question now is whether the U.S. and Iran are engaging in these negotiations, trying to find a solution that will meet both their sides' core needs, or whether, in this case, the U.S. takes the attitude that we won the war because we're stronger, and if you're not accepting the war, then we're going to inflict more pain. That won't work. And it won't work because Iran believes, and with some justification, that it has inflicted pain on the U.S. and that every day that goes by, it's going to inflict more. So they're not in a position right now where Iran is sort of begging for a deal because it wants to avoid an escalation. They believe, again, rightly or wrongly, that they could sustain the pain longer than the U.S. can.
Well, as you talk about what Iran believes, let's go to the Iranian ambassador, Hossein Mousavian. Your assessment of what has taken place. Now it seems to be coming down to the nuclear negotiations around, well, Iran saying they'll do a moratorium for 5 years and the United States demanding 20. But overall, the picture.
I think Iranians now, they're coming to negotiation table with mistrust more than ever. Because once the deal was agreed in 2015, Iran was in full compliance and the US withdrew. The second, there was a nuclear negotiation between Iran and the US in 2025. Negotiation, as the foreign minister of Oman said, had significant progress. Deal was within reach. The US withdrew and attacked Iran. We had negotiation in 2026. Again, as Oman foreign minister said, negotiations had significant progress. Deal was within reach. Again, the US attacked. Then we had the latest in Islamabad. They had just one-day negotiation. It was the highest level after revolution, after 48 years. And the US side said there was progress, only nuclear was not agreed. We agreed on everything, as President Trump said. Iranian foreign minister also said we were very close to a final deal. And then immediately the US imposed a blockade, sea blockade there. That's why they really don't know whether the US is really for diplomacy or not. If we are talking now about nuclear, first of all, every assessment of all US intelligence establishments since 2007, every year they have insisted no evidence of weaponization and no evidence of decision of Iranians, even in 25, even in 26. This is the US security assessment, no decision to go to nuclear and no evidence of weaponization. Every IAEA report since 2003 says there is no evidence of weaponization. Therefore,
okay, Space Times, I am back, and it's a good place to jump in because we've been saying this over and over again. It's nice to hear somebody with some qualifications saying it now for me, because as we've been saying and saying and saying it. There was no proof that Iran had a nuclear program, and in fact, there was the opposite of that. There was proof that they didn't have a nuclear weapons program, and yet we keep being told that the reason that we went to war is because they're not allowed to have a nuclear weapon, but they didn't have one, and they weren't working on building one, and there was no evidence that they were. Oh, it just feels like we're living in the upside down.
Therefore, there was no imminent threat. And I believe it was really illegal war, no doubt. Overwhelming majority of international community, they have insisted the war was illegal. How? Now we are coming to the negotiations. The biggest issue you have heard during last 2 years is about Iran 450 kilogram of enriched uranium, 60%. They say Iran can make 10 nuclear bomb if they decide to do. And even you hear from every American officials, they are insisting on this stockpile. But I don't know whether the people they know in negotiation 2025, Iran said we are ready to dilute all 60% to below 5%. In negotiation during 2026, Iran officially told Americans, we are ready to dilute. This was said by the...
Yeah, this was, and just for context, Because he says dilute. And that has to do with the concentration of the enriched uranium material. And the only reason that Iran has increased enrichment uranium? Anybody guess? Oh, that's right, Donald Trump. The man who ripped up the JCPOA nuclear agreement, you know, the Obama-era nuclear agreement that had been in place. I can't remember exactly how long, but he ripped it up the second he came back to office like a petulant child.
You scum rat.
And that's the only reason that Iran even had more enriched uranium. However, as I think most of us know by now, the Ayatollah had a fatwa on nuclear weapons, making it literally doctrinal to Islamic law, essentially, to not seek nuclear weapons. Guess what? That guy's dead. And that fatwa no longer exists because he's dead. And now his son, a guy who actually has what it seems like potentially different views on it, and others within the Iranian leadership, I think, are now rethinking that. And the only reason that that's even the case right now is because of Donald Trump in every possible measurable way, going back to his first presidency.
Foreign minister in his interview with the Face the Nation officially that Iran was and is ready to dilute all stockpile to below 5%. Iran accepted to suspend enrichment for some years. Iran accepted to have zero stockpile. Therefore, there is no worry, and there was no worry about the high-level enriched uranium stockpile. And the other issue is about the IAEA, International Atomic Energy Agency. They have ambiguities, they have questions about technical issues with Iranian nuclear program. Iran was in full compliance with the JCPOA. JCPOA was the most comprehensive agreement during the history of non-proliferation, with measures, Iranian commitments far beyond NPT. But Iran accepted. And then in talks 2025, in nuclear talks 2026, in Islamabad, Iranians, they said, we are ready to go to the highest level of transparency and cooperation with the IAEA to address every technical ambiguities. Therefore, when Iran was ready to dilute the whole stockpile, when Iran was ready to go to the maximum level of cooperation with the IAEA, to leave no concern about possible military dimension issues.
Motherfucker. I was sitting here responding to a chat, just completely muted. What an idiot.
I made a huge tiny mistake.
Oh my god. I'm a moron. Yes, puke sick, I was muted, thank you. Yes, Emily, everyone, Dark Sparkle, everybody. I know, I muted myself. I'm an idiot.
You're a moron.
What was I saying? Oh, right. I was responding to Shippity Doo over on Twitch. Was there an attempt to start a new agreement? We are going to get to that. That's why we're talking peace right now. But before we get to talking about the potential of a new Pakistan talk between Iran and the U.S., we got to listen to a little bit more from Democracy Now! Here. Super long clip, so we don't have time to watch the whole thing, but just want to make sure we get some more out of this. Democracy Now! Obviously always crushing it. Yep, we're back. We're back. Thank you, everyone. All right.
Negotiators for the Trump administration in the latest round have continued to include Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner, two people who would have, some would say, virtually no knowledge of the complexity of negotiations over nuclear enrichment and the development of nuclear bombs. Your assessment of their role in all of this, and also why in all of this talk about Iran coming under some kind of international control, there is no mention of the fact that there's one power that does have nuclear weapons in the Middle East, Israel, and it is not a party to the NPT.
So first, allow me to, you won't be surprised that I have a little bit of a different appreciation from Hussein in terms of Iran's nuclear program. I think there is some evidence, certainly at some point, that they did have a military program. And my view is that their view was, we're going to hedge, we're going to have a nuclear program so that if we do want to develop a weapon, we can. I think that's, one could understand why they did, but I think it's pretty clear that they did have that. So I don't think that there was anything, and that's why, by the way, President Obama negotiated the Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action, which is a way to contain, and I think successfully, Iran's nuclear program, to make sure that if they were tempted to try to dash for a bomb, they couldn't do it in a quick way, and it would be immediately verified. I think one of the dramatically tragic mistakes of the first Trump administration was to tear that deal up. So I don't think one has to be naive about what Iran was doing and still see that in what Trump was doing, it was produced exactly the wrong effects. Now, in terms of the current negotiations, no, Jared Kushner and Steve Witkoff are not nuclear experts. By the way, nor am I. But that's not the issue. The issue is whether they're surrounded by nuclear experts. And all the reports that I've received is that when they negotiated with the Iranians in the past, I don't know what happened in Islamabad, but in the past, they didn't have nuclear experts. And so there was, and I think this has been well documented, that they misunderstood Iranian positions. They couldn't appreciate what they were actually trying to convey. And part of it, I think, is because of the oddity of this administration, where so many of the decisions seem to rely and reside in one person, not the most reliable of all people. It's the President of the United States, and he is very mercurial, and he's very unpredictable, and he changes his mind, and he changes his objectives. We don't really know what his objectives are in this conflict. And so I think what Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner did is they relayed what they heard from the Iranians. They didn't really fully understand them, and then depending on the president's mood, he varied on whether he was in the mood to accept a negotiated deal or was more eager for confrontation. And my assessment is that in this case, a bit emboldened by Venezuela, and we just saw the clip of where things are with that country, he felt he could not fail at a military endeavor. He was going to win. He was going to bring Iran to its knees and then be able to dictate the terms of a settlement. That's not what happened.
I'm gonna let
U.S.
Amy keep
attacked
going
and
here.
Israel attacked Iran. I thought it was very interesting that the Omani foreign minister who was negotiating, who was mediating, actually took a plane to Washington because he didn't feel that Kushner and Witkoff was conveying what Iran was agreeing to. And he went on all the U.S. media he could so that he could get.
Can you imagine? I mean, you don't have to. You're witnessing it, but they're genuinely like a bunch of children. And the country of Oman felt it necessary to send a delegate to the United States to make sure that they were doing their job. I mean, that's wild. Think about that, please, for a second. How? Why? That tells you either one of two things. One, that they are not interested in peace and have some sort of ideological interest in this war continuing, or two, are so incompetent that they're incapable of conveying the message properly. Which one's worse?
President Trump's attention, particularly on Fox. But I want to go to what he said on Face the Nation. This is Badr bin Hamad al-Busaidi. He said Iran had agreed to abandon its nuclear enrichment and stockpiling program.
If the ultimate objective is to ensure forever that Iran cannot have a nuclear bomb, I think we have cracked that problem through these negotiations by agreeing a very important breakthrough that has never been achieved any time before. And I think if we can capture that and build on it, I think a deal is within our reach.
So that was the Omani foreign minister. He actually kept repeating in all these interviews, he had a phrase, this is better than Obama. You know, someone had trained, it's like they had said to him, this is what Trump needs to hear.
It is insane. It is insane. He's a fucking child.
You're a little baby.
Better than Obama? What? Better than Obama? I'm listening. Like, what the fuck is wrong with that man? Why are foreign leaders having to cater messages to his warped mind? Oh my fucking God.
That's Trump's main motivating factor, better than Obama. You are, Rob Malley, one of the lead negotiators for the JCPOA, the Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action. If you can explain why if you think this was better than what you achieved, and why anyway, President Trump and Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu attacked the very next day. And what happened that very next day? The Iranian girls' school in Manab was taken out, it looks like, with a U.S. missile. And 175 people about died, overwhelmingly primary school girls.
So, I mean, I said it at the same time, either before or after the Omani foreign minister, because based on the reports, and Hussein just said that, Iran was agreeing to suspend enrichment for a period of years. That is beyond anything that either President Obama achieved or President Biden could have achieved. I mean, at that time, Iran was not talking about suspending, it was accepting limits. I think those limits were sufficient to contain Iran's nuclear program. But if what President Trump wanted was to be able to say, at the end of these negotiations, I beat President Obama, I would have granted him that if it could have spared us a war, because it was, you know, it was a truism. So
okay. Yeah. Even the guy who was involved in the negotiation of the JCPOA is willing to give Donald Trump the win. Just, I mean, I don't know whether that's quantifiable or not, but yeah, there you have it. That's, I think, everything I needed from that clip. Thank you, Democracy Now!, for continuing to do such great work. Speaking of Democracy Now!, people, I don't know where you happen to live, but you should be, look out, go Google the Democracy Now! Documentary, Please Steal This Story. It's playing in theaters, debuting across the nation. You may very well have a theater near you where you can snag a ticket. Although the bigger cities, I hear, are already fairly well sold out. But I figured I'd throw that one out at you people, just in case. Now, let's go here to a shocking development from 12 hours ago. That's right, middle of the afternoon, Trump signaled further talks with Iran and Pakistan over the next 2 days. So I guess starting now? Not clear. Maybe Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, something like that. Al Jazeera Clip me.
U.S. President Donald Trump says a new round of negotiations with Iran could happen in the next couple of days. A source from Pakistan's foreign ministry told Al Jazeera that Islamabad is offering to host the talks. Tehran says excessive demands and lack of political will from the U.S. delegation prevented a breakthrough last weekend. Washington has said that Iran still wants to make a deal.
We came to the negotiations saying the United States, what we've given here is a ceasefire. We've stopped bombing the country. What we expect the Iranians to give up is a full reopening of the Straits of Hormuz. We have seen, as the president has said, some significant uptick in traffic coming through the Straits of Hormuz. That's good for the global economy.
Al Jazeera's White House correspondent Kimberly Halkett has more details from Islamabad.
U.S. President Donald Trump telling the New York Post that it is likely talks between the United States and Iran, a second round, could be happening in the next couple of days.
Immediately,
and that his inclination is for these talks to take place in Pakistan versus some of the alternate venues that have been bandied about, including Vienna as well as for Geneva. Now, what we know is there has been a flurry of diplomatic activity in the last 72 hours here in Islamabad. What we know is that in addition to Pakistan saying it is ready to host these talks, there have been discussions among foreign officials here from Saudi Arabia, Egypt, Turkey, about advancing the peace process. Further, we know that the Pakistani Prime Minister has briefed the president ahead of his visit to Saudi Arabia and Turkey this week about how to move this process forward. But for now, what U.S. officials are telling us is that there is an effort underway to orchestrate these talks, the time, the date, and the venue still being worked out, but that there is an intense effort underway to get these talks going, given the U.S. blockade of the Strait, the potential for Iran to retaliate.
Yeah, well, there you go. There apparently is some backdoor dealings trying to set up another round of peace talks between the United States and Iran. Nearest theater is 2.5 hours away. Damn, that sucks, Dix. Sorry to hear that. Yeah, I suppose waiting till it's streaming probably for the best. In that case, yeah, 2.5 hours is a bit much. All right, well, that's gonna do it on talking about the future peace talks, which are maybe going on soon. We'll see. But now let's move on to another discussion. That is Iran's new version of propaganda. Start off this discussion. Let's go to Kyle Kulinski.
I'm sure, as you guys have seen, these Iranian Lego videos going after Trump and Israel and the axis of Epstein, they have gone massively viral. And they're basically a symbol of just how much Iran is kicking our ass in this war. Like, not only are they winning the actual war, they're winning the propaganda war, and winning it pretty handily, too, by the way. You know, interesting backstory is that apparently the old school Iranian propagandists, many of them got killed in the first wave of attacks that the U.S. and Israel did. And so that kind of unleashed the younger Iranian propagandists, who are much more creative and much more in tune with what the internet is like, to sort of do their version of the propaganda, and the end result is exactly what we're seeing. The end result is these Lego videos, which just absolutely positively obliterate the U.S. So many of their videos have gone viral. I think we're at the point now where, it's not like every single Lego thing you see is from the Iranian propagandists. You now have other people getting in on the fun and making their own versions of the Lego propaganda. But here, I'm going to give you an example. So this one says, Iran-linked accounts are circulating a new Lego-style propaganda video portraying the U.S. and Israeli leaders as corrupt elites tied to the Epstein files, part of a broader online campaign aimed at undermining support for the war. The animation depicts President Donald Trump as an orange pig controlled by Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, depicting the entire war as a project to make Israel great again. The chorus repeats, your government is run by pedophiles. They ordered you to die for Israel.
Oh my God, these videos have been utterly decimating Donald Trump, winning the internet every single time they get posted. Although I would point out one thing, which is going to come up. It's actually coming up right now. This video is on X. Noticing anything? Yes, live on X.
Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu,
There's a reason
the
for
entire
that.
war as a project to make Israel.
Shush it, Kyle. Now, Kyle may be able to post these videos without getting into any issues, but he's YouTube's political golden boy. You know, he was like one of the first political channels on YouTube. I don't know if he can be banned. I think it would break YouTube if he was banned. But point is, I'm not going to play the same game Kyle's playing here because there's a situation ongoing with all of this, and I'm afraid we can't afford to get into any hot water around here. Skipping ahead. There we go. Sorry. I'm sorry. I can't do it. Not gonna do it.
Not gonna do it.
Maybe
Wouldn't
we'll
be
watch
prudent
these
at
later.
this juncture.
On Twitch, but YouTube doesn't want us to have fun, okay? Write that down.
My God. That is so brutal. Oh my God, it's so brutal. This one has 1.1 million views, man. Holy shit. They did Trump's bruised hand. Oh my, I didn't even catch that. Holy shnikes, y'all. Iran won the online war with their first video. Now they're just bodying Trump. He gets bullied worse than Biden. This one was fierce, catchy too. Your government is run by pedophiles.
Damn, that's a very specific detail. The hand bruise. Wow. These guys know how to make propaganda.
He gets bullied worse than Biden. This one was fierce, catchy too. Your government is run by pedophiles. They order you to die for Israel. Look, yeah, this one of him like Trump like chasing the girls. Oh my God. Oh no!
Jesus
Christ! No. Does the Lego company just accept it, or do they call the UN and ask this thing's illegal? Nothing says jobs like gleefully amplifying casual anti-Semitism. Oh, shut the fuck up!
Oh my God, Trump is getting freaking mogged by the Lego AI slop right now. He's getting obliterated. This shit is so. I mean, they are hitting. You're hitting so many points.
Jesus Christ. You got to be kidding me, man. That's what you get from that video? The bodying was so thorough, so egregious, so over the top that apparently somebody went crying to the refs, y'all. So we got this. YouTube bans Explosive Media Channel, the one creating a lot of the Iran Lego propaganda videos. More proof of the systemic moderation bias of U.S. Silicon Valley companies magnified when it comes to U.S. foreign policy interests.
Yep. It's true. We're about to get into that some more. I'm afraid the rest of this Kyle vid is Kyle just completely ignoring the new terms of service. We can't all be Kyle, okay? We can't all be Kyle. Kyle can do whatever he wants. I accept that. Trans24, talk about this YouTube ban.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
Truth or Fake gives us Vedika Bahel over by the big board. Good evening to you, Vedika. Previously covering the ongoing meme war between the US and Iran, and now Tehran has been trolling Donald Trump via Lego-style AI videos. Recently, YouTube banning these videos, which prompted a reaction from Iran. Tell us more.
Well, Mark, as we've previously covered here on Truth or Fake, the war in Iran just isn't just on the battlefield. It's also online via AI slopaganda. And Iran certainly has been playing Donald Trump at his own game by releasing a wave of AI-generated videos about the conflict in Iran, which ridicule the US war effort and mock the US president. Now, many of them even depict
even this one's too much. I gotta skip past. We cannot watch any of this.
Animated essentially every moment of this conflict, and they've racked up hundreds of millions of views online. For example, one recent video was captioned, Trump surrendered, Iran won, Taco will always remain Taco. Taco referring to Trump always chickens out. And indeed, the video, which was reshared particularly, showed the war continuing until 2027. The Middle East array from bombing, costs in the US, prompting people to, and Trump having an ongoing nightmare about all of this taking place. And it essentially implies that Trump signed the 2-week ceasefire with Iran due to this ongoing nightmare and
He's just getting obliterated right now. He's just getting obliterated.
Count. And they told Middle East Eye that they did this because they said...
Whoops, I gotta go back. I gotta go back slightly. Right here.
Google, the owners of YouTube, banned Explosive Media's official YouTube account. And they told Middle East Eye that they did this because they said the account violated its spam, deceptive practices and scams policies. Now, this has prompted outrage from the Iranian Ministry of Foreign...
Yeah, and see, that's the thing. This is... Does everybody remember this? Remember this from 6 months ago? This is literally what we were banned for.
Policies. Now, this has prompted outrage
for 3 months. For 3 months, we were off of YouTube for this exact policy, which is why we can't watch them together on YouTube. And yeah, like I said, I think we'll do like a Patreon subathon type of deal like we've done in the past on Twitch only, so that we can watch as many AI slop videos as we want. We can all have fun together. But there's no way I'm fucking with this, okay? That was one of the worst experiences I've gone through in the last year.
The Iranian Ministry of Foreign Affairs, who said online via its spokesperson, in a land that proudly hosts Pixar, DreamWorks and Disney, an independent animated YouTube channel which has organically grown by depicting US aggression and warmongering, was abruptly shut down. They say that this was done simply to suppress the truth about the US illegal war in Iran and shield the American administration's false narrative from any competing voice. Now, the creators of these Lego-style videos, Explosive Media, have also reacted. They say, seriously, are our Lego-style animations actually violent? Now, as of now, the Lego videos remain published on Meta platforms like Facebook and Instagram, as well as TikTok and X. But as we can see, the YouTube is certainly out of order.
Well, they're certainly extremely creative. What do we know about this?
I love how YouTube is banning AI content, but not banning its own AI algorithmic system that's identifying people's AI. Like, it's using AI to identify AI, right? The hypocrisy is rather flagrant.
Explosive Media Group, the people behind the Lego videos.
Well, that is a good question. Well, we don't know their identities or which AI they use or where they are based, but a representative for Explosive Media, who asked to be referred to as Mr. Explosive, well, he recently gave an interview to the BBC. Now, he said that the team at Explosive Media consists of less than 10 people. They said that they use Lego because it's a, quote, world...
How is it a scam when there's no money asked? That's actually something that I tried to ascertain months ago from YouTube themselves. I never got an actual clarification on that. Unfortunately, just a bunch of vagaries.
And also, interestingly, when pressed by the journalist, he admitted that the Iranian government is one of their clients, even though they had previously claimed that they are an independent group. Now, according to The New Yorker, Explosive Media began as a YouTube channel featuring political commentary on the Middle East via a young Iranian man. But most of these videos didn't gain any traction, only racking up a few hundred views. But this all changed in February when the group began posting these Lego-style videos about the war in Iran. Iran, and these have certainly gone viral. They're reposted not only by official government Iran accounts and pro-Iran accounts, but also social media users worldwide. And even though these videos aren't factually accurate, but you also have to remember neither are the videos posted by Donald Trump and the White House. These aren't factually accurate either. Often AI videos which project US military might, praise Donald Trump and splice in real war footage of strikes and bragging about alleged successes.
Right, these are fine. These are fine. Somehow Trump can post these all day, no problem. Totally fine. Just gamifying war crimes, no big deal.
That's on YouTube.
Real war footage of strikes and bragging about alleged successes in this war. But Iran really has leaned into this AI propaganda to push their side of the war to a non-Iranian audience, often using American references and satire to flood the internet. It certainly is a leaf out of Donald Trump's own playbook. As we know, he is a frequent user of artificial intelligence.
Indeed.
There you go, people. Now you have an official explanation. I've been trying to explain it to you in my own words up to this point, but I felt this was truly the best way for me to get across to all of you why it is we haven't been watching these incredibly viral Lego slopaganda videos. Believe me, a few of these have been so fire, I've genuinely been pretty mad that we didn't get to watch them together. Like, meanwhile, Trump continues to post all these crazy AI slap videos all over the place, and they don't give a shit. You know, he can post a picture of him and Russell Vogt playing, what was it? Black Sabbath or something? I can't remember what song. But like literally, you can have him and Russ Vogt in a band in Grim Reaper outfits. No problem. The hypocrisy is at an 11 at this point. Peak. We've hit peak. We broke the meter. Everything is out of fucking control. Praise be to Allah mode, yes. Praise be to the great Allah. Everybody's saying it. Deshi Wolf makes a fantastic point. This is literally what's happening. Hold on. I gotta switch YouTube chats. Don't be a dick. No. Be an idiot. Why are you on top chat? How is that helpful? This should not even have a top chat option. There we go. This is literally what's going on. We have to pause. This is literally what's going on. The only way to get gun bans is to arm the Panthers. The only way to ban AI is to have Iranian AI bankers. This is perfect. You couldn't be more correct about this. It's exactly what's happening here. Incredibly accurate comment.
Rid of the Second Amendment?
There it is. All right. Moving it along from the AI slopaganda war to the general support in the United States for Operation Epstein Fury. CNN. The great Harry Emden. He's got the best numbers. Everybody's saying it. Everybody's saying Harry's got the very best numbers anyone's ever seen.
Hey there, I'm Harry Enton, and today we are running all the numbers on Israel's U.S. popularity problem. Israel is losing support here in the United States, even amongst Republicans. Take a look at this data. Take a look at this data amongst young Republicans. Look at this massive shift that we have had over just the last 4 years, the net favorability of Israel among Republicans under the age of 50. You go back to 2022, 2 thumbs up. 2 thumbs up for Israel amongst young Republicans. But by 2025, look at this. Already a 30-point shift away. Their net favorability down to -2. Today, look at this, -16 points.
What happened between 22 and 25? I'm trying to think. Oh, right. The genocide. That's right.
An over 40-point shift in just 1, 2, 3, 4 years' time away from Israel amongst young Republicans. But that's not weak.
Yeah. Wow. GOP under 50 is real now. Way underwater. 44 points moving in 3 short years. Or incredibly long years, depending how you want. Honestly, these last 3 years have been... I feel like I'm 30 years older at this point. Let's be real. It's been a fucked 3 years.
How about amongst moderate or liberal Republicans? They make up about a third of the Republican base at this point in time. The net favorability of Israel with moderate liberal Republicans back in 2022, again, 2 thumbs up. You'll notice I do a lot of Siskel and Ebert references. I just really like them. At plus 26 points. Today, again, negative territory, minus 9 points. That's a 35-point shift in just 4 years' time, with moderate liberal Republicans shifting away from Israel. And this, to me, gives you a good indication of why one of the more ardent critics of Israel within the Republican Party is actually, at this point, favored to win a competitive primary. You may know him, Thomas Massie. He, of course, is the representative from Kentucky's 4th District. He has been opposed.
Okay, hold on. We can't listen. I'm not going to sit here and listen to all the numbers from Harry Hamden. He's got a lot of numbers. A lot of numbers. And plus, these are Kalshi approved. These are Kalshi odds. I mean,
come on! Younger men who were a key part of Donald John Trump's coalition back in 2024. They have very much shifted away from Israel. Look at this. Net favorability of Israel among men under the age of 50. In 2022, not too bad, but not too hot to trot either at minus 3 points. By 2025, again, down we go, minus 22 points. That is a 19-point shift in just 3 years' time. But it gets even worse. Look at this for Israel. Minus 47 points. That's a 44-point shift away from Israel on the net favorability amongst young men who, of course, shifted massively into the Republican column back in 2024, and they have been shifting away from Israel over the last 4 years. But here's the thing. You want to talk about unexpected? Perhaps no number I have seen is more unexpected than this one, because when we talk about the Democratic base, right, and we talk about them being against Israel, that's been true amongst liberal and very liberal Democrats for a decent period of time. But now we're even seeing it among moderate and conservative Democrats, because take a look at these numbers. I mean, this is a sea change. This is a sea change. Net favorability of Israel amongst non-liberal Democrats, that is those who identify as either moderate or conservative.
They've lost the Biden Dems. They've lost the Biden Dems. That's it. That's game, set, match. Negative 55. Even with the third way crowd. Jesus Christ. Wow. And they're still trying to sell us Operation Epstein Fury right now. The numbers don't play it out. People don't want what's happening here. They certainly don't support Israel, I know that much. And this, let's be real, to some degree, this war is on Israel's behalf. Not entirely, as I've said before. There's definitely other reasons why we're at war right now. It's not just that Benjamin Netanyahu's been whispering in Trump's ear. There's other factors. Like the Christian nationalists with the Armageddon shit. And just the neocons, generally speaking. But let's go to all adults. All right, Harry, give us the numbers.
Israel's response to it. Take a look here. I mean, this is a change. This is a change. Who Americans sympathize more with, the Israelis or the Palestinians? Back in 2022, before the October 7th attacks, it was the Israelis by 28 points. That would even climb into the 40s, 50s, depending on which polling you looked at in terms of who Americans sympathize with. The margin very much on the side of Israel. But look at where we are now. In 2026, Americans sympathize more with the Palestinians by an 11-point margin. That is a shift of nearly 40 points in just 4 years' time. And when you compare it to 2023, after the October 7th attacks, we're talking about what, a 50, 60-point change?
That is monumental. Well, there you have it. The numbers tell the story. But it's not just numbers. We got real-life examples of former Trump supporters now turning on Trump in epic ways. Kyle Kalinske, once again.
So Tim Dillon, on a weekly basis, he senses where the vibes are. He knows where the vibes are. He knows where the country is. He's reacting in real time. Now, the vibes in 2024 led him to hop on the Trump train, which he will, I don't think, ever be able to live down, that he gave J.D. Vance a hot stone massage of an interview, for example. But he's now adjusted because he realizes it's no longer cool to be MAGA. MAGA is destroying this country. And so now he's doing shows where he does a whole bit about how Trump's assassination attempt was fake. He did a whole ass bit about how, just come out and admit it. Just come out and admit that the assassination attempt at Butler was fake. That, there's no mark on your ear. That, the photographers got put in place as soon as you were attacked and the flag was lowered down and everybody knows that this is some bullshit. Why is it Trump, bitches?
A literal false flag. A literal false flag. The flag was fake. Everything's fake. Holy shit. Damn. The Trump supporters are jumping ship. A fake assassination attempt? Damn.
Literally anybody and everybody. He could have a beef with you that goes back to like 1983. And he'll talk about it. He'll go after fucking Bette Midler and Whoopi Goldberg. Okay? He'll keep his beef going with Rosie O'Donnell. But he doesn't mention the fucking attempt to kill him where he allegedly got hit in the ear and was bleeding. He doesn't mention that. So Tim Dillon does this whole bit like, why the fuck are they allowing you up and you're standing there going fight, fight, fight with blood coming down your face and the Secret Service guys are just letting you expose your head in this moment, violating every protocol. He does a whole thing about how that's fake. Let's admit it. Like, let's just admit that that shit was fake. And here in the same podcast, he comes out and he basically explains how he's flabbergasted and shocked about how thoroughly we are getting our ass kicked in this illegal war against Iran. Here we go.
So we've lost. There's nowhere to go. It's checkmate. We can't do the things we think we can. We're tweeting, we're truth socialing, whatever. We're trying to win the war on social media, and we're not even doing that because do you have the Lego thing up? Can you get that Lego video? We're not even winning the shit talking war. We're not even winning that. The shit talk? You think America would win that? At least, if we're going to win one thing, we're getting bodied by Iranian AI in the war of shit talk. Truly, how embarrassing. We're the country that invented shit talk, and we're getting lit up. Take a look.
Orange pig, America first. Oops. Oh boy.
Okay, hold on. I forgot about that. No. We're not allowed. Illegal. But there you go. I stopped it a little late. I was a little slow on the draw. But there you have it. Tim Dillon. Clearly upset. We can't win real wars. We can't even win shit-talking war. He's making some fairly cogent points, shockingly enough. I know it's a banger, Columbia Rican, okay? I know it's a banger, but we can't watch it. It's illegal on YouTube. We will be spanked. I don't want a spanking. I want to be a good boy. I want our YouTube overlords to bestow us great success, actually.
Great success.
What's the point of being American if you can't talk shit? It's a great point.
Too much, man.
Wait, where's the... Oh, it's this sound shot.
I thought this was America.
Right?
Huh? Isn't this America? I'm sorry, I thought this was America.
Yeah. Speaking of America, free speech, one man's been impervious to getting canceled over his anti-Israeli talking points on the social medias. I'm, of course, talking about the one, the only, the great Hassan Piker. And there was a huge, monumental shift after a fateful New York Times piece. I think it was New York Times. Let's go here. Hassanabi from yesterday.
That is bars. It is fundamentally what I believe as well. It is at the heart of my politics. It is one of the things that I constantly say, and I'm glad that a liberal is saying that. I'm glad that a liberal is saying that at a time when, let's be real, this kind of cynical standpoint epistemology and identity politics and cancellation attempts are the tool of the right. This is a very consequential change. The reason why it's a very consequential change is because this is a concession, an open concession from a liberal who is, you know, very important in the liberal intelligentsia, who approached the issue with charitability and said, it's ridiculous. Like, this is ridiculous. And it's not just about me, it's about this movement. So we have to align with these guys. That's huge. Because remember, initially, the conversation was like, Hassan is bad. Democrats need to stay away from him.
Not
you
gonna
know?
do it.
And what did I tell you? What did I tell you at the time? I was like, this ain't about me. This is about you. This is about all of us. This is about a change that is happening in the Democratic Party, who the Democrats should be more responsive to, right? What issues the Democrats need to highlight and need to lead on, not just Israel, but Medicare for all as well, right? Economic left populism. These are things that I advocate for. And the collection of all of those resentments is precisely what the establishment feared. The establishment wanted to push aside. They wanted to make sure that they never had to have that conversation. They didn't want to talk about the message, so they wanted to shoot the messenger. And
yes, that's exactly what they wanted to do.
Hassan Parker. He's a sleazebag.
It's exactly how this has gone for like the last like 3 years, basically. That's 2.5 years. Everybody's been trying to cancel Assad, make him anti-Semite of the year. There was like, we spent like 3 months talking about his dog. Like, I mean, come on. It's ridiculous. All right, now we already technically watched that on Monday. Hassan reacting to this Ezra Klein article on a different Hassan clip channel. But we haven't watched Hassan reacting to Kyle reacting to Hassan being on whatever. Here we go. Hassan once again, PBS Spiker Broadcasting System. From 14 hours ago.
New Kyle declaring total Hassan victory just dropped. Oh, yeah. I mean,
so as you guys know, there's a massive civil war going on when it comes to MAGA, specifically among the pundits. The base is still with Trump, but the right-wing pundits are at war with each other. But what fewer people know is that there's also currently a Democratic civil war going on. And in that Democratic civil war, you have Third Way, which is a literal, like, corporate organization. They are going after Hassan Piker.
Before we get anywhere, just a reminder, everybody, Space Fams. Speaking of war within the Democratic Party, the Galactic News Network is efforting in the primary elections, trying to find the best candidates for us to be voting for in our respective states. We're talking Congress people, senators, secretaries of state, and attorneys general, as well as governors. Did I say governors? They're in there too. And I am enlisting your efforts because it's such a long list of names to go through. And if you want to help in that effort, better get in the Galactic Discord. That's right, Galactic Newsroom is where all the most galactic space fams hang out. The greatest among us, they're in there. And I have created a new channel in the Discord server for people to sign up for different districts, different Senate races, whatever it may be. I created a Google Drive spreadsheet for us to do that. Get in there. Plus, I got to approve you to be a commenter on the sheet for you to even get into it. So you want to get ahead of it right now because the primaries are literally happening as we speak.
Immediately, if not sooner.
And by extension, everybody on the left flank of the Democratic Party. And what they've done is they've smeared Hassan viciously and relentlessly. And what they're trying to do is cancel the entire left flank of the political spectrum and say, you can't take these people seriously. The Democratic Party needs to be a right-leaning party. They need to be a centrist party. And they need to represent the interests of the Israel lobby and corporation.
Dude, Dark World Commander hath spoken. He's declared
That's
victory.
the fight that's going on.
Over the right-wing forces of the party.
They thought that by canceling this on Piker and, quoting him out of context and...
As Hassan is doing right now, I also am going to stand up from the stream momentarily. I'll be right back, Space fans. This is perfect timing. See, I'm not the only one abandoning you. Hassan is too.
His worst moments, they thought they'd be able to shut this guy out completely. In reality, the exact opposite has happened. We also now have hit the peak here because the king of the liberals himself, Ezra Klein, he writes an article. The original title of the article in the New York Times is, Hassan Piker is not the enemy. He even, swats away the most pervasive lie, nefarious lie about Hassan, that he's somehow an anti-Semite because he criticizes Israel, because he criticizes the genocide, and because he's anti-Zionist, because he's against ethno-states, and he's for secular democracies, right? So Ezra Klein says the following, ready? Anti-Zionism is rising as a response to what Israel is doing. It will simply not be possible to treat it as a marginal viewpoint that can be shamed or shunned into invisibility, I should say. Yes, anti-Semitism often cloaks itself in anti-Zionism, so don't do the anti-Semites work for them. If you keep telling people that if they oppose the Jewish state, then they must hate Jewish people, eventually they will believe you, says Ezra Klein. He also says this, but to only focus on those comments is to miss much else that Piker has said and believes. He has also said, from pogroms to the Holocaust, Jews have always been singled out by those in power as a scapegoat for the instability and economic volatility that people in power caused. A resilient nation anti-Semitism is a constant threat. He has called anti-Semitism gross, immoral, and a hate crime. He has promoted John Ossoff, a Democratic senator from Georgia who is Jewish, as a 2028 presidential possibility. In previous presidential primaries, Piker has supported Bernie Sanders, who is also Jewish. It is an unusual form of Jew hatred that calls out anti-Semitism and promotes Jewish Americans for the presidency. God damn, son. So this is a complete and total...
It's just so crazy because it's so basic. It's such an obvious truth. And it calls into question why all of the pundit class refused to just say this incredibly basic truth. Because one of my first defenders also was Bernard motherfucking Sanders. Like when...
All right, I'm back, Chad. I'm back. Staying in the race. Where do you put your random TikToks? What do you mean, where do you put them? What kind of TikToks? I mean, I know you're saying random, but are they topical at all? Because we got all the different channels in there. But really, put them, I guess, wherever you want.
Or like, Hassan is a dangerous anti-Semite. What do you have to say to that? Bernie was like, no. It's ridiculous. So like, But weirdly enough, all of that got lost, I guess, in translation.
Well, not only Hassan Piker victory, but it is, by proxy, a victory for the entire left flank. Hassan also went on another place, which I think it's fair to call the king of the liberals here. Ezra Klein is the king of the liberals. And then I guess you could call PodSave like the liberal lion's den or something, right? They did a long interview here, and they got into it. And man, again, the attempt to cancel Hassan backfired colossally. All of those candidates who were out there saying, I wouldn't go on his show, I would never, how dare you? They now look incredibly, immensely out of touch and stupid.
The Oslo you got cooked on Twitter for ended up helping you, lol. Yeah, no dude.
You're kind of like
I'm
a
excited to have a
snotty-faced
good primary. Who would you, who's your dream ticket right now? Or I guess who do you want to see just like in the primary put up a fight?
I mean, obviously AOC, Rokana, Chris Van Hollen, and then my sleeper pick, once again, depending on how he actually communicates on the issue of Israel, because he's both been really good early on and then really bad.
Sleeper pick.
John Ossoff.
And by the way, the people like Slotkin who said,
Okay.
I wouldn't go on Hassan.
I see what you're
Yeah.
saying.
Oh, you mean to tell me that Twitter leftists have not the best instincts sometimes and get a little overzealous?
All right, I'm going to skip the Podjohn stuff because, of course, we already covered the Podjohn's interview with Hassan earlier this week. No, it's probably making everyone sad. But we can only... we're already 8.5 hours into this puppy. I still got more clips and the Al Jazeera live stream to end it all. So, you know, we're not even close to being done. I can't.
Far too overzealous for their own good. That's so...
No, what have you done?
Takes for the Democrats to turn around and be like, wait a minute, we're losing this guy. We have to win him over again or whatever. Instead of just like taking my vote for granted, as they've done so over and over again for the left flank. And then, you know, I'm going to say things that may or may not.
You just say, who's the blonde guy? That's the king. That's the dark woke commander, Kyle Kalinske, chatter. Put some respect on his name.
End up being true, but it doesn't matter.
Oh, yeah, speaking of Eric Swalwell, we need somebody... Actually, I'll do this. Never mind. I was going to say we need somebody to take up his district, his California district here, because we got a special election. I wonder who's going to run for that seat. I wonder.
Far out from the election anyway that it's like I'm just saying, look, now is your opportunity to find a good candidate instead.
But you see as we head into these, that like after what we've lived through these last years, the stakes and the stark difference between even a Democrat who, you and I might find.
I know I said this earlier, but I don't think we should sleep on the Texas district, Gonzalez's district. I think it's Texas 15th. We can't sleep on that one. Heavily Latino district in Texas. And as we know, the pro-Trump vibes over there in the Latino community have just completely vanished. Evaporated in like a year. I think we could possibly flip that seat, which would be huge because Gonzalez literally, he had a whole bunch of shit going around. Like he refused to resign for Mike Johnson so that he wouldn't lose his 1-seat majority, and only resigned after Swalwell resigned. So, like, I get the sense that they know how, of course they know how tenuous things are for them right now. 1 seat, not a lot, historically thin, but I think we could turn that to 0 seats. And maybe get in a more progressive, non-APAC Dem into Swalwell's.
By the way, that's a bar. The Republican Party is the biggest terrorist organization on the planet. That's a bar. That's also something I've been saying for a long time. Like, you guys know my whole spiel. It's a fascist, terrorist, imperialist death cult. That's what the Republican Party is at this point. So I'm in total agreement with the Democrats and the liberals when they say, like, listen, Sorry, when push comes to shove, whoever the gets through the primary, not only will I vote for them, I will crawl over broken glass to vote for them, without a doubt, okay? So, like, that's gonna happen regardless. Having said that, we can do better than Newsom. This is like basic right? And we're allowed to have our preferences. We're allowed to voice our opinions. We're allowed to say, hey, that Democrat is way too cozy with MAGA and far too right-wing and far too corporate. You need to be allowed to say, especially years out from a election. Yes, if it's the day before the election, everybody should be, like I said, I crawl over broken glass to vote for any Democrat against this terrorist organization that we call the Republican Party. But, like, there's a time and place for a primary and for a fight and to pick who's going to be the standard bearer. And the point that Hassan is making is, hey, you like the Clintonites, you've had your chance like multiple times over, bitch, right? And what happened? You kept losing. And so instead of shunning and disrespecting and spinning the eye of the left, maybe you should learn from the left, especially when you have right-wingers like MAGA people who are saying openly, oh, I would never vote for a Democrat under any circumstances whatsoever. Okay, then why are you bending over backwards to try to please them when you should be trying to please people like Hassan who are telling you, look, I want to vote for you. Here are my conditions, right? So, I mean, it's flawless victory for the left, flawless victory for Hassan. And if you go and you read the comment section of the New York Times piece that Ezra Klein wrote and read the comment section of the Pod Save America podcast, you'll find out very quickly it's over. It's over. We won. The left has won the Democratic Civil War. There is no coming back for the corporate centrist diet hacks.
Kyle laying it out. Centrist Dems are dropping like flies. People starting to realize Hassan's the guy they should be reaching out to. He's that leftist Joe Rogan they've been wanting so badly.
You're too cozy with the right. You're too cozy with power. You're too cozy with big money. And like now is our moment.
Okay, I'm gonna skip ahead to Hassan's response. I don't know how long this video goes on for. For Kyle, sometimes you can really flawless victory. I mean, he's
the Democratic Tea Party moment.
He's taking a lap right now. I don't got time for the whole lap, so I'm gonna skip ahead a little bit to when Hassan actually starts saying words.
This time around, by the way, is that the liberals were in charge of the hashtag resistance against Donald Trump last time around. This time, they just totally gave up. They engaged in unconditional surrender against the Trump regime. And when the liberals were in charge of hashtag resistance, you mean 2020? No. I'm talking about specifically 2016 and 2018 when Trump was president and liberals were in charge of the resistance. Their focus was about pushing the needle on social progress in an effort not to have a sincere conversation about economic progress. They rarely ever genuinely defended economic progress. As a matter of fact, people will say, oh, how can you say that? Kamala Harris and numerous other Democrats voted in favor of Medicare for all. Well, guess what? Those guys weren't serious about it at all. In 2020, they literally coalesced around Joe Biden so that Joe Biden could tank Medicare for all, being the prominent fixture of the 2020 race against Donald Trump, shepherded by Bernard Sanders. This time, things are very different. This time, you actually do have Democrats out there in large numbers running around advocating for Medicare for all openly.
You know, I'm going to amend my comment on Hassan. Sam Cedar is the left's Joe Rogan. Hassan is the future. You know, Joe and Sam are old guys. They started YouTubing before Hassan ever did. Right? Hassan's the next generation. He's the future.
Advocating for a split from Israel openly, especially considering that that's a fairly important policy difference between regular Democrats, centrist Democrats, Israel First Democrats, and the actual left flank. That's a major problem for the centrist Democrats. But in terms of changing the Democratic Party's makeup into one that doesn't compromise on social issues and doesn't have to compromise on social issues because they are advocating for policies that materially improve the working class or the working class's lives. If we go in to the midterms with that message, it's over.
Yeah, but that's why we got to be doing the primary. Like, and I know Hassan's a busy ass dude. But I need him to be focusing in on like all the races because of how big of a reach he has. Like I'm gonna try and do what I can over here, but I'm like, I mean, we all know that Hassan literally, like, I mean, he breathes more views. Like he breathes and he gets more views than I do. You know what I mean? Like one breath. So like, I don't know. Like we need people focusing on the fucking primaries, right? Because when we get to the general, we'll be left with a bunch of APAC Dems. If we don't do things now, if we don't do the work now, we'll be screwed. The primaries are underway in some states. They've already happened in others. We got time still, but we don't. We literally, we cannot sleep on this even slightly. Which is why I created the spreadsheet. Partly it was for me, and then I realized I really was going to need all of your help. And I think we just need to start working together on this, getting the word around about the best candidates, posting in Discords, talking about them in chats, stuff like that, and doing the effort ourselves. Because literally, from what I can tell, almost no one is talking about the primaries. The very biggest channels right now are all consumed by the fucking onslaught of news that is happening. And we got to start doing work on the grassroots level. You know, and this is, I guess, you can call a grassroots stream. We're certainly not big time. I know that much. We don't got big funding. But I am taking time out of my day to try and make this shit happen because it's important. But it's nice to know we've won. That is nice. I mean, that video was literally titled, "We won," quote unquote. I feel in a way we have won. It's taken years, but I do feel we've won the narrative internally within the Democratic Party. You look at the numbers from Harry Emden. I just called him Harry Emden. From Harry Enton. Jesus Christ. My brain is melting. I gotta stop doing the Trump impressions. They're making me stupid. The great Harry Emden. He's got the numbers. We all saw them. Perfect, flawless victory for the left. Okay. Boy, oh boy, Space Fams, we have made incredible progress tonight. I've barely skipped any videos. I've skipped a few. Not a lot. We had over 100 tonight. And now we're down to the last 4. Great job to everybody for making it this far. We are now going to turn our attention to China. But in my opinion, this is really an extension of the talks in the Middle East. World leaders around the globe trotting their way over to China in recent weeks. Really, ever since Epstein Fury happened, there's been a goddamn waiting list over at China for people, for diplomats, foreign leaders to come over and tell China how great they are. And really, you know, how the United States not that great. And maybe we can be friends. That's basically what we've been seeing. I mean, I'm trying to think of the list. Mark Carney, Keir Starmer, Emmanuel Macron, I think. Right? Did Emmanuel Macron? Wait, no, that was earlier this year. That was actually, it was last year, wasn't it? Oh, God. But no, seriously, like, there's a long list of different individuals from around the globe, powerful people showing up to China. I wouldn't necessarily say genuflecting, but showing up to tell China that they want to be friends and business partners, and they want to diversify their business relationships for whatever reason. Here you have Spain's Pedro Sanchez. Oh shit, fuck. Sorry. Here I am trying to give context to a video that I thought didn't have words, but I have to do the translations. Now, in case you don't know who Pedro Sanchez is, this guy is the Prime Minister of Spain. So, fairly important dude. Hold on. Volume down. There we go. Beijing. Spain's Prime Minister. Both China and Spain are principled and moral countries. Both willing to stand on the right side of history. We should strengthen communication, consolidate mutual trust, cooperate closely, and oppose the world's retrogression to the law of the jungle and jointly safeguard genuine multilateralism and the global peace and development. Staying in China, Al Jazeera English next from 16 hours ago.
High-stakes diplomacy in Beijing. President Xi Jinping met Abu Dhabi Crown Prince Khaled bin Zayed, deepening ties with a Gulf partner. They pledged greater cooperation in technology, energy and trade as the war in Iran disrupts global oil and gas flows.
Historic changes are unfolding in ways never seen before. Human society faces a choice between peace and war, unity or confrontation.
Hours later, Xi welcomed Spanish Prime Minister Pedro Sanchez. Both called for the defense of multilateralism in what they described as an increasingly unstable world. Sanchez urged China to play a bigger role in resolving global conflicts, including in Iran.
I find it very difficult to imagine any other interlocutors, apart from China, that could resolve the situation.
He is among the world leaders hoping Beijing will use its close ties with Tehran to push for further talks and prevent further escalation. Officials say China is doing what it can to restore peace. Wang Yi spoke to Pakistan's foreign minister on Monday after negotiations in Islamabad failed and is hosting Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov this week. Beijing has denied allegations that it supplied Iran with weapons and condemned the U.S. blockade of Iranian ports.
This is a dangerous and irresponsible act. China believes only a comprehensive ceasefire can fundamentally ease tensions.
It was the biggest buyer of Iranian oil before the war and remains heavily dependent on energy exports from the Gulf. Chinese tanker the Starry Rich was the first vessel to pass through the Strait of Hormuz under the U.S. blockade, carrying methanol from Dubai. At least one other ship carrying Iranian oil remains stranded. And it's not just energy supplies. March economic data shows the conflict has already affected the export of other Chinese goods. If the disruption doesn't end soon, it could inflict lasting damage. Katrina Yu, Al Jazeera, Beijing.
All right. Final clip before we go to the Al Jazeera live stream to see what's been going on while we've been streaming here tonight. Get ourselves as up to date as possible. Let's go down to Pakistan quickly. Talk about how this war is affecting people in this country, especially Pakistan's gig workers and delivery drivers, who are struggling to be able to even work as a result of the lack of access to fuel. Of course, Pakistan, I believe, put in the early weeks, I think they're still ongoing, some amount of restrictions on how much fuel you could buy as a result of the reduced supply available.
On the crowded streets, Liaquat Bhatti rides through traffic, but these days, every kilometer comes at a cost.
We didn't even realize it, and overnight, petrol became expensive. When we ask passengers for fare, they simply can't afford to pay. Our work has been badly affected.
For riders like Liaquat, higher fuel prices been a difficult choice. Charge more and lose customers, or charge less and absorb the losses.
I was telling this man to charge 90 cents, but he's asking for $1.45. He says that because petrol has become so expensive, he cannot afford to charge such a low fare. It's not really his fault either.
The crisis is no different for app-based cab drivers.
The passengers are very worried and we are worried too. Everyone is struggling. Petrol prices have increased so much. What can we even do?
Since the war began, fuel prices in Pakistan have surged by 72%, triggering a cascading impact across the economy.
Jesus. Oh my God. 72%? Jesus. Damn.
Strong public backlash, the Prime Minister announced a reduction in petrol taxes, but for many, prices remain painfully high. To ease the burden, the government now plans targeted subsidies for motorcyclists, intercity transport and farmers. Over the past few years, Pakistan's gig economy has expanded rapidly, powered by technology and app-based services. For many, it offered flexibility and a steady source of income. But now that very workforce finds itself on the front lines of an economic shock it did not create. Now with a pause in hostilities, many, including gig workers in this nation of 240 million, hope the war ends permanently and brings with it a drop in fuel prices.
Oh, wow. I know a guy who looks exactly like this dude. It is weird. Okay. Well, let's do it Al Jazeera live stream time. We've made it this far. Might as well say we're fully caught up on what's been happening out there.
Effective this blockade has been on shipping to their ports.
Sami, the latest comes from the semi-official Fars news agency close to IRGC, citing actually the ship tracking data to report that a vessel, quote-unquote, transporting food supply.
Maybe it's him, says Boo Fartet. What's funny is I literally was thinking that. And follow me here. I mean, I feel like it's highly unlikely. The guy that... But, I mean, it's more likely, than 0%, actually. Because the guy in question, although probably not, I'm trying to think. But the fact is, the guy in question works at a store where I know another guy who literally just got back from Pakistan. It's like a corner store, right? Like a... Like, I literally just got done talking to this old guy who just got back from Pakistan, who works at the same store. I was, like, literally just talking to him yesterday. I was like, dude, are you kidding me? You just got back from Pakistan. And apparently he was stuck there because the flights got canceled. And living on a border town, and as we've talked about in the past, for the last month and a half, there's been a war between Pakistan and Afghanistan, right? The media is almost completely ignored because of Operation Epstein Fury.
has entered the Persian Gulf and is currently en route to Imam Khomeini port. Also, they said that earlier this morning, Fars is claiming that a giant oil tanker listed under U.S. sanctions also entered Iranian waters without any concealment. This is the latest that we have, but still, we heard it from the Interior Minister of the country in response to the recent blockade imposed by the Americans, coming out with a very strong message to say that for Iran possessing more than 8,000 kilometers of land and sea borders, any conspiracy or notion of sanctions and blockade will lead nowhere. He has also asked to activate other mechanisms, including the free zones, to actually facilitate the imports and exports, and that is something that we also heard from the Economic Affairs Minister of the country. But still, we know, and it goes without saying, that a huge proportion of Iran's trade goes through this southern coast of the country, and obviously that's very much important. And for that very exact reason, we heard it from the military side, in particular from the headquarters of Khatamul Anbiya military command. They came out to say that they will be doing whatever they can to make sure that the security in the coastal areas, as well as the Persian Gulf, Sea of Oman, and the Strait of Hormuz, is guaranteed. And on the other hand, is the very fact that the Iranians are still talking about their selective approach when it comes to Strait of Hormuz. They're saying that it's open to anyone but close to actually ships, vessels, and oil tankers in any way affiliated with the adversaries. Right now, the doctrine based on which we hear these rhetorics articulated by different officials is based on security for all or for none, and that is something that we hear from different military officials warning about any passage from the Strait of Hormuz without coordination with the Iranian side.
All right, thanks so much to Tawheed Asadi from the Iranian capital. Let's take it back to Kimberly Halkat in.
Love how the United States military is so adamant to prove to all of us that we can blockade the blockade. Like, it's fucking ridiculous. Why should we care? Great job blockading the blockade, guys.
Islamabad. And Kimberly, we know the Pakistani Prime Minister is about to head through a tour of the Middle East. What are they saying is his mission?
Right, that tour has now kicked off, and we know that Shahbaz Sharif is now in Saudi Arabia. He's also traveling to Qatar as well as Turkey. And the reason for this is not ceremonial, but diplomatic in nature. It is to ensure that the messaging of the regional partners is aligned in advance of a second round of talks, to make sure that there are no competing messages. But it is also to try and leverage or use the leverage of these regional partners to make sure that Iran and the United States get to the table. In other words, utilize those relationships. But it is Pakistan that is coordinating, making sure, again, that there are no competing messages. The concern being that there is very little time left, and there is fear of escalation that could torpedo a second round of talks. So this is purely a trip to ensure that these talks, when they do occur, are successful, and that they will have, if there is a framework that comes out of these talks, that there will be a regional buy-in to help.
Is it just me, or did the Pakistani foreign minister seem off-put by Slender Man? Oh, Slender Man.
Occur are successful, and that they will have, if there is a framework that comes out of these talks, that there will be a regional buy-in to help encourage the United States and Iran to agree to the terms that have been hammered out.
Kimberly Halkat in the Pakistani capital, Islamabad. Thanks for that. Let's take it to Malik Trainer. He joins us live from Kuwait City in the Gulf. So, Malik, what are Gulf countries expected to convey to the
public? It doesn't bode well for the United States or Middle East or broadly the world that we have Slender Man and Couchfucker in charge of the peace talks. These guys are not equipped
Pakistani Prime Minister.
Well, wow. Wait, didn't the president just tell us we were going to have peace talks over the next 2 days, and now there's no date set for it? Oh, great. Well, that ruined one of the things I was going to go to bed with, thinking maybe we'll get peace in a couple of days. Yeah, okay, never mind. I was silly for thinking that anyway.
You're a moron.
They'll be relaying their security concerns, their economic concerns. We heard yesterday from Majid al-Ansari, he's the spokesperson for the Qatari Foreign Ministry, saying that they don't want to compete. That's just exactly what Kimberly was talking about. They want the messaging to be united here in the GCC. We've seen a lot of communication within to try to unify the Gulf's messaging when it comes to these talks. There is no appetite for a resumption of hostilities. And the Gulf has from the very beginning called for a diplomatic path. So, now that there is a deal on the horizon, I think, the Gulf is very interested in getting their concerns into the talks when they do, or if they do happen in the next couple of days. So we heard from Majid al-Ansari yesterday saying that the regions is not just this region is not just part of the solution; it's an essential element to any possible solution.
Malik, we're days away from.
Well, everything's still in the balance. Operation Epstein Fury seems to be just on pause. Now blockading the blockade. U.S. military determined to prove to everyone that we can, in fact, blockade that blockade. Oh, we're gonna do it. We're gonna prove to everybody. We'll let anything through it. And that will somehow help with things like oil prices. Exactly, Paul. Yep, exactly like that. It's totally gonna help. I don't know what you're talking about. Yeah, well, it's already been a pretty crazy freaking week. My God, that was just the last 2 days we talked about. Well, still got a few days left here, Space Fams. I'm sure it'll all go fine. Don't worry. No big deal. What have I done? Well, here we are once again. Wait, no, it's not the beginning of the stream, it's the end of the stream. Well, we got through another stream. It's quite long and also difficult. But thankfully, we had each other to get through it. That's gonna be it for me tonight. Till I see you next. You stay classy, Galactic Stream Nation. Can't forget this. These are your galactic patrons. Gabby, Goth Dogs, Aaron W, Schmegley, PB, Midi, Afroponics, Narwhal by Nature, Interplanet Janet, Godcat, Robot Cat, Disco Wolf, Callie Braiding, Sammy, Geodragon, The Anti-Corporatist, Obsessive Audio, Moanoip, Nadia, Choki, Scouts, Selena, Omega Star, Sasha G, Pitchforks Dragon, Vincent Morales, Donald James X, Evan from Portland, Lovely Pariah, Mish, Becky, Decipher, Icebreaker, Columbia, Riga, New York, Will in Detroit, Sisyphean Task, BC, Free Palestine, Hermit Horologist, HBX, Manda, Lori Lunchmeat, Carl, Gaslight Duckersy, Paige Larson, Frizzla, Benihana 99, Dark Sparkle, CJ from the 6, The Reference Frame, Glitchmaster, Social Butterfly, The Anarchist, Dwarf XL, and Winnie and Robin. That's right, all of these people have helped produce the show which your eyes and ears just got done enjoying. You can do for just a few US dollars a month on Patreon.
Tax proposal.
Mr. President, as I think everyone knows, the President of the United States, President Obama, and the Republican leadership have reached an agreement on a very significant tax bill. In my view, the agreement that they reached is a bad deal for the American people. I think we can do better. And I am here today to take a strong stand against this bill, and I intend to tell my colleagues and the nation exactly why I am in opposition to this bill. You can call what I'm doing today whatever you want. You can call it a filibuster. You can call it a very long speech. I'm not here to set any great records or to make a spectacle. I am simply here today to take as long as I can to explain to the American people the fact that we have got to do a lot better than this agreement provides. Now let me just enumerate some of the reasons that I am opposed to this agreement. First, as everybody knows, this nation has a record-breaking $13.8 trillion national debt at the same time as the middle class is collapsing and poverty is increasing. And Mr. President, I think it's important that we say a word, because I'm not sure that a lot of Americans necessarily know this, about how we got to where we are today in terms of the national debt. I know there are some people who think that this all began the day that President Obama took office. Well, it's not quite the case. When President Clinton left office, this country was running, in fact, a very significant surplus, and the projections were that we were going to continue to run a surplus. During the 8 years of President Bush, for a number of reasons, including the war in Iraq, the war in Afghanistan, including huge tax breaks for the wealthiest people in this country, including a Medicare Part D prescription drug program, and including the Wall Street bailout, among other things, all of which were not paid for. Those are the primary reasons that we saw an almost doubling of the national debt during the Bush administration. And since President Obama has been in office, we have passed a stimulus package, also adding to the deficit in national debt. But here we are today with a $13.8 trillion national debt, $1.4 trillion deficit, and almost all Americans are in agreement that this is a very serious issue. So the first point that I would make is that it seems to me to be unconscionable for my conservative friends and for everybody else in this country to be driving up this already too high national debt by giving tax breaks to millionaires and billionaires who don't need it, and in a number of cases, Mr. President, don't even want it. Here's one of the interesting ironies. There are lists of many, many very wealthy people who come forward and say, sure, I want a tax break. Everybody wants a tax break. But you know what? There are other priorities in this country. I don't need it. And two of the wealthiest people in the world, Bill Gates of Microsoft, Warren Buffett, Berkshire, these are billionaires, and they said it's absurd. We don't need a tax break. All over the country, you're hearing a lot of folks who have a lot of money saying, don't drive up the deficit and force our kids to pay higher taxes to pay off the national debt in order to give tax breaks to the richest people in this country. Now, Mr. President, we have been told really not to worry too much because the extension of these tax breaks for the wealthy will only last 2 years. Not to worry. Well, maybe that's the case. But given the political reality that I have seen in Washington, my guess is that 2 years from now, these tax breaks for the wealthiest people in this country will be extended again. What happens around here is that the argument will be made that if you end these tax breaks, you're raising taxes. It's what we're hearing right now. I see no reason why in the middle of a presidential election, those arguments will not be made again. And I see no reason not to believe that those tax breaks will be extended again. And clearly we have a number of Republicans who want to make that extension permanent. Now, whether it will ever be made permanent or not, I don't know. But the point is, when you hear folks say that it's only a 2-year extension, I would suggest take that with a grain of salt. And let me just say that if, in fact, we do what the Republicans have wanted to do right now, as we enter this debate, they wanted a 10-year extension. That would add $700 billion to our national debt, $700 billion. Now, I've got 4 kids, and I've got 6 grandchildren. And I think it is grossly unfair. None of them have a whole lot of money. I think it is grossly unfair to ask my kids and grandchildren, and children all over this country, to be paying higher taxes in order to provide tax breaks for billionaires because we've driven up the national debt. That is just plain wrong. And Mr. President, I think the vast majority of the American people, whether they're progressives like myself or whether they're conservatives, I think they perceive that that concept, that giving tax breaks to billionaires when we have such a high national debt, makes no sense at all. Furthermore, Mr. President, it is important to point out that extending income tax breaks to the top 2% is not the only unfair tax proposal in this agreement. This agreement between the President and the Republican leadership also calls for a continuation of the Bush-era 15% tax rate on capital gains and dividends, meaning that those people who make their living off their investments will continue to pay a substantially lower tax rate than firemen, teachers, nurses, carpenters, and virtually all the other working people of this country. And I just don't think that that's fair. That's wrong. And we are continuing, if this agreement were to be passed, that unfair arrangement. Mr. President, on top of all of that, this agreement includes a horrendous proposal regarding the estate tax. And that is a Teddy Roosevelt initiative. Now, Teddy Roosevelt was talking about this in the early years of the 20th century. It was enacted in 1916. And it was enacted for a couple of reasons. Teddy Roosevelt and the people of that era thought it was wrong that a handful of people could have a huge concentration of wealth and then just give that wealth, transmit that wealth to their children. He didn't think that that was right. Furthermore, it was a source, a progressive and fair source of revenue. Under the agreement struck between the Republican leadership and the president, the estate tax rate, which was 55% under President Clinton, and let's all remember, we had problems with the economy under President Clinton, but very few will deny that during those years we were creating a heck of a lot more jobs than we did under President Bush. That's the fact. Over 20 million jobs under President Clinton. We lost 600,000 private sector jobs under President Bush. During the Clinton era, the tax rate on the estate tax was 55%. What this arrangement would do is lower that tax rate to 35% with an exemption on the first $5 million of an individual's estate, $10 million for couples. Now, here's the important point, Mr. President, that I think many people don't know, because I have to confess, my Republican friends and their pollsters and their language people have done a very good job. This is the so-called death tax. And I think all over America, people say, oh, this is terrible. I have $50,000 in the bank and I want to leave that to my kids. And the government is going to take 55% of that, 35% of that. What an outrage. So let us be very, very clear. This tax applies only to the top 0.3% of American families. 99.7% of American families will not pay one nickel in an estate tax. This is not a tax on the rich. This is a tax on the very, very, very rich. And if my Republican friends had been successful in doing what they want to do, which is eliminating this estate tax completely, it would have cost, Mr. President, our Treasury, raise the national debt by $1 trillion over a 10-year period. Families like the Walton family of Walmart fame would have received as one family about a $30 billion tax break. So I find it hard to believe that when we are talking about massive cuts in programs for working families, when we have this huge national debt, that anybody would be agreeing to lower the estate tax rate to 35%. That is what this agreement does. I think that that is a very, very bad idea. And once again, while the agreement on the estate tax is for 2 years, once again, there is very little doubt in my mind that the Republicans will continue to push for lower and lower estate tax rates because what they want, and I think Senator Kyle has been pretty clear about this, they want to permanently repeal that tax. That is $1 trillion in tax breaks to the top 0.3%. So I think we're down a bad path there, and that's another reason why this agreement does not make a whole lot of sense. Mr. President, I would say thirdly, here's a very important point that I think has not yet got the attention that it deserves. And that is, this agreement contains a payroll tax holiday, which would cut $120 billion from Social Security payroll taxes for workers. And I think there are a lot of folks out there who say, well, this is pretty good. You know, I'm a worker. My contribution will go from 6.2% today down to 4.2%. I'll have more money in my paycheck. It's a good idea. Let's take a deep breath and let's think about it for a second. Let's understand what this whole thing is about. This payroll tax holiday concept, as I understand it, originally started with conservative Republicans. I know the Vice President recently made the point this was originally a Republican idea. Now, why did the Republicans come up with this idea? Well, these are exactly the same people who don't believe in Social Security. These are the same people who either want to make significant cuts in Social Security or else they want to privatize Social Security entirely. And here's the point. They understand that if we divert funding that is supposed to go into the Social Security Trust Fund, which is what this payroll tax holiday does. This is money that goes into the Social Security Trust Fund, is now being diverted, cut back, in order to provide financial support for workers. But that is a lot of money not going into the trust fund. Now, but the president and others are saying, well, not to worry, because that money will be covered by the general fund. That is a very, very bad and dangerous precedent, because up until now, what Social Security has been about is 100% funding from payroll contributions, not from the general tax base. Now, once again, this is a one-year program. The loss of revenue going into Social Security can be covered by the general fund. But we have a $13 trillion national debt. How much longer will the general fund put money into Social Security? Is it a good idea for the general fund to be doing that? So I would argue, Mr. President, that this is not a good idea. This is a very dangerous step forward for those of us who believe in Social Security. But this